Okay, everyone. Welcome everyone to the 120-hour online TESOL certificate. The name of this course is ELT 1010. That's basically just the code that we use to identify this course. My name is Ryan Newman. Let's begin. So this is lesson number 1, and there will be 40 lessons in this course. So in this lesson, we're going to start off by focusing on what this course is. After that, we will take a short break, and then we will move on to lesson number 2, and then we will take a short break and move on to lesson number 3. All right, everyone. So just to start off, hi, my name is Ryan. I'm from Brampton, Ontario, Canada. I'm an English language and communications teacher of 6 years. So I started teaching English language in Thailand 6-7 years ago. And since then, I've been teaching English language, and I've also been teaching communications at a local college. I'm a teacher trainer. I actually teach 3 courses in a TEFL, Teaching English as a Foreign Language program here in Ontario, Canada at a university. All of these courses are accredited at these universities and these colleges. They are all public post-secondary institutions. But in my free time, I'm also a curriculum designer. I have companies reach out to me, ask me to create like syllabuses, courses, lessons, you name it. And I like to think of myself as a pedagogical innovator. I like to experiment. I like to push the envelope. I like to change the way that we approach education. I try to be progressive in this way. I try to take feedback. I basically try to avoid getting rusty and stuck in my ways, right? That means constantly updating my techniques, my strategies, and my approaches as a language teacher and a language teacher trainer. And I try to reflect that in the courses that I provide for you online and the resources that we provide for you too. I'm a college professor. I teach at 2 colleges here in Ontario, Canada. One of them is in Toronto, and the other one is in Kitchener, Ontario. I also teach at a university where I teach in the TEFL program that is in Peterborough, Ontario. And I've been doing that for 3 years. I'm passionate about all things education, regardless of whether it's like a teacher training program like this one, or if it's teaching English learners, helping learners prepare for IELTS. Whatever it is, I try to make the education as effective and efficient as possible. I believe that you are all busy. Some of you have children. Some of you are taking care of grandparents or your parents. Some of you have jobs. Some of you have other courses you're taking. I know that time is of the essence, and I try to make your education as relevant, as applicable, as engaging, as learner-centered as possible. So that's what I'm trying to do, strike the right balance between efficiency, but I also don't want to rush through these kind of, rich, deep topics. So I try to find a balance between efficiency and effectiveness. You could always contact me via this course platform or at weteachahead@gmail.com. And all of the links will be posted right after this video. All right. So a little bit about this course, the 120-hour TESOL certificate. This launched in 2022. So as of right now, it's 2024. Over the past 2 years, we've seen incredible, achievements from our students. A lot of this has resulted in great career development, professional development, and a lot of constructive feedback that they have given to us about how we could improve this TESOL certificate and this program. And that's why we're here today. But overall, the amount of engagement, participation has been fantastic. We launched this course with the intention of filling a gap of online language teacher training. That means there's a lot of teacher training programs, and some of them are related, like they do have modules or sections which are related to online teacher training. But especially during COVID and the pandemic, this was so very important for students to be supported, and there was a gap there. Now that the pandemic is over and the quarantines are done, there is still a necessity for language teachers to be prepared for online teaching. I mean, online learning has not gone away. In fact, technology enhanced language learning is probably just as important as ever right now. So this course is going to focus on online language teaching, but also in-person language teaching. So even if you plan to be an in-person language teacher, you've come to the right place. Just the specialization and the focus is for, like, we provide extra information and content geared towards online pedagogy. Yeah, so there have been over 1,300 successful students as of February 2024. So in less than 2 years, we've had over 1,300 students come through. Again, I think one thing that differentiates our online TESOL program from other TESOL programs is the fact that we are language teachers ourselves. A lot of us had to really get creative and innovative throughout the pandemic up to now, and a lot of us are still doing that. We have kind of firsthand experienced some of the difficulties of being especially freelance and one-on-one language teachers online. So we really know, like, we have skin in the game, so to speak, and we have that firsthand experience, which has given us more motivation and inspiration to try to help other teachers and to prepare them in the best way possible. There has also been a tendency for a lot of online TESOLs to treat online language learning as just focused on using a computer and using different LMSs on the computer. A lot of them have been focusing on institutions and schools rather than on the potential of teaching one-on-one freelance kind of classes. So we don't want to neglect either of those streams. We're going to focus on both of those two streams in this course because we understand there are a lot of opportunities in language teaching, especially online. So we don't want to neglect one stream of employment over the other. We also want you to be prepared with mobile assisted language learning and the different ways that you could use mobile applications on your phone, on your smartphone, to actually learn languages, teach languages, and help your students to learn languages outside the class with different apps. So those are just some areas where research is a little bit behind, and a lot of the TESOL, online TESOL programs are a bit behind. We want to cover all of this. What we are trying to do, we have created PowerPoint presentations, over 300 slides in total. We have 40 lessons, and I'm going to go over the course content and syllabus in just a moment. But what we're trying to do is to offer online language teaching teacher training in a different way. Some people prefer to learn with interactive videos. Some people prefer to learn through a book or in a classroom. We understand that a lot of people would like to have a mix between visuals and text and have a real certified professional teacher teach you these concepts. So what we have are these PowerPoint presentations. We're going to go through them, and we're going to go through everything from teacher methodology to ways that you could become employed as an online language teacher to ways to get streams of passive income as a freelancer. So we're going to cover all of it in these 40 lessons. All the links to the courses, resources, services, and freebies, we have lots of free stuff to share with you, could be found in the comment box below. So who's this course for? Obviously, people who wish to teach languages online. It's also for, probably not as obviously, people who wish to teach languages in person. That's right, this TESOL, even though it's an online TESOL, it's just giving a little bit more credence to the fact that in 2024, a lot of people are going to be teaching online eventually. Even if they're not teaching online, they'll be teaching a hybrid, which is partially online. So what this course does is give you pretty much everything any other TESOL would give you, plus online contextualization. So for example, if we're going over lesson planning concepts, we're going to go over the lesson planning concepts that you would see in any other course, but then we're going to alter it, apply it, adjust it to the online format and to different online formats within that. All right. So a lot of the activities, the comprehension checks, and most importantly, the free resources you will get with as part of this course will be geared towards online pedagogy. This is for people who wish to teach languages online, languages in person, people who wish to start a language teaching business. So none of these are mutually exclusive. You could be teaching languages online, in person, and starting your own business at the same time. Like that is an option as well. So we're going to be aware that some of you may, in the short term, want to teach online, but in the long term, you'd like to start your own business, right? So we're going to give you some tips and tricks on how to do that, or at least how to get the ball rolling. This could be useful for Language Institute administrators, policy developers, teacher trainers, and staff members of language institutions, such as secretaries. This is for language lovers, just people who love languages and people who may have already learned about additional language acquisition and additional language learning, but they'd like to hear it, they'd like to see it through a different lens. They like to get a different spin on it, right? Because we all know that content is one thing, education is one thing, but the way that an educator educates you is a little bit different, right? So I am here with my style. We are here from Teach Ahead with our style. We are trying to give you a fresh, innovative way to approach language learning and language teacher training. This could also, probably not so obviously, be for parents of multilinguals. You don't have to use this certificate as like something to get a job with. This could be something that you use in your daily life. Your understanding of language acquisition and language learning could help you to approach how you teach your child languages. And that could also be how you establish your language policy with your children at home. For example, like if you speak English and your partner speaks Spanish and you want your children to learn both, how are you going to do that? If your parents, so the grandparents, speak Ojibwe and you speak French and your partner speaks English, and you want your children to learn all three of those languages, how are you going to, implement that, right? So this will give you some food for thought right there. As somebody who is expecting their first child in May, I understand the importance of, preparing. So even if you're a new parent, this could be a great way to kind of get the ball rolling and start thinking about these things. This could be useful for friends of multilinguals. I always ask my students, what is a language teacher? What are some examples of language teaching? And a lot of them just go to formal language teaching. The person with a tie or a blouse or a dress on, the person who is standing at the front of the class in front of a chalkboard. But a lot of us don't remember that most of the language teaching you do is actually with like your friends and loved ones. It's the corrective feedback that you give them. Now, this may not be very kind of research-based or sometimes well-intentioned language teaching. Sometimes we kind of banter with people when they make mistakes with their language. So this is an opportunity for you to have a little bit more, I guess, foundational support with the way that you approach language teaching. And if you are giving your friends tips on how to improve their pronunciation or how to improve their study skills in general, you could actually look at the research through this TESOL program to better understand how you could give those tips and deliver that advice in a constructive way. This could be useful for non-language teachers, meaning math teachers, history teachers, biology teachers, but who have very diverse populations in their classrooms, who teach in very multicultural environment, such as Toronto, right? This could be useful for absolute beginners. If you are a beginner, you've come to the right place, you're in this TESOL, that is like a great place to start. Okay. And the best part about it is that you could follow along right here. As I said, the link to the course will be in the comment section below. Finally, this is useful for experienced teachers who wish to level up their knowledge. So it's very common for a teacher to first get one TESOL or one TEFL or one TESOL and one CELTA in a certain circumstance, like context, and then to get another one to kind of level up their knowledge, maybe to refresh their knowledge, maybe to update their knowledge. The best thing about this TESOL right here is that it is fresh and brand new. This version of the TESOL is 2024 February. The good thing is that this course is always going to be updated so that you have like the newest research to draw off of, and you could learn about the exciting trends in the field of applied linguistics. So everyone, welcome to ELT 1010, 120-hour online TESOL certificate. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the modules, all 40 of the modules that we have in this course. So we're going to start with section number 1, and that's where we are right now, okay? Introduction to language teaching, all right? So this is the first lesson that we are in right here. Today, we are also going to cover lesson number 2, Introduction to Online Teaching. And then we're going to move on to lesson number 3, Introduction to TESOL, Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. Now, a future lecture live stream will be scheduled where we will go over the future lessons, and we will kind of take a few lessons at a time, all right? So that it's more worth your time and you don't have to show up like 40 times, right? So lesson number 4, we will start to bridge language pedagogy with online pedagogy. We'll show you some of the differences, but a lot of the overlap as well. We will begin working on developing your reflective skills. So the way that, as it sounds right here, the way that you reflect on your language learning, first of all, because a lot of you are language learners. In fact, all of you are at least language acquirers, right? And we're going to talk about through this course, even if you haven't learned a different language as how we, define separate languages, even if you haven't learned Spanish or you haven't picked up French, we have learned different registers of certain languages. For example, when you go to college or university, a lot of you have to pick up like academic writing, formal writing. When you enter the workplace, you have to pick up professional writing for the most part, or professional speaking. So this is also a form of language learning or language acquisition, language development, okay? So I hope that none of you think to yourselves, I have no language teaching experience and no language learning experience, because we all have both of those things to a certain extent. At least that's what we believe here at Teach Ahead. Number 6, developing your affective skills. That has to do with your confidence, with your emotions, with your mindfulness as a teacher. I know it seems a little bit early to go over this, but the reason why we go over this here is because teacher burnout is such a common, thing in this profession. And we want you right from the very get-go to have some of the tools to try to avoid or mitigate burnout, not just as a teacher, but also as a student in this course, right? Because this is a 120-hour course. We want you to get as much as you can out of it, but also not to rush yourself and stress yourselves out. So we will try to give you some food for thought. You could do what you want with it for developing your affective skills. After that, we're going to focus on establishing your teacher identity. This is not going to be like a done and dusted type of thing. This is something you're going to be working on throughout this course, throughout your careers, throughout your lives, right? We are constantly updating our teacher identity. And then number 8, our teaching style and our teacher beliefs. And we're going to give you specific examples throughout this course of like different things you may not have thought of, which could, push you to change these things or to keep certain beliefs, styles, and identities. And finally, number 10, building a language teacher philosophy. Again, we're going to start this in section number 1, but you're going to continuously develop this as we go through this course. So that's section number 1. Section number 2, building knowledge. This is where you're going to get a lot of the similar concepts and principles you would find in other TESOL programs, but we're going to take it a step further and give you more of that kind of online zest, if you will. So lesson number 11, we will introduce 4 different approaches in second language acquisition and additional language acquisition. We'll talk about the terminology in a moment. But we're going to introduce theoretical schools or approaches to these concepts, okay? After that, in lesson number 12, we will give an overview of key second language acquisition, additional language acquisition theories, more than 20 different theories. And we are trying to be the teachers that we never had. So as we go through this, we're going to try to give you this information in very relatable terms. We're going to try to make these theories and approaches as comprehensible as possible. I know it may seem a little bit intimidating to see, oh gosh, there are so many different concepts I have to learn. There's not going to be a test. There's no exam here, right? But some of these will be useful for formulating your beliefs and your identity and style as a teacher. So we would like for you to try to learn these kind of concepts as efficiently and effectively as possible. Number 13, introduction to language teaching methods. So there are 7 different methods that we're going to go over. Number 14, language classroom terminology crash course. So we have over 100 terms of just different things that you will hear language teachers say, researchers of language pedagogy write, and different terms that will be very useful for you to understand so that you could more effectively and efficiently communicate with your students, right? That could be everything from corrective feedback and understanding corrective feedback to classroom management skills, right? So this would just be a list of different terms that would be useful for you to understand so that you could clearly communicate with your students, with the parents of your students, with your employers in the future when you sit down for an interview, and they could be like, all right, Ryan knows what he's talking about, right? And finally, number 15, lesson planning. There will be more than 20 sample lessons, and we will give you examples of in-person lessons and online variations of those lessons as well. All right, section number 3. This will focus on applying knowledge. We're going to start off by focusing on pedagogical assessment. So ways that you assess your students. Not necessarily language related nor online related, but just what does research have to say about language assessment? Let's explore some of the key frameworks to help guide you. Number 17, introduction to language standardization. And we're going to be very critical here about what language standardization tells us. What makes somebody a native speaker versus a non-native speaker? And does that even matter? Does it matter to you? Does it matter to your students? Does it matter to the people you work for? Number 18, introduction to language assessment. We're going to go over the CEFR, the CLB. These are a few frameworks that exist, and we will include a few more as well. We will focus the most on the CEFR, but we will kind of offer a few others so that depending on the country or continent you teach in, you could also access those resources for that respective benchmark. Number 19, we will talk about how to select teaching materials and also dozens of free sites where you could find teaching materials. We will give you an overview of different language teaching contexts. And then for the next 5 lessons, we're going to dig into specific language teaching contexts. So in lesson number 21, to kick off the second half of this course, we will focus on one-to-one online language teaching, and we will give you sample lessons and sample materials included in this course. Number 22, we will focus on group-based online language teaching. So a lot of you will know that a lot of online language teaching platforms, such as italki, such as Preply, they have the option to teach one-on-one or group-based. There are different pros and cons, advantages, disadvantages, and challenges and benefits of each one. So this will kind of give you some food for thought right there. Lesson number 23, we will focus on English for general purposes. So this is just general English, reading, writing, speaking, listening. Then we will focus on English for specific purposes. That could include preparing students for using English for professional purposes, like in the workplace, or preparing students to use English in the academic domain, right? And we'll give you sample lessons, materials, and finally, a focus on teaching English for test preparation. This is a big one. This was my bread and butter throughout COVID, and a lot of you, when you feel like you want to take the next step in teaching English after 2 or 3 years, a lot of you will probably either gravitate towards or something will pull you towards test preparation. There's a lot of potential in this area. Of course, it depends on whether you're interested or not, but IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL, even if you don't want to teach that, you might have students who want to take this test, and the more informed you are, the more you could kind of guide them, support them. Section number 4, this will focus specifically on finding employment. We will provide a current this year update of ways to find employment as a language teacher. There will be an introduction to language teacher employment. We will go over the statistics, from the salary kind of the expected salary, all the way to the different kinds of jobs that are more plentiful or less plentiful in one country versus another country. An overview and application process of online language teaching platforms. So we're going to provide an overview of these platforms such as italki and Preply, but we're also going to go over the application process so that you could kickstart the application process, avoid procrastination, and dive in. 28, getting accepted to a language teaching platform and getting started. All right, so setting up your profile, setting up your schedule, a few considerations there. And then we're going to go into the other stream, the second stream, the alternative stream. Some of you will be working for language teaching platforms and you will be self-employed. You will be like a freelance worker, so to speak. Other other teachers will actually be employed by an employer, by an online school, for example. So we're going to talk about the differences between those and some of the similarities too. So for number 29, we'll give an overview of a few different employers in this sector and go over the application process. We're going to focus on filling out a cover letter and a resume, and then we'll talk about how you could get accepted and get started at these institutions. Finally, the final section in this Goliath of a course, the reality of online language teaching and the reality of teaching languages in general. And this is kind of what to expect right here. You get a little bit of everything, right? It's such a rewarding, engaging, fulfilling line of work, right? But we want you to be as prepared as possible and to kind of learn from our mistakes as educators so that you could have the foresight to avoid or at least minimize the potential of making some of those mistakes. So 31, we're going to talk about classroom management and different classroom management techniques. Again, we will focus on in-person classroom management and online classroom management. We will talk about dealing with stakeholders. Stakeholders are other people other than your students who have a stake in the learning process of your students. Just to put it simply, the parents of your students, right? If you're teaching children, the parents of your students are probably the ones, like, especially if your students have very low English proficiency, the parents of your students will be communicating with you probably, or they'll be communicating with your employer, and they might have questions for you, right? So dealing with stakeholders such as parents of students, friends of students, these could be kind of like advocates of the students. Stakeholders could also be your boss, your manager, your supervisor, your fellow teachers, more experienced teachers. So it could be anybody else who surrounds you in your classroom who has a vested interest in the success of your learners. Teaching as a multilingual. I understand that a lot of you are probably from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, and from North America, and you have proficiency in different languages. What are some of the difficulties or the advantages of teaching as a multilingual, and what are some of the difficulties and advantages of teaching multilingual students? I'm going to provide you with some of the research in this area, and you could do what you want with it, right? This will ideally inform your beliefs and identity as an online language teacher. Institutional constraints. So this has to do with the different difficulties you might find with the institution you work for, okay? So for example, that could be anything from dealing with pay and like getting a contract signed, getting promotions, getting access to resources from your institution to use in your classrooms. Do they allow you to use the printer to print worksheets, for example, things like that, right? Do they give you professional development activities and sessions? Those are some examples of institutional constraints. All right, so dealing with the institution you work for. Finally, number 36, common challenges and how to confront them. Finding side hustles and passive income. We recognize that a lot of language teachers are getting into this business because they want to start their own business, and that's fantastic. We celebrate that. The future of language teaching, so a focus on language standardization. We'd like to give you some food for thought into critical pedagogy and different ways that language teaching and language use in and of itself is changing, right? And to be aware of these changes. And again, not to try to indoctrinate you with different ideas and to like project our beliefs onto you, but to just give you some food for thought, to give you both sides of these debates. Number 39, the future of language teaching, a focus on AI. And this is going to be a nice dense module to help you understand some of the AI tools that are, very prominent in this area of education, and some of the key trends. And finally, professional development and lifelong learning. Like, where do you go from here? So this right here is basically 40 lessons that will guide you in your language teaching experience. So if you're ready to dive in, then prove it. One of the hardest things to do is to start, and you have started, you're in the right place. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson number 2. This is the second lesson out of 40 lessons in this online TESOL course. As I mentioned before, one of the hardest things to do is not just to get started, but to make it past that first kind of introduction course. So well done, you're in the right place. In this lesson, we're going to talk about language pedagogy, language teaching. Let's get started. So first of all, what is language pedagogy? Well, pedagogy itself is the method and practice of teaching. Okay, so it's teaching. And it's the study of that, especially as an academic subject or a theoretical concept. So language pedagogy refers to the teaching of languages. Language pedagogy will guide your understanding of and the ability to engage in things like student assessment and feedback, which we will be talking about in section number 2 and 3 of this course. Instructional design, classroom management, which we'll be talking about in section number 5. Curriculum design, and we will be talking about that as well. And finally, reflective practice. So all of these things we will go over in this course. These are some of the things that language pedagogy touches on. We will touch on many of these concepts later. First, you'll be introduced to additional language acquisition, ALA, and additional language learning, which is ALL. So the first activity we're going to have right here, why do people choose to become language teachers? Make a list. So I'm going to give all of you 5 minutes, basically just to write out a list on a piece of paper or on a notepad on your computer. Why do you think people choose to become language teachers? All right, so I'll start my timer for 5 minutes and we will regroup then. That should be enough time for you to think about a few reasons and also to reflect on why you're becoming a language teacher. You know, there's no right or wrong answers right here, really. Everybody has their own reason to become a language teacher, but it's good to get into that reflective mode, right? So why do people study language pedagogy? Well, this kind of takes us back to lecture number 1 when we were talking about why people would take a TESOL, right? So some of the reasons why people would study language pedagogy could be things like just a passion for languages, the desire to travel, career opportunities, the promotion of multilingualism, educational impact. So some people have their own kind of like personal reasons, altruistic reasons for doing this. They want to be the teacher who they never had. Maybe it's for personal growth. By becoming a teacher, especially a language teacher, it could teach you all these different kinds of interpersonal and communicative skills that you know, that you have a reason to really pursue and continue developing these skills. It could be a contribution to society, whether if you're, you know, you're volunteering as a language teacher, or even if you're doing it as a job, but you're trying to go outside the bounds of what you are paid to do, right? That could even be, you know, creating your own resources that you bring into class, creating your own games that you use in class, doing even more than what you've been given by your institution, and doing even more than what your students even expect. If you would like your students to exceed expectations, exceeding expectations is a great way to kind of model that, right? The desire to be creative, applicability to daily life. So as I said before, some of you are parents of multilinguals, some of you are friends of multilinguals. The applicability to professional life. So some of you might work in a business or some sort of workplace where there's a lot of multilingualism, where it's kind of like an international company. This could be useful for you right there. Your desire for social change. And this will really come later on when we talk about language standardization and critical pedagogy. An entrepreneurial mindset. Some of you might want to start a business or a side hustle. And the desire to build on previous skills. Some of you already are teachers, like you teach in a mainstream institution. You are a teacher, you teach, you know, religion or social studies or history, but maybe you want to kind of build onto that and go a step further. This, you know, studying language pedagogy is the perfect way to do that. So now it's your turn to reflect on your own reasons for taking this certificate. Why are you here? Make a point form list of a few reasons why you're here. After that, go over it again and maybe expand on different points. All right, this is an opportunity for you to have a conversation with yourselves. All right, 5 minutes and then we will resume. Okay, that's about it right there. So why are you taking this TESOL program? Think about that. And your reasons may change as we go through this course. As you learn more about the different employment opportunities, the different context of teaching English, you might start thinking to yourself, oh, wow, I think I would like to do test preparation courses, or oh wow, I would like to teach children TPR. I would like to teach adults in a foreign English as a foreign language context. So as you go through this course, your reasons may change and then come back, right? That's okay too. This is all part of the process of creating your philosophy as a teacher, establishing your identity, and establishing your beliefs. Welcome to lesson number 3. In this lesson, we're going to talk about teaching English to speakers of other languages. TESOL, that's what you're here for, right? You are here hopefully to improve as a teacher, to grow as a person, to develop useful skills and strategies, to get hundreds of resources, but also to get that piece of paper that says, I have a TESOL, right? What we talk about in this lesson right here are 3 important acronyms: TESOL, TEFL, and TESOL. And we'll talk about the differences between them as well. I wish I could say that these are the only acronyms you will be learning about in this whole course, but they're not. Honestly, there are a lot of terms. I suggest that you take out a notebook, or digitally you take out a note on your computer and dedicate an entire page to some sort of legend or glossary of these acronyms, okay? Because this will help you to navigate this field of employment as a language teacher. Let's begin. TESOL, TEFL, and TESOL. What are they? When I started as a language teacher in Thailand, I got a TESOL. Then I came over to Canada and I got a TESOL certificate. Right now, I teach in a TEFL program. So, as a language teacher, you will commonly hear and see the acronyms TESOL, TEFL, and TESOL. What do they stand for? First of all, TEFL. TEFL stands for Teaching English as a Foreign Language. It specifically refers to teaching English in countries where it is not the primary language. A TESOL, on the other hand, is teaching English as a second language. It specifically refers to teaching English in countries where it is the primary or dominant language. So that could be countries like Canada, countries like America, countries like England or Australia. TESOL, however, is a comprehensive term that covers the teaching of English to non-native speakers in general. So what we try to do with TESOL is to try to encompass everything from TEFL and everything from TESOL as well. And this term, native or non-native speakers, we're using this term because of the currency of the term. It's recognized by a lot of people. We're going to talk about the problems with this term and the limitations of these terms, native, non-native, later. But for now, we will use the terms native, non-native, because a lot of you have probably heard those terms before. Teachers who pursue certifications or degrees in TESOL, TEFL, or TESOL typically receive training that equips them to teach English effectively to non-native speakers. The choice of this certification may depend on their career goals and the specific context in which they plan to teach. So basically, I have taken a TESOL, I have taken a TESOL, and I teach a TEFL. I know the similarities and differences. TESOL encompasses both foreign language teaching and second language teaching. So the point is, why not just get the best of both worlds? TESOL. So first of all, why do you think some teachers would prefer to obtain a TESOL instead of a TESOL or a TEFL? I've just given you one of the reasons, because, you're getting the best of both worlds. What else? Could you think of any other reason? All right, well, let's move on and we'll talk about them. So a few reasons. Number 1, definition ambiguity. So how do we define a region where English is the dominant language or not the dominant language? How do we define that? Because typically we see Canada as a native English speaking country. However, there's a part of Canada where my mom is from, Quebec, where many people actually speak French, and in certain parts of Quebec, it's difficult to even get by speaking English on its own. So referring to all of Canada as just an dominantly English speaking country isn't really the full picture. On the other hand, we have countries like India or the Philippines, for example, where they have a rich and extensive history of English language teaching and speaking and learning. But a lot of international institutions don't recognize them as native speaking countries, even though a lot of people in those countries grow up speaking English, learning English from very, very young ages. Sometimes that is actually their first language. There are other countries like Kenya and Nigeria that have similar situations. So where do we draw these lines between where is English dominant and not dominant? When I took my TESOL in Thailand, that was one of the reasons why we had a TESOL program, because it's a very gray area and it's not black or white to say this is a foreign English language context versus English is a second language or English is one of the native languages to this place. Number two, as I said, accounting for overlap. TEFL students and TESOL students have many common needs. Most of the things overlap anyway. A lot of the additional language acquisition concepts, from the methodologies to the methods or theories to the approaches that we learn about in section number 2, a lot of them overlap. So yes, there are differences in the context, don't get me wrong, and we will go over those differences. But especially when you are teaching online, it brings upon a lot more opportunities, but it also makes it much more mucky to really say this is a foreign language context versus a second language context. I'll give you another example. During the pandemic, when I was teaching on the platform italki, I had a few students who lived in Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. Now, Ireland is recognized as a native English-speaking country. However, some of them lived in a place where they were surrounded by other, these students were Brazilian, so they were surrounded by other Brazilian speakers. They barely ever spoke English. Even at work, they worked with Brazilians. They went out with Brazilians. They barely ever had to speak English. So a student like that who lives in an English-speaking country but barely uses English outside the classroom versus a student who lives in, let's say, Germany, but lives in a cosmopolitan, very kind of diverse, lots of expats kind of area, and English is the main language being used, but yet Germany is not seen as a native English speaking country. You see how there could be a little bit of a gray area here. So by taking a TESOL, it covers everything, right? And that way you don't have to go into a foreign English language teaching context with a TESOL and say, oh geez, I might not be prepared, or vice versa, you see? So in a way, this could expedite and this could make your experience a little bit more efficient. But at the end of the day, most TESOLs are 120 hours, most TEFLs are 120 hours. So why not just throw them together and call it a TESOL and also gear it towards online language teaching? That's what we're doing here. Finally, teacher versatility. This way, the teachers are not bound to one environment or the other. So I suppose one of the differences you will see is even with preparing you for specific contexts. My TESOL certification was provided by Carleton University in Canada. This is an accredited university here in our capital city. This course really kind of focused on employment in Canada. After you get your certificate, you are getting a job in Canada. A lot of the examples and activities we did in class were for teaching English in Canada, not teaching English in Korea, not teaching English in Colombia, for example. Whereas a TEFL will probably give you more examples and awareness of teaching English in countries outside of Canada or whichever country you're in, particularly foreign or non-native English-speaking countries. Since you're here, a lot of this isn't going to really matter because you're going to be able to get the best of both worlds. But it does matter because we have to respect that there are different unique needs of students in different contexts. Now, whether you define that as being native versus non-native, or English as a second language versus English as a foreign language, that's up to you. For us at Teach Ahead, we prefer to just say English to speakers of other languages because just having a black or white picture it doesn't really capture the nuance and the complexity of the whole situation. But it's up to you. If you want to define it as ESL, EFL, that's totally fine as well, right? But by being here in the TESOL, we're going to look at dozens of different contexts, especially online, where your students might have different needs and you might have different goals in seeking employment. We're going to establish a baseline with terms that you've probably heard before. So you've probably heard TESOL, TEFL before. So let's talk about those. So here are some of the differences of teacher skills. Typically, a lot of experienced teachers will look at this and say, wait a minute, Ryan, I've taught English as a foreign language and I also needed cultural sensitivity. I also needed communication skills. These are not mutually exclusive, right? These could overlap, but in terms of your priority list and the kinds of situations you might encounter, you could be geared towards focusing on certain skills being developed quicker than others, depending on whether you're a TESOL teacher in Canada or America, or a TEFL teacher in Saudi Arabia or the UAE. Okay, so TESOL. This is typically in native English-speaking countries, Australia, New Zealand, etc. Cultural sensitivity. You will want to conduct your class in a way that you are trying to be as neutral as possible, and that you're trying to avoid offending others. You might try to avoid bringing up certain debates or topics that might be taboo, right? You might want to be sensitive towards what you might not know, because as most of the time, TESOL teachers, I shouldn't say most of the time, but a lot of the time, TESOL teachers learn how to teach English in the country where they are from. So let me say that again. They learn how to teach English in the country where they are from. In my CTESOL, most of my classmates were Canadian students, okay? They're from Canada. They are monolingual, a lot of them. So they grow up speaking English, they want to teach English, and after they get the TESOL, they stay in Canada. So they don't have that a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them don't have the experience of actually traveling to a country and teaching English in that country or doing what we call TEFL, right? So for that reason, we want to be extra careful of trying to be aware of what we might not know, okay? And that's where the sensitivity really comes in, to be prepared for our students to maybe blindside us and surprise us with expressing that they don't want to do X activity or Y activity because it infringes on their beliefs, or it runs contrary to their cultural values. So that's the cultural sensitivity. And it does come in with a little bit of flexibility as well as a teacher, especially if you're teaching in like Toronto or Montreal or Vancouver or LA or New York or London. You might be in very, very diverse places. Your students have probably come to your country to learn English, or they have come to your country and they're learning English. They have sacrificed a lot to be here. You want to be open and welcoming. There are also advantages and opportunities and great potential with diverse groups. So number 2, communication skills. Of course, this is very important, especially because, as I said, a lot of teachers who grow up in a monolingual society, which a lot of native English speaking countries are monolingual societies, they don't need to develop a lot of the communication skills you would have to if you learn a language as a multilingual, or even if you just move to another country to teach English as a foreign language. Like, for example, when I went to Thailand, even though I was still teaching English, I had to develop all of these different like communicative strategies, because I'm in a different place. And even though people are speaking English, it's a different culture. Where TEFL teachers may kind of develop these skills throughout the process organically, TESOL students, because of the extra kind of, for the most part, comfort that they have of teaching in the country that they're from and teaching the language that they've already always spoken, and they have this sometimes they could have this superiority complex of being native speakers and being the best English speakers. There's an extra kind of focus on developing communication skills and being aware of the need to develop these skills. Focus on real life communication skills. So when you are in a native English speaking country or a country where English is the dominant language, your students are expected to use English kind of in their daily lives. That's a difference from TEFL, because in TEFL, a lot of the time, your students learn English at school with you, but then they leave the classroom and they speak Thai or they speak Tagalog or Swahili. And sometimes they're learning English because they want to emigrate to another place where it's in dominant English speaking context. Or sometimes they are learning English because they want to work for an international company, right? So they will be using English outside of the class, but only in a specific context, in a professional context. You're teaching them kind of very specific English skills. So as a TESOL prof, you are going to be preparing your students for real life English use most of the time. And finally, institutional knowledge. So in the native English speaking or dominant English speaking countries, in this context, most of the time, you are applying to the to be employed for a job, right? For a teaching position. And there's no middle person between you and the employer. In a lot of TEFL contexts, such as South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, not always though, but a lot of the time, especially in Asia, they work with agents, with actual employment agents. So a lot of the time, you will have an agent who will actually find a job for you, and they will be the communication kind of middle person between you and the employer. So if the employer has any like issues with you, or if they want to give you a bonus or a promotion or anything like that, they're not going to speak directly to you. They will speak to your agent, and your agent will speak to you. Your agent obviously gets a portion of your pay, right? And we will talk more about this later on in this course when we talk about employment. But that's one of the other things when you're in a TESOL, most of the time you are like, you vouch for yourself, and you need a little bit more institutional knowledge. Because you're in a context where usually you're from the country, or at least usually English is your first language as a teacher, but not always, and we'll speak about that in this course as well. You will have a little bit more, I guess, kind of freedom to encounter your manager and talk to them about, I need resources, I need textbooks for my class. Whereas if you're in a TEFL, a lot of the time, even if you don't have an agent, an employment agent to get you work and to communicate with the management or administration, a lot of the time you will at least have maybe a head teacher in your department who speaks the same language as the administration's first language. So again, each institution's different, but because of the lack of having somebody to vouch for you, typically in the TESOL context, usually you will need more institutional knowledge, right? And usually in the TESOL kind of context, you will it could be a little bit less obvious of where you could go to actually get employment as well, because some of the jobs and positions could actually be hiding in plain sight. In other words, because you're in a native English speaking country, there could be a lot more opportunities. Whereas in teaching English as a foreign language in these kinds of contexts, a lot of the time, it's very streamlined and like specific, like less areas where you could get employment. Public school teaching, university school teaching, and that's it. Whereas if you're in Canada, for example, you could teach at a private school, at a public college or something like that, but there could also be more opportunities to teach at businesses, right? And to prepare like the employees at a business to speak English. So with a TEFL, on the other hand, a little bit more cultural awareness, being aware of the culture that you are kind of immersed in, right? So being sensitive, that's for sure, but also being aware of different ways that you could actually like meaningfully interact and engage with the people who you are surrounded by. A little bit of adaptability, classroom management skills, and this is tied to the next point about playing the role of an edutainer. A lot of you will know that an edutainer is the mix between educator and entertainer. This, again, is not the only reason why people go to teach languages, foreign contexts. There are many different reasons, and there are different experiences as well. But a lot of the jobs in places like Vietnam or Indonesia will be teaching younger students speaking and listening. Since you're teaching kids, a lot of the time you have to be very like energetic. You have to keep them on their toes. You have to be very like interactive, motivational, and really like grab their attention. So for that reason, your students on one end, they could get very, very excited and very energetic and stuff. On the other end, if they get bored, that could be a whole nother challenge. So we'll talk about this later on in this course when we talk about classroom management. But for that reason, because you are going into their territory, so to speak, to teach them English, some of them might not be the most receptive to that, so you might need more classroom management skills. Whereas in teaching English as a second language, a lot of the context, not all, you still need classroom management skills, but a lot of the context is like people have come to the country where you are teaching for the sake of learning English and like immigrating, getting permanent residency, but they need their English proficiency to do that. So there might be a little bit more like intrinsic motivation from the students, and therefore less of a chance of classroom management issues or difficulties. These all overlap so much, and that's one of the reasons why we just say, hey, let's call it a TESOL and bring all of them together so that you're prepared for whichever kind of situations you may encounter. Think about the following. How does TESOL align more with your goals as a teacher? So teaching English as a second language. Are there any ways that TESOL really aligns with your goals as a professional, as a teacher? What about TEFL? Are there any ways that TEFL aligns more with your goals as a teacher? We're going to give this 10 minutes of thought, and then we will move on and wrap up this lecture for today. I hope that gave you some time to like reflect on your goals as a teacher, why you would like to teach in English as a second language context, why you would like to teach in English as a foreign language context. We could play with the and debate the terminology all day. But at the end of the day, these are two very recognizable acronyms right here. And by the way that we interpret them and recognize them, there are key and clear distinctions between them. No matter what your opinion is, there are different needs typically of students who are in these foreign language contexts versus second language contexts. But the reality is that there are different different contexts inside of those contexts, which sometimes are grouped and lumped together with a lazy term such as TESOL or TEFL. So instead of just kind of characterizing these things as just being a TEFL situation or a TEFL situation, we're going to look more specifically at these different kind of contexts, these different students, the different needs and wants and desires that they have, and to see how maybe you could find the group of students or the type of students or the type of institution where your skills would be the best suited for. So All in all, TESOL covers it all. This course recognizes that language teaching offers many professional opportunities. You might start in Thailand and then go on to Vietnam and then go on to Britain. You might start in Britain and then go on to France and then go on to Spain. You may go to Spain, then go to Colombia and then come back to America. So sections number 2 to number 5 will cover the principles and practices relevant to both EFL and ESL. Additional but not exclusive attention will be paid to online pedagogy, okay, for ESL and EFL. So that means we're going to be every step of the way tracing this and connecting this to online language teaching. All right, so you will start with the foundation of just these principles, which could be applied to in-person or online language teaching, but then you will be presented a few maybe lesson plans, materials, resources specific for online language teaching. In this lesson, we're going to start to bridge and connect language pedagogy, which is language teaching, with online pedagogy or online teaching. And we're going to try to find the overlaps and the areas where both of them kind of come together. Right? As we go through this course, we're going to always be cognizant of how everything could be adjusted, altered to the online format. That is the key to this online TESOL course, and this is what makes this online TESOL course different than so many other courses. We are not going to avoid or neglect or ignore the key fundamental language teaching principles, which would apply to you as an in-person language teacher. And as we spoke about last time, you could absolutely use this certificate for in-person language teaching. But to start off, before we go into online language teaching, let's just talk about language pedagogy in general. Language pedagogy has come a long way, and at this time, we're focusing on themes such as cultural competence. So that's the cultural competence of the language learners and of the language teachers. We're beginning to focus on the importance of intelligibility over accuracy. That means the ability to just understand and to communicate and to convey information over standard language norms such as grammar and punctuation. So for instance, when you are communicating with your friends, a lot of the time you could just use emojis, you could make many punctuation or grammatical errors, but you still understand each other, right? That's where language pedagogy is really going towards. We are still focusing on accuracy because there's a point to which both of these overlap, meaning you need to spell things correctly according to standard English. You need to pronounce things correctly according to standard English. You need to structure your sentences correctly according to standard English, whatever that means, in order for it to be intelligible, in order for your student to understand or for other speakers to understand. But we are experiencing a little bit of a shift where we're not focusing, obsessing, fixating so much on, perfect English, and we are focusing a little bit more on just communication, right? Like if I go to a market and I want to buy some fish, it doesn't matter if I say, can I have some fish, or can fish I have, right? As long as the vendor knows what I'm talking about, then, mission accomplished. So we'll be talking about all of these trends as we go through this course, but this is a good opportunity for you to look at this, to kind of get your feet wet a little bit, and for you to start to think about what you're interested in and what you would like to kind of focus on a little bit more as we go through this course. Self-directed learning. That's something else that, like another trend, whether it be technology related or just, students kind of picking up books and practicing on their own time without the help of technology. Multimodal approaches. So that means not just using text, for example, but also using pictures, also using videos, also using GIFs or memes, right? Brain-based learning or neuro learning, project-based language learning, task-based language learning. We're going to touch on these when we look at different methodologies of language learning, which we will cover in the next section, in section number 2, okay? Critical thinking. So we have started to shift from learning the language to actually learning skills, to learning content, to learning strategies and ways of using the language. And what comes with that is a lot of critical thinking exercises as well. With that being said, it depends on the kind of language classroom you're in, because if you are in, for example, a test preparation language classroom, there might not be as much critical thinking on the side of your students. To a certain extent, it could be more like, I'm the teacher, this is the language, this is how you learn the grammar, and your student says, okay, I'm going to learn that, instead of really questioning your methods or questioning your approach. So this is all contingent on, you know, the amount of time you have as a teacher, the institution you work for, but critical thinking, whether it be your students critically thinking about your pedagogy, or you thinking about your own pedagogy, or you and your students critically thinking about English and the norms and the standards of English in general. This is becoming a little bit more commonplace in today's language pedagogy. Reflective teaching, and that's something we're going to be touching on in the next module. And finally, inclusive language teaching, different ways that we can make language teaching and the materials we use applicable to people from different backgrounds, from different demographics, etc. Moving on, assessment. We're going to be touching on assessment in section 2 and section 3 of this course. So different types of assessments. There's an emphasis on multilingualism. We're becoming a little bit more cognizant of the fact that a lot of our students are multilinguals and a lot of the teachers are multilinguals. And that brings about a plethora of practices that weren't very commonplace in certain English teaching contexts generations prior. So for example, code switching, plurilingualism, translanguaging, we're going to talk about some of those concepts later in this course. Teacher and learner affect, we're going to talk about that in module number 6. So, you know, that has to do with the confidence, the emotions, the anxiety level of teachers and learners. The linguistic environment, so not just focusing on like the textbook you're using or the resources or the materials, but also the surroundings of the like the environment you're creating. Are you creating and establishing and supporting an inclusive environment? Are you giving your students opportunities to use the language, not just in the activity, but outside the activities as well? And also outside of the classroom, what kind of language are they being exposed to as well? Real life language use. And this is one of those concepts which is very subject to interpretation. And we don't have any clear definition of what real life English means, but we're going to at least get somewhere towards forming a definition, or at least establishing an understanding in this course. Because a lot of teaching materials and teaching benchmarks focus on things such as authentic language use. How could I use English authentically? Well, what does it mean to authentically use a language? So we're going to at least start to unpack this, and we'll bring you to a point at which you could kind of carry on the torch to establish your own definition from how you experience language and language teaching. Test preparation, right? So IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL, these kinds of tests are still very common. More and more students are taking these tests every single year. For a lot of you, very well may be your bread and butter employment-wise in the future, or not if you're not interested. But there is a lot of money, let's just like call a spade, in test preparation, whether it be from the perspective of the teacher, the perspective of the students, the perspective of the assessors, administrators, etc. A trend in language pedagogy today is looking at what we call the post-method world. So the idea that, we have all of these different methods for teaching language, which we will talk about in section number 2, section number 3. But the fact is that in at this time, and especially in many of the contexts you'll be teaching in, we finally recognize for the most part that our students are complex. Our lives are complex, our institutions are complex, and the world of English is very complex. Everything comes down to context. So there are so many moving pieces. And the kind of method I use for IELTS preparation versus the kind of method I use for conversational English versus the kind of method I use for business English or general English, it will differ. It will also differ, like the assessment types that I have and the materials I use. It's very context based. So in a way, we're teaching you these methods because they at least allow us to categorize and put a name on things and I guess attribute like a title or a label to certain things. But at the same time, at the end of the day, you as a teacher, you're going to have a mishmash of different methods brought together, different influences that you call your language teaching style. Just know right now that you don't have to just choose one and go with it all the time because a lot of it depends on the needs of your students, the age of your students, proficiency level, their first language, the country you're teaching in, things like that. And finally, corpus-based language learning. So instead of taking a prescriptivist approach, meaning saying, we should say, I have gone, because it's the correct way, because that's correct English, right? Why don't we say I have went? Nope, we say I have gone because it's the correct way. Gone is the past participle. So instead of saying that, we are trying to go towards a descriptive approach. And by we, I mean many language teachers and administrators, not all. Being able to be descriptive at a certain time and in a certain place, right? There's a time and place for everything. But by descriptive, I mean, we could, instead of saying to our students, we use this because it's correct, that is good English, that's bad English, this is right English, that's wrong English. Instead of that, we could just say, this phrase is used more often than that phrase. Like, I say I run the dishwasher more often than I operate the dishwasher. So with different collocations like that, and we'll talk about what collocations are in the teacher terminology module, we could use corpus-based language learning, which is basically where we would access a big corpus, a big collection of English uses, right? And we could show our students this type of language use is more common than this type of language use. And you could see it by the kind of frequency here on this chart. So we're not going to go too deep into this just yet, but later on in the course, we will look at corpus-based language learning. So again, if you think it might pique your interest, then keep your ears and eyes open for that one. Now we are moving from language pedagogy to trends in online pedagogy, okay? So when we talk about online pedagogy, we're not just talking about online language pedagogy, we're talking about like online learning in general. Think about COVID, think about your own studies during COVID if you were studying at that time, or if you knew people who were studying at that time. How did things change? Well, a few of the trends we're looking at in online pedagogy is the increased flexibility and accessibility, hybrid and blended learning models. So it's not only virtual online strictly, there are also hybrid types of learning and blended learning as well. So we're going to look at that, and we're going to give you the tools in this course so that you're prepared to not only teach online strictly, but to also use tech tools in the classroom, okay? If you are teaching in person or if it's hybrid or blended. Virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, asynchronous learning. So not only learning like right now, right here at this time, but also you may be recording a lecture, posting it to a learning management system. Then your student the next day watches the lecture and does an activity, and then later on you give them some feedback. This is asynchronous. It's not happening in real time. We have things kind of spread out over a period of time. Micro learning, bite-sized content. So focusing on shorter form videos, shorter form format of PowerPoint presentations and lessons, personalized learning and tailored learning, collaborative learning tools, professional skill development. I mean, what are you doing right now? Evolving credentialing and accreditation. So if you look at the fact that, before, especially before COVID, there was a lot less validity given to a lot of certificates, just like this one online, right? And what has been happening over the past 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and hopefully will continue to happen over the next 10 years, is that a lot of these online, like native online kind of courses and programs, they are sometimes even more effective and efficient than the in-person education, such as teacher training. So just like with the teacher training, the same holds true with English learning, right? Test preparation. Sometimes it's even, sometimes it's more effective to actually have Zoom classes than in-person classes for different reasons, or vice versa, right? So the accreditation kind of aspect of that is catching up. A few other trends in online pedagogy: gamification and interactive content. There's more of a focus on mental health and well-being because we are more aware of these potential issues and drawbacks with using technology all the time, sitting in front of a computer day in and day out. It also comes with the double-edged sword, the potential for different issues, right? Social and personal issues. So we are studying how this affects students, how this affects teachers, and what we could potentially do about it. And that's one thing that this course really hones in on that other courses don't. We're going to focus on these areas as well. Accessibility and diversity, we're by offering courses online, universities, colleges, schools, individuals are able to connect with individuals all across the world from different backgrounds. So this is really changing what our language classrooms look like. An emphasis on data security and privacy, right? Like that's one of the things some learners, they would love to learn online, but they are a little bit weary of the potential data breaches and stuff like that. So this is something that we need to study in order for our teachers, our students, and everybody to feel more safe. Corporate e-learning and training, policy implementation. So, for example, we spoke about AI before, artificial intelligence. Well, how many schools have an official policy on AI and what AI their students are allowed to use, which AI their teachers are allowed to use, which AI the administrators are allowed to use. And if they're allowed to use it, do they have to disclose it? When and to whom, right? So policy implementation at all levels, at the institutional level, the provincial or government level, but also at the individual level. Now that we're learning online, now that we're using so many of these tech tools, how does this change policy? And are we lagging behind in any ways? Or have we made incredible progress considering how fast everything's changing? Social learning platforms, Duolingo, Babbel, but also, learning management systems such as Desire to Learn, Blackboard, and social media as well. Virtual labs, simulations, data analytics for learning insights to find out more about what works for students. And as I said before, the rise of short courses. So if you are meeting a language teacher who teaches in person, this might be something that they would say in their bio or their kind of welcome to my class letter. Meet Miss Jones, your English guide. Greetings, eager learners. My name is Miss Jones, your dedicated English teacher, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to our transformative English class. With over a decade of teaching experience, I bring passion, creativity, and a commitment to nurturing a love for language. In our class, expect an energizing blend of literature, language arts, and real life applications. We delve into classic and contemporary texts, fostering critical thinking and analytical skills. Grammar isn't just rules, but a toolkit for effective communication. Our writing workshops empower you to express your ideas with confidence, refining your unique voice. Every student's input matters, whether you're embarking on the nuances of Shakespeare or crafting your narrative. This class is a journey towards language mastery and a deeper appreciation for the beauty of language, or the beauty of English. Your narrative begins here. Let's create, learn, and grow together. Okay, so that's an example of a short kind of welcome advertisement to Miss Johnson's class. Now we're going to look at another similar one, but this time it's been tweaked a little bit to focus on online learning. So I would like for you to look at this revised advertisement and think to yourself, how is it different? How is it similar? Are you ready? Okay, I'm going to shut up now and I'm going to let you read this one right here. So you could go ahead, read through here, think about the things that are different, the things that are similar. Let's stop right there. Later on in this course, in section number 4, we're going to be focusing on different ways that you could try to get employed in online language learning. And part of that may be creating a profile with descriptions just like this one right here for your prospective students to see. Okay, but let's focus right here on some of the differences, some of the changes. So we see the inclusion of words like online a lot, right? We see words like virtual, right? We also see a lot of the same things, right? A lot of talking about grammar, talking about interactive discussions, creativity, right? So just because you are teaching online or teaching with technology, blended learning, hybrid learning, it doesn't mean that you're a different person. And it doesn't mean that this is the polar opposite of just teaching language. This is a different way to teach language. Everything that you do could be complementary, despite what you have probably heard, because understandably, teaching online for some people who have been teaching in person for 20, 30, 40 years, it feels like the world flipped on its head, right? That's very, very understandable. But remember that you are still the same person. Your students are still the same people. You still have a lot of the same objectives and goals. You're going to have similar assessment in some ways. You're going to have similar materials in some ways. But certain things are going to change and going to have to be adapted. So think about these teaching scenarios right here. I have 2 online language teaching scenarios. All right, here's the first one on the left right here. Imagine conducting an important online language assessment and suddenly the platform experiences technical issues. Students might face difficulty submitting their responses, leading to potential stress and disruption in the assessment process. Resolving these technical glitches swiftly while ensuring fair assessment and maintaining students' confidence in the online learning process poses a challenging scenario for the teacher. Think about what the in-person version of this would be, right? So in other words, right here, we're talking about a technical issue. Your students are no longer able to submit their assignments. How would that be different in an in-person situation? And I'm not going to give you the answer, and there's no right or wrong answer. Here's another example here. In an attempt to promote collaboration, the teacher organizes a virtual group activity for language practice. However, some students may struggle to actively participate due to shyness, technical difficulties, or lack of familiarity with collaboration tools. Overcoming the challenge of facilitating effective group interaction, ensuring equal participation, and providing support to hesitant students becomes a priority for the online language teacher. Think about how this is similar to in-person teaching, how this could be different from in-person teaching. Reflect on your own education as a student, and on your own education as a teacher if you do have previous education as a teacher, because I know a lot of you are taking this course to upskill, right? Which is fantastic. So just think about these things. Later on in this course, we're going to be looking at dozens and dozens of different scenarios, and we will give you different options on how you could approach and confront these challenges depending on the needs of your students, the context you're in, and your style as a teacher. Now, here are a few in-person language teaching scenarios. Imagine this: in a language classroom with students from diverse cultural backgrounds, a class discussion touches upon a topic that intersects with deeply held cultural beliefs. Some students express opinions that may be perceived as insensitive or offensive by others. How could that be worse than if that happens online? And how could it not be as bad as if it happens online? Obviously, this is a big problem, a big issue, and we're going to talk about ways to avoid this. Even though it's a big issue, it doesn't mean it's impossible to try to deal with this issue. Number two, imagine you're in the midst of a crucial language lesson, focusing on complex grammatical concept. The students are actively engaged, and you've carefully designed interactive activities to reinforce the learning. Suddenly, there's an unexpected interruption. Perhaps a fire alarm goes off, a technical issue arises, or an announcement over the school's loudspeaker diverts everyone's attention. What would happen? How would you deal with this? And finally, in an in-person classroom, a challenging scenario could involve disruptions or behavioral issues. A student might exhibit disruptive behavior, leading to a distraction for the entire class. The teacher must address the issue promptly while maintaining a positive and inclusive learning environment for all students, right? This last one right here touches on classroom management, which could definitely differ depending on whether it's virtual or in person. So we'll talk about that later in this course. So finally, language pedagogy. If you're focusing on just language pedagogy on its own, here are a few questions that you may ask, right? Just to try to become a better language teacher. How can I create a positive and inclusive learning environment for my language students? What are effective strategies for teaching grammar in a way that students can understand and apply it? How do I handle mixed level language classrooms with students at different proficiency levels? What role should cultural elements play in language instruction? And how can I incorporate them into my lessons? What are some creative and engaging activities for teaching vocabulary? We're going to go over those. How can I assess my students' language skills accurately and provide constructive feedback? What technology tools and resources are available for language teaching, and how can I integrate them into my lessons? And finally, how do I manage classroom behavior and keep students motivated throughout the course? So now, we have taken these same questions and slightly applied them, slightly adjusted them, just tweaked them to focus on online language pedagogy. So instead of just focusing on the learning environment, we're focusing on how can I create a positive and inclusive online learning environment for my students? Like how could you make them feel welcome the second they join your Zoom or Google Meet classroom? Or even if it's like a course like this one right here, an asynchronous class, right? It could be different than what you would do in your physical classroom. What effective strategies for teaching grammar in an online setting so students can understand and apply it independently? How do I handle mixed level language classes with students at different proficiency levels in an online environment? So see, I'm not going to go over all of them. You could pause and read through these if you wish, But this right here is kind of what we're focusing on in this course. As we go through, we're going to take the exact same questions that language teachers have and will be asking for years and years and years, and we're going to apply them to the online format. Some of those questions have been answered, some of them haven't, and it's very exciting to see which questions you'll come up with. Think to yourself, how could these questions be tweaked or modified to apply specifically to online language learning or online language teaching? I'll give you a couple minutes to just read these. This is an independent activity, so just think to yourself, write down some notes. So a few of the alterations look like this. Number 9, what are effective methods for teaching pronunciation and improving students' speaking skills in an online setting? How can I differentiate online instruction to meet the diverse needs of my virtual students? What are the best practices for designing online lesson plans that balance all language skills? How do I encourage language immersion in the virtual classroom? This is a fun one, especially if the target language is not the student's first language. What can I do to support online students who are struggling with language learning? How can I foster a love for language learning and make it enjoyable for my online students? What role does authentic online material? Authentic, what does that mean? Real life text, what does that mean? Well, think about that. Play in language instruction, and how can I incorporate it effectively into virtual lessons? And what are the common challenges faced by online language learners, and how can I address them in my virtual teaching? So think about it. What are a few questions you have about online language teaching? Make a list of 5 new questions, and you will be asked to submit this as part of the activity after this module. So I'd love to hear from you. Write down a few questions you have about language teaching, specifically online language teaching, and I probably won't be able to answer your questions because there are so many more questions than answers in any field of research, really. But that's what makes it research, and that's what makes it exciting. And I will definitely be able to give you some food for thought, and hopefully we could try to work our way towards some sort of conclusions through our research, through our education in this program, and also through our experiences as language teachers. Welcome to lesson number 5, developing reflective strategies. Before we even dive into the methodology, into the research, into the materials, the assessments, we should focus on you. We should focus on ourselves. I'm not trying to pry, and I wish not to be too invasive. The way that you reflect is very personal, and it is your decision. But here at Teach Ahead, we believe that the more critical and the more reflective that a teacher is, the more effective their role will be as an online language teacher. So unlike a lot of courses which finish the course by talking about reflection, we are going to start the course by talking about reflection, because at the end of the day, just like in any TESOL, TEFL, or TESOL, you're going to be reflecting throughout this course. So it's no good to just introduce you to the practice of reflection at the end of the course. We're going to talk about it right here. How could you be a reflective language teacher? How could you be a reflective learner in this course right here, this 120-hour TESOL course? And how could you bring both of these together, your reflective skills and strategies as a learner and your reflective skills and strategies as a teacher? The reason why it's important to bridge your learning and teaching experience is because one of the oldest excuses in the book is, "But Ryan, I don't have any experience. I've never taught before." Well, we've spoken about in previous modules that all of you have teaching experience. If you've helped a friend improve their pronunciation, you have teaching experience. If you've helped a loved one communicate at the grocery store in a language, you have teaching experience, right? Well, you also have a lot of valuable experience from your learning in school, your learning outside of the classroom as well. So we're going to talk about how your reflective skills as a learner could also help you develop these strategies as a teacher. So, what is reflective language teaching? Well, reflective language teaching is a practice where educators engage in thoughtful and systematic self examination of their teaching methods, strategies, and experiences. It involves analyzing and critically assessing various aspects of language teaching to enhance effectiveness and promote continuous professional development. Let's put extra emphasis on words such as systematic, continuous. This isn't just a done and dusted kind of thing. It's not just checking the box. Whether you like it or not, you're going to be reflecting as you go through your career. Every time you think about, should I ask for more pay? Should I apply for a new job? Should I change the textbook that I'm using with my students? Should I change how loud I'm speaking, how quickly I'm speaking in the class? That is reflection. In other words, every time you change anything about your behavior in the class, then you are engaging in reflection. Many language teacher training programs do not emphasize continuous systematic self-reflection. It's more kind of like, let's do this journal entry on reflecting as a language teacher, reflecting on your language beliefs, and then never again. Well, we're going to give you the tools, the actions that you could complete to actually actively, continuously, systematically engage. All right, and reflect. ELT 1010, this 120-hour TESOL certificate prompts you to do this at varying degrees and in various ways. So in order to foster a cyclical, meaning not just linear, it's not like language learning is linear, meaning you get better day after day after day. You hit plateaus, you hit roadblocks, it sets you back, and then you have to go back at it again. You learn vocabulary, and then you learn the vocabulary again in different contexts. That's what we mean by cyclical. Okay, so in order to foster a cyclical, a critical, a thoughtful, and a meaningful language learning experience, we must first approach this from the angle of language teaching. If I expect you to teach your students in a way that is cyclical, or for your students to learn in a way which is cyclical, which is critical and thoughtful, then you kind of need to model that. You need to practice what you preach, right? Instead of looking at it as just writing in your diary every day, what are some in-depth, maybe interactive, engaging, and practical ways that we could do this? There's no better place to start this process than in your teacher training program. And I'm going to say that for everything we go over in this TESOL certificate. There's no better place to start any of that than right here in this TESOL certificate. Right here in this, either your introduction to language teaching for some of you, or for many of you, your reintroduction or your catalyst for improving your knowledge and enhancing your knowledge about language teaching. Why do you think some language teachers engage in reflection? Why do some choose not to engage in reflection? Why do you think some language teachers engage in reflection? Why do you think some of them choose not to? So here are a few reasons for, okay? Number one reason why teachers reflect, it's to continuously improve. The difference between improving versus your professional development is that improving, I would say, more so has to do with how effective you are as a language teacher in the classroom and how effective your resources and materials and your pedagogy is. Professional development, I would say, has more to do with seeking employment, climbing the career ladder, getting higher paid jobs with benefits, jobs with permanent, not contract-based jobs, full-time jobs instead of part-time jobs. So when I'm talking about professional development, I'm talking about maybe even getting certification, right? So if you reflect and think, okay, I probably need to get a business English or an English for academic purposes certificate in order to actually teach it. You could only think and do that if you actually engage in reflection, right? So that's what I mean by professional development. Everything that has to do with like your job, with your employment, with your certification. Enhanced student learning. Okay, so from the kind of standpoint of the student, how effective your teaching is. Tailoring teaching to individual needs as well, and effective classroom management. So if you're thinking and reflecting on what is working in the class and what is not working in the class, then maybe you'll be able to think about ways that you could improve your classroom management, or you could keep certain things. That's one thing we're going to focus on in the corrective feedback component of this course, is that when you correct your students, don't just say what they're doing incorrectly. Also say what they're doing correctly. What are they good at? And that's the same with you, my dear friends. What are you good at in terms of teaching? Celebrate the things that you strive in and that you are very good at as well. And don't change those things. You could build on those things. You could maintain those skills. But don't lose them, because that's what makes your teaching awesome. Here are some reasons why some teachers don't engage in reflection, or why they can engage in reflection. Number one, of course, time constraints. Like if I'm teaching for 8 hours in a day and I'm teaching back to back to back classes, my employer doesn't give me breaks, or maybe I'm freelance and I need the money, so I don't have the choice but to just teach back to back. You might not have a lot of time to stop, take a breath, and reflect on what you're doing and whether this curriculum you're using is even good or appropriate for the student. So time constraints or institutional constraints, lack of training. And that's why we're here doing this right now. We're talking about ways that you could reflect, specific steps you could take. Comfort with routine. And this is the scariest one. Don't get stuck in your ways. That's something that a lot of teachers unfortunately do. Sometimes it's not unfortunate. Sometimes some teachers are totally happy with having jobs for 30 or 40 years where the contexts are quite stagnant. It stays the same for the most part. They have the same kind of students come in, they're learning the same kind of things. I'm not saying that everybody has to be an innovator, but what we're saying here at Teach Ahead is that the language itself is evolving. The world, and therefore the users of English, are evolving. The circumstances and context are always changing. Even the grammar that we use and the accents that we have are changing as time goes on with immigration and globalization. So there is no excuse for staying completely stuck in your ways and not ever altering or adjusting or tweaking anything in your practice. At least that's what we believe here. This is not to try to promote, reinventing the wheel all the time. In fact, there are issues with that. But in terms of reflective practice, I mean, that could even just be reflecting on how you feel. It could be reflecting on your energy levels, on your patience with your students, on the corrective feedback, on the effectiveness. There's no limit to how well we could teach. Be happy, be proud with where you're at, but also like try to find ways to innovate and improve. Fear of criticism. So one of the common ways to engage in reflective practice is not just for you to reflect on your own practice, but is to have other people actually give you feedback. Those could be colleagues, that could be your manager, that could be your students. And this really comes with some vulnerability. People could give you some constructive criticism that kind of stings, right? So some people would rather not even open up the door. Neither do they want to kind of give themselves constructive criticism or reflect on their own pedagogy, nor do they want others to reflect on their pedagogy, right? So this could be one of the reasons right there. And a perceived lack of impact. Some people say, hey, at the end of the day, man, I'm here to do a job. My boss has given me chapter 1, 2, 3 to teach these intermediate, 12-year-olds from Japan. That's what I'm going to do. It doesn't matter how much I reflect on what I do, it's not going to make a difference. So some people want to take that kind of practical approach, or at least the perceived practical approach, but we're going to talk about why in this course. Even if it's a very small amount of reflection needs to happen. So write down 10 skills you have acquired from these academic or professional experience. That could be a skill like communication, like it could be something like empathy. All right, very good. I hope that gave you some time just to write down a few of those skills. There's no right or wrong answer. So here are a few completely made up examples of reflective teaching. These will just be short kind of like journal entries that teachers, made up teachers who don't really exist, have written to just reflect on what they're doing in their pedagogy, what's working, what might not be working. So let's start off with the first made up teacher. Her name is Sarah Thompson. She has an MA in Applied Linguistics, teaching for 8 years. She's a senior language educator at Westridge High School. And her philosophy is fostering a dynamic and inclusive language learning environment through innovative pedagogy and cultural sensitivity. So let's imagine on February 15th, 2024, she writes, Dear Diary. Today marks the end of another week in my journey as a language teacher, and as I sit down to reflect, the highs and lows of the past few days flood my mind. This week's theme was cultural exploration, and our journey into the rich tapestry of global languages took an unexpected turn. The class discussion on cultural nuances sparked more interest and curiosity than I anticipated. Yet, in the midst of vibrant conversations, I noticed a subtle misunderstanding that arose. A comment made by one student inadvertently perpetuated a stereotype, and I wonder if I could have navigated that moment better. My goal has always been to create a classroom where diverse perspectives thrive, and this incident calls for deeper reflection. On a brighter note, our language proficiency assessments provided valuable insights. Observing students navigating the challenges of oral assessments, I realized the prevalence of anxiety among a few. The struggle to articulate thoughts coherently was palpable, and I'm determined to explore new strategies that foster a supportive environment, allowing each student to shine irrespective of anxiety levels. Collaborating with my fellow educators in the language department through a fresh perspective. We exchange ideas on incorporating more multimodal elements into our lessons to address the diverse learning styles in our classrooms. The challenge remains in ensuring that visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learners all feel engaged and supported. As I prepare for the upcoming week, I'm setting aside time to review the cultural sensitivity components of our curriculum, perhaps an infusion of more real-world scenarios and personal narratives, so we'll deepen students' understanding and appreciation for cultural differences. In the realm of technology, I'm considering a shift towards more interactive online platforms for collaborative language practice. It's essential to adapt our teaching methods to align with the evolving digital landscape and keep students actively engaged. Amidst these reflections, one truth remains constant: the passion and resilience of my students. Their enthusiasm fuels my commitment to providing the best language education possible. Every challenge is an opportunity to learn and grow, and I embrace these moments with an open heart. Here's to continuous reflection and improvement, the essence of being an effective language educator. Until next time, Sarah Thompson. A few of the key elements that we see right here: reflecting on teaching, reflecting on the planning process, reflecting on challenges in the classroom, reflecting on goals that the teacher has, right? Reflecting on collaboration with their colleagues. And I hope that many of you are so lucky that you will have supportive colleagues who you could lean on and who you could support. This is very wordy, it's very like formal, and a lot of us don't write this way to ourselves. And a lot of the time we kind of frame reflection as diary entries, journal entries. If that works for you, go for it. And I really hope that it works for you. So I'm going to leave a couple more examples up here, this one from Javier Rodriguez, and this one down here from Emily Chen. So I'm going to leave these down here so that you could get an idea of what a monthly or a weekly entry could look like. No matter what way you like to reflect on your teaching, and we will look at a few ways in a moment, you could ask yourself these kinds of questions. So, for example, did my lesson plan align with learning objectives? Were all students actively engaged throughout the lesson? Did I encourage a supportive and inclusive classroom environment? How well did I foster student participation and collaboration? Were assessments aligned with the learning outcomes? Did I provide timely and constructive feedback to students? Did I incorporate diverse perspectives and cultural references into my lesson? How well did I address cultural sensitivity and inclusivity? How effectively did I manage the classroom dynamics? Were there any behavioral challenges, and how were they addressed? What new teaching strategies or resources did I explore this week? How did I collaborate with colleagues to enhance teaching practices? What areas of professional development do I need to focus on, and how well did I address the individual learning needs of students? So a lot of these really do focus on like your students and the effectiveness of your classes, but also focus on what your goals are and where you hope to go as a teacher. Here are a few other questions you may consider as an online language teacher. How effectively did I utilize the online platform for lesson delivery? Were there any technical issues that disrupted the flow of the lesson, and how were they addressed? Did I explore new features or tools within the online platform to enhance engagement? Were students actively engaged during the online lesson? How did I foster interaction and participation in the virtual classroom? Did I make necessary adaptations to ensure the effectiveness of online delivery? Were there activities or materials that were more challenging to implement online? How effectively did I provide feedback to students in the online environment? Were assessments aligned with online learning objectives, and did they accurately reflect student progress? Did I leverage online assessment tools or platforms to streamline grading and feedback processes? How did I facilitate student collaboration in the online setting? So I would like for you to write 5 promises to your future language teacher self. What do you strive to do in the future, and who do you strive to be as a language teacher? So just to finish up this module here are a few different ways that you could reflect. Generally speaking, update your teaching methods, update your study methods, update your learning methods, especially those of you who are learning languages as well. But even if you're learning how to teach languages, which you are because you're here, and to consider like how your teaching or learning methods could be different depending on the language or the group of students. Update your career goals, right? So think about your dream job, but also think about like continuously update this as time goes on. You might stumble into your dream job. Question your beliefs and question the beliefs of others, especially those like other language teachers and your former language teachers, and potentially your students as well. Question institutional norms. This whole idea of, well, we've just always done it this way. Question that. I'm not saying to try to like, stage a revolt against your the administration, but just think about like, how would I do this differently if I were the one in charge? And take feedback. Here are 8 actions you could take. Number 1, start a journal. That could be, using Google Docs, or it could be pen and pad journal. This is a very traditional strategy. It's a great strategy, but for some of you, that doesn't completely cut it. It doesn't get you engaged. It doesn't get you excited. So if that doesn't, start a blog or start a vlog. Join a community of practice. You're in a community of practice. The Teach Ahead language teachers, right? So you're already here. You've already started it. You've done it. But interact and engage with that community of practice of like-minded individuals. Join an email list such as the Teach Ahead email list. We will be sending out regular updates. We will be sending emails with questions for you to use to engage in reflective teaching. So that way, every week or every couple weeks, when you read one of our emails, we'll have a big fat question right there for you to consider. And you could even come to our website and respond to the question if you wish. Subscribe to a blog such as the Teach Ahead blog. Start your teacher philosophy, start your teacher portfolio. We're going to be working on that very soon in this course. And submit your portfolio to be shared if you feel confident and comfortable with sharing your language teacher portfolio. We would be happy to include it on the website so that other teachers could be motivated by it, and maybe other students will be inspired by it as well. Welcome everybody to lesson number 6. In this lesson, we're going to talk about developing affective strategies. So first of all, what is language teaching affect or language teacher affect? Well, teacher affect in general really encompasses all of the emotional and attitude-based dimensions of teaching. These shape our teaching methods and interactions with students. Particularly in language teaching, the impact of teacher affect is pivotal for establishing a conducive and positive learning atmosphere. So all of us know that it could be very daunting, intimidating, difficult to go into a language classroom. And there are certain challenges that exist for language learning, which don't even exist for other classes. A language barrier, especially if you're a lower proficiency student, it could make it very intimidating to put yourself out there, to be vulnerable, and to try to really learn how to communicate. Your affect, meaning your attitude, your emotions, your confidence, your anxiety levels could really affect the effectiveness of your teaching, but also your relationship that you have with teaching. Last module, we spoke about reflective teaching. This TESOL certificate is different because we are starting off by focusing on you, the teacher. Before we start talking about learners and different methods and theories, we're going to start by establishing who you are and what you believe in as a language teacher, as an online language teacher. Few elements of language teacher affect: the emotions or confidence level, the overall attitude of a language teacher, the evolving beliefs and values of a language teacher, the relationship that a language teacher has with their institution, their students, and their colleagues, the motivational level and level of commitment of the language teacher. It's a double-edged sword. There are good sides to language teacher affect if you have positive affect, but there could also be negative sides such as burnout. So that's why we're starting right here, right now, so that you could be aware of these different affective strategies before you could run into a wall where you end up feeling like you don't have a good relationship with your institution. So here are a few questions about language teacher affect that you may want to ask yourself or another language teacher or preparing to teach online. So how does the emotional engagement of language learners impact the overall learning experience for students? To what extent does the effective well-being of language teachers like yourself influence your job satisfaction and retention in the teaching profession? So retention, that just means, are you going to burn yourself out in the first semester and want to leave? That's why we're here. We're trying to nip this in the bud. We're trying to get ahead of it. Language teaching could be magical, right? But positive affect could really make the difference. How does the level of enthusiasm demonstrated by language teachers affect students' motivation and interest in language learning? What role do positive teacher-student relationships play in fostering a supportive and conducive language learning environment? How important is it to have a relationship, like some sort of rapport between the teacher and the student? How effective are specific affective strategies implemented by language teachers in creating a positive and motivating classroom atmosphere? How does the emotional intelligence of language teachers impact their ability to navigate complex classroom dynamics and build rapport with students? And finally, in what way do language teacher identities and beliefs, we're going to be talking about that, about teaching influence their emotional responses, their instructional decisions, and interactions with students? So just a reminder before we go any further, your emotions are your business. Some teachers may not want to share these different things about how they're feeling. So I just wanted to let you know this is personal. Anything that we go through in this module, you could definitely keep to yourself. It's all about self. So teacher affect, why and how? So why we focus on teacher affect? Number one is just the overall well-being, right? You're not just a language teacher, you're a person outside of the language classroom. So by focusing on your language teacher affect, potentially that could even have an impact on your overall affect. Next, teachers wear many hats. What we mean by that is that you are hired to teach, but a lot of you are expected to do so much more. Be listeners, to be engagers, facilitators, to correct your students, to provide feedback, to communicate with the family members of your students, to be a patient with your students, but also to be almost in some situations a kind of counselor or a caretaker to your students. This is very context based, and some of you will never run into a situation where a student cries in front of you or something like that, but I've had it happen multiple times where I'm in a one-on-one class, an IELTS class, and a student just has it up to here and they really feel frustrated, right? And suddenly you're the person who is their kind of support, right? For a lot of your students, you are the first person who they are speaking English with, who is not from their geographical region. You are the first person who is a fully proficient English speaker who they are actually learning English from. That could come with a lot of anxieties, and your the way that you feel could be very instrumental in making your students feel better. Vibes are contagious. This could instill intrinsic motivation in you. So not just trying to make that money, not just trying to get a prefix in front of your name, but also for you to just enjoy what you're doing. And even if you don't want to be a language teacher forever, hopefully you could build valuable skills which will help you to branch out to be a marketer, to be a software developer. We focus on this for inclusivity as well. The more we focus on our affect and our feelings and our kind of relationship with our institutions, the more we could question ways that we could make these institutions and our classrooms a little bit more open and a little bit more welcoming and inclusive to students from very unique backgrounds and for teachers from very unique backgrounds, right? So part of this is paired with the reflective teaching. Do you feel like you have some sort of ownership of the English language? Do you feel that you have some sort of entitlement to where you are and the institution you work at? Do you feel like you're just in the way and you're an imposter? Teacher-student rapport and growth outside of teaching. Who knows, some of you might even be working other part-time jobs right now while you're language teaching or while you're preparing to be a language teacher. So a few of the things we focus on with language teacher affect: personal well-being, mindfulness, communication skills, interpersonal skills, stress management, professionalism, motivational strategies, and emotional distancing. What we want to do is give you a couple dozen strategies that you could implement into your lives as a language teacher, and hopefully also as a person who is preparing to be a language teacher or a person who is upskilling right now, right? There's a lot of work that goes into being a language teacher and you have to wear a lot of hats, but there's also a lot of work in completing a 120-hour certificate. You're in it right now. You're feeling it. So the point here is to, develop certain strategies which may enable you to not only have better affect as a teacher, but also as a teacher-student or student-teacher right here in this course. A few strategies: set monthly goals and adjust if necessary. In case if you needed to hear it, you could change your goals for I'm just letting you know that you could adjust your goals if they're absolutely necessary and, permitting your own unique circumstances. Set weekly goals, adjust them if necessary. Maybe you'll get more done in a certain area and less done in another area. Okay. Again, this is contingent on, your expectations from your boss and from your students and the course outline. But shoot for the stars, land on the clouds. That's what I say. Number three, set daily goals. Create a schedule, create a weekly work hour cap. That's very important for your personal, professional life balance. Ensure that you have a maximum of what you're going to be doing. Are you going to have to work outside of your paid hours? Maybe. It really depends on your job. Maybe. Some of you will be completely opposed to that. But that comes with employment. Make sure you're taking enough time for yourself. Establish a number of hours. That could be 30, that could be 20, that could be 40, that could be 50. And you're not going to exceed that. You could even write down the amount of hours per day that you've spent so you could tally them up. Establish a daily personal life hour minimum. Okay, so really write down a minimum amount of hours per week that you're going to spend walking, exercising, watching TV, listening to music. I know you're not going to like jot down and record every single thing that you're doing at every second of every day, but this could at least be a start. This could at least even if you do this for 1 or 2 weeks, it could like set the ball in motion. So then after that, you won't have to write these things down. Track your weekly screen time and set goals. So the screen time is really important because this TESOL is focused on online teaching. So there are pros and cons with technology, and one of the potential cons could be too much screen time. So ensure that you're tracking that and maybe set a goal of like a maximum, right? Or an average you're trying to get to. Meal prep, a lot of the time your, frustration, anger, negative emotions will come from just being hungry, right? Or not eating consistently. So meal prep at least 5 nutritious meals per week. The reason why is because we're human, and again, depending on your context, you might just live in an area where it's a lot more accessible to buy food from the restaurant. And some of you won't even be in the position where you could meal prep. So this is only if you're able to, right? But being able to have fresh food, food that you made, food that food that you don't have to wait in line for, and food that you don't have to pay out of pocket a little bit extra for, that could just help your mood a little bit. All right. Write down those 5 meals if you need to. Purchase at least one just in case snack each grocery shop. Pack of granola bars, fruit, some snacks for if you're running like late from one class and you have to jump into another class, so you could at least get a bite to eat. Purchase or repurpose a water bottle, fill it each morning. Again, so important. If you're thirsty and then your head starts to hurt and all that jazz, that might put you into a worse mood than you otherwise would have been in. Number 11, start the day with 10 minutes of easygoing music via Spotify or motivational hardcore music, whatever kind of music puts you in the zone, okay? Or eases you into the day. Do 2 minutes of stretches before your first class, okay? That could literally just be standing here and like arm over arm, or it could be doing a few lunges or squats. Purchase or borrow a cheap pair of glasses to protect your eyes. I have this right here. These are not prescription. These are literally just to protect my eyes because of the amount of time that I spend in front of the screen. That's it, right? Go screen free for at least for the last hour of each day at the minimum. All right. So that means it could be a good idea to even get a book and keep it on your like nightstand, or your night table beside your bed, so that you have a book, it's staring at you every time. So maybe you'll have a better chance of picking it up and reading it before bed. Again, just to give you a break from the screen, just so that you're not spending like literally every minute of your day like marking papers and staring at PowerPoint presentations. Use white noise devices or apps to help you sleep if it works or if it helps. If you have problems with sleep, again, your sleep is so important for how you actually how you perform throughout the day, right? So ensuring that you have as good a sleep as possible. If you live in a very noisy area, take at least one break per day to hug a pet or a family member. Even if you're not physically like in the same location, you could just send a message telling a family member that you appreciate them. Follow social media channels with motivational quotes or videos. Give yourself or get a haircut. Like any of that personal hygiene kind of thing, I don't need to tell you what to do, especially things that would just take like 10 or 20 minutes, which maybe getting a haircut wouldn't be that. But this could put you in a better mood. Use the washroom. Right? Like if you've been teaching for like a couple hours and you feel that your patience is running dry or that you're a little bit antsy or agitated or something, again, just like with getting a snack, it could just be something simple like this. Text family members saying you love them. Tell a student you appreciate them. Write down a compliment that a student or coworker has given you. Write the name of a family member or friend who is or would be proud of you. Extend deadlines if possible, and write down your 3 dream jobs so to keep yourself motivated. Find your guilty pleasure and enjoy it as long as it's legal. Set a goal and reward yourself with it. Tell a loved one a funny work story. Tell your students a funny and appropriate personal anecdote. Track how much money you have made in the past week, month, or year. Some of you, that's like the motivator. It's an intrinsic kind of thing. Like that's fine. If that's what puts you in a good mood and keeps you going, I'm not going to tell you how to be happy, right? Write down how much money you would like to make in the next week, month, or year. Put on your favorite clothes. Just wear that shirt that makes you feel confident. Throw on that blouse that just makes you feel like, I'm ready to go today. Again, these are some things you could do to kind of potentially improve your affect. Put a check mark beside completed tasks. Like if you use an agenda or a schedule and you're just constantly filling it up with things, but it seems like there are always more things to do. Just give yourself a pat on the back right now. Pull it up, open it, and just put a check mark beside the things you have done so that you could be like, okay, I've done those things. Do a few push-ups or squats. Welcome everybody to lesson number 7, establishing your teacher identity as an online language teacher. Let's dive in. First of all, I would like for you to think about, what does a language teacher, or what does a teacher in general look like? What is your idea of a teacher? This could be guided by your culture. It could be guided by your experiences. What does a teacher look like? I hope that gave you a little bit of time. As we see right here, we see a few examples of teachers, but how important is the appearance or what a teacher looks like to a language teacher's identity? Well, your identity is more than your appearance. When you think of an identity, what does that pertain to? What does that encompass? Well, here are some aspects of identity, and a lot of these aspects are traditional things that we associate with identity. We typically think about like your culture, your gender, ethnicity, religion, socioeconomic status, your nationality, your sexual orientation, your age, your education, your occupation, your language, your geographical location, so where you're living, your family background, your political beliefs, your disability status, your marital status, personality traits, hobbies, interests, social relationships, your personal values, and your group affiliations. That could mean, for example, like being a Manchester United fan or a Chelsea FC fan, right? So these are some things we usually think about when we think about the term identity. Any of these things or all of these things could be a core part of your identity. Some of these other things you might not think are as important to you, and therefore they rank very low in the prioritization of your identity element, right? So this is all personal, it depends on you, but this is typically what people will talk about when you ask them to describe their identity. How do we convey our identity? Well, we convey our identity physically, like the clothes that you wear, your haircut, well, whether you put makeup on or what kind of makeup you put on, the jewelry that you're wearing. You could convey this physically. You could convey this orally with the kind of the words that you use. When somebody asks you to introduce yourself, what do you say, right? In written form, later in this course, we're going to begin creating a teacher bio. And what your teacher bio really reflects is your teacher identity, right? So in written form, when you write down, hi, my name is Ryan, blah, 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 as a language teacher, what do you write down? Who are you, right? And if you write down a bio in a different context, like a dating site, what would you put there? Through images and videos, the images and videos you post to Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, if that's what you do, then that is a way of how you are showing your identity, conveying how you wish for people to perceive you or how you perceive yourself. We also do this through affirmation, okay? So we do this by saying, I am X, okay? So I am a Canadian English speaking teacher who has been teaching for 7 years. I began teaching in Thailand and Ireland. I specialize in online teaching and teacher training. I'm a college professor. I'm a university instructor. We also do this through confirmation. So that means if somebody says to me, oh, Ryan, you're from the UK, right? And I say, yep, yeah, I'm from the UK. Or through resistance, disapproval. If I say, no, I'm not from the UK. No, I am not a Montreal Canadiens fan or a Boston Celtics fan. A strict language teacher. I'm a lenient language teacher. I'm not a formal language teacher. Don't get me wrong. I'm a pretty casual language teacher. So different things like that. Sometimes other people will have an idea of what your identity is, and they will orally communicate, oh, so like they will put their assumption of who you are, and sometimes you're there to correct them, or sometimes you're there to confirm, yes, that is who I am, and you'll add to that. And the bottom line here is that our identity with other people, it's negotiated. I mean, maybe you want to be seen as a professional and you think you're a professional, but maybe you don't come off as professional to one person, but you do come off as professional to another person. If one person is treating you in a way that it seems like they don't perceive you as a professional, do you change at all? Do you tweak your behavior? And we're going to talk about that in the next module about your teaching style. Which behaviors and actions and habits do you have that could reflect your identity? Identity could be internal or external. When we talk about identity, that could be I perceive myself this way. It could also be external. So it could be the way that other teachers view you. It could be the way that other students view you. And again, this is based on what exposure they have had. And it's also influenced by their own perceptions, their own values, their own expectations. So we cannot completely, we can't decide how people perceive us, right? It starts with ourselves and our self-perception, but we will talk in the next module about how your teaching style and your actual actions could help to guide people to perceive you in the way that you want to be perceived, potentially in certain circumstances. So certain aspects of identity are changeable, others are not. So when we go back to this previous slide, certain things, they may be difficult to change or impossible to change. Other things may be possible to change them. And some things are changeable, other things aren't, right? Your identity could be fluid and it could depend on the context. So we're going to look in one moment at how your identity as a language teacher at one institution could be slightly different than your identity at another institution. Your identity in teaching adult language learners who are at a high proficiency level could be different than your Identity teaching younger learners who are at a lower proficiency level, right? And why? Well, depending on the different contexts, you may have different behaviors, different habits, as we spoke about before, a different teaching style, which could influence people to perceive you in a certain way. And you may want to be perceived in a certain way because of the different objectives you have as a teacher in that context. We'll look at examples. And just be aware, like your identity could change over time. So in this section, we're going to continue working on establishing your identity, developing, building your identity, but just, keep in mind that these things will change. Okay. And usually they will change for the better, and they could change depending on the context that you have, that you're in. Here's an example. In a professional context, this is how Alex would introduce himself. Hello, everyone. My name's Alex Johnson. I'm a marketing executive with over a decade of experience in the industry. I specialize in digital marketing strategies and have had the opportunity to work with a diverse range of clients. I'm passionate about driving results and leveraging innovative approaches to our business objectives. It's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to connecting with you all. Okay, now how about in a social setting, such as a neighborhood barbecue? Hey there, I'm Alex. I live a couple blocks down the street. By day, I'm a marketing whiz, but on weekends, you'll usually find me grilling up some barbecue favorites in my backyard. I'm also a huge sports fan, especially when it comes to basketball. Always up for a game or a chat about the latest scores. Nice to meet you all. See the differences here, the selection of information that Alex has included. So now a few of you might ask me, but Ryan, as a language teacher, I'm always going to be a language teacher. I'm always going to introduce myself as a language teacher. So it doesn't really matter how I would introduce myself in like a social setting. But there are different contexts that you will probably find yourself in as a language teacher. And in those different contexts, you may want to be identified and perceived in a different way. We'll look at examples. But first, let's look at another example of different contexts for your identity. Maya. Hi, everyone. I'm Maya. I've been part of a community for several years now, and I love getting involved in local initiatives. By day, I work as a nurse at the local hospital, but in my free time, you'll often find me volunteering at an animal shelter or organizing community cleanup events. I'm passionate about making a positive impact in our neighborhood, and I'm always eager to collaborate on projects that benefit our community. Looking forward to working together. So that could be at a community volunteer event. However, as an art exhibition opening receptionist, Maya may say, hello, I'm Maya. I'm an artist and illustrator. And I'm thrilled to be showcasing my latest collection here tonight. My work is inspired by nature and everyday life, and I love experimenting with different mediums and styles to bring my vision to life. When I'm not in the studio, I enjoy exploring local galleries, attending workshops, and connecting with fellow artists. I'm excited to share my passion for art with all of you, and I hope you enjoy the exhibition. So see right here, we have one individual, but the different contexts, different situations. What we want to do is start looking at the different language teaching context you may find yourself in, or that you wish to find yourself in, and how your identity or your even introduction could be different. Okay. Remember, an identity is not just your introduction, it's also something that you are reinventing as time goes on. So, identity as a language teacher. This could pertain to a few things, such as your knowledge. If it's a job interview for a language teacher teaching position, you might talk about your grammatical knowledge. You might talk about your knowledge with different methods. You might talk about your knowledge of different student contexts, or your knowledge of IELTS or the TOEIC exam. So these things that you include, they're not just experiences. They are part of your identity and how you wish to be perceived. You wish for Ryan to be perceived as somebody who's knowledgeable about the IELTS exam. That's one kind of characteristic of Ryan. Your competence in different contexts. So if somebody asks me, who are you, introduce yourself, or even if they ask me more specifically, what kind of experience do you have in teaching? If I go straight to technology and talking about technology, or if I go straight to hybrid teaching, or if I go straight to in-person teaching, general English teaching, business English teaching, academic English teaching, any of those, like that will show who I want to be perceived as, the business guy, the academic guy. And as I said, if that sounds scary and you think to yourself, but I don't want to just be distilled down to that, remember, you could find ways to continuously reinvent and reintroduce and adjust your identity. Your characteristics and qualities. So Ryan is patient. Ryan is serious. Ryan is fun. Ryan is friendly. Ryan is collaborative. Ryan is open. Ryan is honest. Ryan is shy. You see? Your professional vision. So when we talk about your identity, we have to recognize you right now are in between everything that you've done and everything that you will do, right? Like the present is between the future and the past. So what is your vision? Like, okay, you are, Maya. You have experience teaching students in Thailand. Great. You have experience teaching students in Vietnam and Indonesia. So you have a very international experience. Great. But who do you wish to be, right? What would you like to do more in the future? If you introduce yourself by saying, I plan to become more tech savvy in the future. I plan to become more organized in the future. And I'm not talking about saying this to a potential employer, but even just saying this to other colleagues, administrators, or staff members. This is now applying a kind of vision to you that Ryan is not just, or Maya is not just somebody who has taught overseas, but they're also somebody who wishes to improve and continuously improve their knowledge with educational technology. Your teaching and educational background. So this does have something to do with it. Your relationship with your students, your relationship with other faculty, your relationship with other administrators, and with stakeholders. So those could be like parents or the friends or the guardians of your students. Maybe the people who kind of vouch on behalf of your students if their proficiency level is too low, right? So these could all help to construct an idea of your identity, right? Some teachers, when they introduce themselves, one of the first things they'll do is show reviews or refer to reviews from their former faculty or colleagues or administrators or students, right? Hi, my name's Ryan. A lot of my students have described me as empathetic, energetic, whatever it might be. So let's take a moment right here. I'd like for you to think about, how would you describe yourself as a language teacher? I am professional. I am responsible. I am accountable. I am knowledgeable. I am aware. I am self-aware. I'm patient. And how would others describe you? So he is engaging. He's interactive. He keeps us on our toes. So your identity, it may not be clear cut. So for some of you, you're looking at me like, you know what I want. I want to be seen as a professional, responsible, accountable, all the above, all the great things. For some of you, you want to be perceived that way. And again, to come back to the negotiation, the internal, external factors, some of you, you're in a teaching context where your colleagues and students know what to expect. They know what they're going to get. They expect you to be professional, responsible, accountable, formal, right? And that's what they're going to get. So there's no point in diving too deep into this. But again, even within your context, your identity is going to slightly change depending on which students you're teaching, where your students are from, what their expectations are. And believe me, even if you're teaching at the same school for the next 30 or 40 years, this will change as the world changes and as the language changes too. So your identity may change over time. Your self-identity may stay the same. Like in 30 years, you might say, am still these 5 or 10 things. That's okay. But the way that you communicate your identity to other people could change over time. It may also change depending on the students you have. So what makes this more complex is that language teachers and teachers in general, for the most part, educators, it's very multifaceted and it's a very complex job. Just as I said before, you could be in a situation where you need to resolve conflict between your students. Were you hired to do that? No, but you want to keep a positive learning environment, so you're going to do what you can, right? We need to wear different hats, right? Sometimes you're going to be a facilitator, sometimes you're going to be a corrector, sometimes you're going to be a rule enforcer, sometimes you're going to be play the counselor role for your students, and you're going to listen to them when they tell them how worried they are. Sometimes you're going to be the delegator, sometimes you'll be the resource disseminator. So there are different hats that we wear depending on what we are doing in the class, depending on whether we are leading a lecture like this one right here, or if we are going into Zoom breakout rooms to help guide students. Those are 2 different tasks, those are 2 different contexts, 2 different identities, slightly. Yes, you may need to be professional in both of those contexts or responsible in both those contexts, but you may need to dig deeper to find specific ways that you want to be perceived. So we wear different hats usually on a daily basis. This could prompt us to adjust our identity on the fly. Let's look at a few examples. What does a teacher do? And how may their identity change depending on what they're doing? So these are some examples here. Sometimes you're a lesson planner. Sometimes you are the deliverer of instruction. Sometimes you are a classroom manager, an assessor, a grader, tailor for tailored language learning. Sometimes you're an advocate for your students. For example, if your students don't understand something to do with their finances, something to do with their housing, they may ask you because you're the person who they trust the most at the institution. And in some places, the teacher does play an active role in sorting through these things. So you may actually need to go with your student down to the office, the enrollment office or finance office, to that person, and to kind of explain what this student's worry or context is. You need to differentiate between different contexts. Sometimes you need to support your students. You need to communicate with parents. You need to be a professional or give professional advice to your students. Not have to. Again, this could depend on what you want to do, because a lot of these things are outside of your job requirements. But I should say you could find yourself in a position where you're expected to do certain things. You could be a curriculum developer, you could be a collaborator, you could be the giver of feedback, you could be the giver of professional development programs, the integrator of technology, the resolver of conflicts, the mouthpiece of communication, the trainer of cultural competence, or the giver of motivation. So these are just some examples of different hats you could wear depending on the situation in the class. Establishing your online language teacher identity. Let's finish up with this. Think about the following questions right here. Do you enjoy teaching online? Why or why not? Okay. Is this something that you want to do in the long run, or just for the time being? So do you enjoy teaching online? How do you think your level of satisfaction is reflected in your teaching characteristics? So again, this is going to come back when we talk about our teaching style in the next module. Your relationship, and thinking about the affect from the previous module, your relationship, how much you like to teach online, or how much you hate teaching online, or how much you're indifferent to teaching online. How is that reflected in your patience with your students? How is it reflected in your mannerisms? How's it reflected in your behaviors? How's it reflected in the amount of time you spend in giving feedback and your commitment to your students? Next, how would you describe your proficiency with EdTech? Again, so EdTech, educational technology, just digital language teaching. If you don't have a lot of proficiency here, but you do have positive affect and you do have a good mentality and you show that in your teaching style, that could be perceived in your identity as Ryan is not tech savvy, but he's trying to be tech savvy. So Ryan's not tech savvy, but he's very ambitious and very optimistic and learning very quickly. That could be a way how my coworkers describe me. Or if you don't know anything about EdTech, but you don't really care for EdTech, then you could be perceived as being indifferent, as being distanced, right? As being detached from your job and not really caring too much. How would your current students or teachers describe your proficiency in language use or even in digital proficiency? How has this changed and will this change? So again, you don't need to necessarily write this down right now, but just think about this, because at the end of this section, we will be starting our language teacher philosophy, and you'll be including these points. Which languages are you proficient in? So yes, usually one of the first things that a language teacher will include in their, introduction is the language that they speak. But I don't do that. I say I'm a language teacher and curriculum developer. Why? That might have something to do with the fact that I am from commonly recognized as a native English speaking country. So I might assume that you already assume that of me. Ryan, like obviously he teaches English. He's speaking English right now. He's highly proficient in English. But some teachers, especially teachers who are from non-native English speaking countries, or their first language is not English. They're highly proficient in English, but their first language is not English. They might want to reaffirm their proficiency with English. They might want to prioritize that. They might want to put that at the forefront. My name's Ryan, and I have been speaking English since I was 6 years old. I am at the highest proficiency level. Things you choose to put at the front, that could show what you wish to be identified as, or who you wish to be identified as. So which languages you hope to teach? Which languages do you hope to learn? How do you introduce yourself to new students in an online format? Do you create a video? Do you just write down some text? Do you do nothing and they just see you when they come to class? And how do you introduce yourself to new colleagues in an online format? So just remember, your online language teacher identity will be reflected in your teaching style and the different actions and habits that you have in the classroom or just in the teaching context. Welcome to lesson number 8, establishing your teaching style. So we've started by focusing on your teacher identity. Now we'll talk about your teaching style, and after that, we'll talk about your teacher beliefs. We'll finish this first section of the 120-hour TESOL by beginning to create your language teacher philosophy. Let's dive in. Similar to your language teacher identity, your language teacher style may be context dependent. Now, some of you will change more or less depending on your context, because the context you teach in could be very different from each other. So for example, teaching kids at a summer camp in the morning and then teaching adults at a university in the evening. Others of you will have more similar contexts, and you may find that you could apply the exact same identity and apply the same style to both contexts for the most part. Either way, you're going to have to adapt. As you become more experienced as a language teacher, the more you'll be able to adapt on the fly. So identity is the what. Style refers to the how. So for example, let's look at a few ways that we could look at Ryan's style, and then we'll look at a few ways that we could look at Ryan's identity. How you communicate with students. A student could say about me, Ryan tends to host office hours online instead of in person. That's a thing that Ryan does. That's a kind of habit he has or a strategy he uses. It's part of his style. So I think Ryan is tech savvy. This tells me that Ryan prefers to use technology when he can versus not. And maybe this is wrong. That's the thing. Just as we spoke about last module, sometimes people will perceive you in a way, and that's not how you actually are. They are making an assumption which is incorrect. They have mistakenly assumed your identity. Sometimes this is just an assumption, right? But the way we could start to establish an identity externally, it starts with our actions and our behaviors. It starts with other things such as our appearance as well. And sometimes, even if you try to change the way people perceive you, it still won't work. With a lot of your students, if you make certain adjustments to your teaching style, that will impact the way that they see you as a person and describe you. Here's another example, how you communicate with colleagues. So imagine one of my colleagues says, Ryan finishes some emails with a smiley face emoji. They could think Ryan is kind of casual, not in a bad way. He's just a little bit more laid back. Part of this could be guided by culture. In some situations, it's completely not okay to use emojis when you're talking to like colleagues. But think about how this could change with the context. Think about if you know a colleague for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and now you have gone to the annual Christmas party with your colleague and met your colleague's family, and you've seen them when they're walking their dog in the neighborhood. At that point, you might take the foot off the gas with the whole formal side and be a little bit more casual. And finally, how you respond to your students. So Ryan took off late marks from my assignment. I think Ryan's serious. I think he does things by the book. I don't think he just has a poker face or something like that. He's actually going to take off the late marks when he says there's a deadline. There is a deadline. Here's an example with another teacher. Carla likes wearing colorful clothes to class. So what do you think a student might think about Carla? What is a characteristic about Carla? And again, this depends on the student. So let me give you an example right here. One student might say, this means Carla is fun. I think this makes Carla, she's probably very enthusiastic. She's very bubbly. She's very happy. She's very optimistic. Another student, maybe they're used to teachers not wearing colorful clothing. So they might say, this means Carla is immature. This means Carla is too casual. It depends on the context. You know where you live and what the social norms are. We do have such a globalized and diverse audience for the most part, our clientele, our students. So a lot of institutions are becoming a lot more kind of open to different ways of doing things, but some aren't, right? So you're the one who will do some research to finding out what the expectations could be. So I'm going to let you look at these other three. So this one about the style, and then the 2 style statements down here. And I would like for you to write down, what do you think this action, this part of Carla's style could say about her identity as a person? So again, your language teacher identity could be partially influenced by how you dress. It could be influenced by how you start class. Like Carla starts class by asking people what they did on the weekend. Based on that, what do we think about Carla? Carla is very interested as a teacher. Carla tries to build rapport with her students. Here's one more example right here with Harinder this time. So your language teacher identity could be influenced by your style in how you form connections with different concepts. So for example, Harinder links concepts to his previous teaching experiences a lot. What does that say about Harinder? Maybe that he's very career-oriented. He's a very reflective teacher. He thinks about his growth a lot and his background. Maybe that he's very proud of his background. Again, it depends on other factors in how you are kind of communicating and conveying your identity. And finally, how you select and use materials. Again, just like with Carla, I'm going to give you a moment to read these two statements besides styles and to think about what might that say about Harinder in terms of his identity. Remember, how you perceive yourself internally may not match up with how others perceive you externally. And for some of you, you're thinking, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I can't control the way other people perceive me. For some of you, you say, if they think I'm strict, fine. That's all right. It doesn't make a difference to how I actually teach, right? With your students, you are trying to effectively teach them English. And in certain contexts, it might help for you to manage a class if they perceive you as being strict, or as if they perceive you as being fair, or if they perceive you as being understandable and attentive. We're going to talk about more about how your style, identity, and beliefs could be applicable to different situations, to your lesson planning, to your classroom management, and all of these things in section 3. But for right now, just keep this in your mind that you perceive yourself a certain way, and that's fantastic. Let's see the different ways that you could express your identity through your style. One way to help establish and develop our identity is through fostering an awareness of teaching style. To do so, we must identify and adopt the elements that we wish to contribute to our style. So here are just two general areas. For each of these areas of teaching style, we're going to engage in an independent activity. So the first focus is communication, your communication style. I would like for you to look at these 8 different questions. I'm not going to read them out. I'm going to let you do this and write down a few notes in response to these questions and think about how that could be reflected in your teacher identity as an online language teacher. Remember, this is only one way to approach language teaching style. And these are a few questions which could help you to develop the ideas that could contribute to your language teacher beliefs. Your beliefs, your identity, and your style will all be components of your language teacher philosophy, which we will be working on at the end of this section. We're going to focus on one more aspect of language teaching style, a focus on classroom policy. We're going to finish this module right here. So look at these questions right here. There are 10 questions. Write down some responses, just some ideas, point form notes. I will be asking for your notes after this module. And then after that, we will conclude, and then I will see you in the next module. Hi everybody, welcome to lesson number 9, establishing your teacher beliefs as a language teacher. We are working towards creating a language teacher philosophy, specifically for online language teachers. So we've already spoken about 2 things. We've spoken about language teacher identity. We've spoken about language teaching style, and in this module, we're going to talk about language teacher beliefs. All 3 of these things are interdependent. All 3 of these things could be really like the foundation for your philosophy, which we will be working on in the next module, and for your pedagogy, which you will be developing throughout the course of your careers. Your development of your beliefs may even provide a springboard into other avenues of education, right? Be that curriculum development, be that teacher training, or even being a staff member at an institution, but not necessarily a faculty member. So this is all about creating avenues. This is all about creating potential. Creating a philosophy ensures that you have at least 3 things. You have an identity that you're working on, you have a style that you're working on and working with, and you have beliefs that you are establishing and developing as you go through. This is a starting point. This is a long process being a teacher and becoming a better teacher. So the things we're establishing here, you would have wished you had established if you had taken a different TESOL, TEFL, or TESOL. These are things that will help you establish a foundation to know who you are and your identity, to start to understand how you do what you do, to better understand why you do what you do. If this is day one for you and you're a new teacher, you're off to a good start. But this should help you with any languages that you teach. You are beginning to establish your identity, style, and beliefs. For those of you who have been teaching languages for a few years, you've already done this. Prepare to alter and or further develop your identity, style, and beliefs. There's, in fact, no destination or endpoint. Our beliefs, they are informed by research, which is developing more and more as years go on. And there are new findings coming out that help to inform what we believe is right or wrong or anywhere in between. They're also informed by our unique experiences and our values. And those are very individual, personal things. These are things that will change as time goes on. But ideally, by the end of this course, you will have enough of a philosophy that this will be something that you could give to an employer. And we're going to talk more about that as we go through this course. Just to remember, the change starts with you. We are starting this course, this TESOL course, by focusing on you, the teacher, the individual, because you are the one who's going to be teaching. You are the one who is in charge, to the best of your ability, of your future in this profession or anywhere in this sector, right? So instead of just focusing on the learner and focusing on all these externalities, we are starting with the focal point, which is you. We're going to start developing our beliefs, and then in the next couple sections, we're going to start questioning our beliefs and reevaluating our beliefs. In November of 2023, I asked my postgraduate students to complete a language learning beliefs questionnaire. You will be completing that in the next section of this course. That will be based on language learning. And this will help us to understand methodology, key trends of research, theories in language learning. After I gave this to my students to fill out, I then asked them to spend the course collaboratively creating a language teaching beliefs questionnaire. So instead of asking questions such as, do students need to learn from childhood in order to have native-like pronunciation? Instead of that, it would be something like, should teachers spend time teaching pronunciation in class? And if so, how? Right? So instead of looking at these questions from the learning perspective, we are looking at it from the teaching or teacher's perspective. We created a questionnaire. And in this course, you are going to be completing that questionnaire, and you're going to keep the ball rolling by actually contributing new beliefs to add to this questionnaire. Here are a few of the questions of the kind of beliefs that we came up with. Language teachers should have experience learning an additional language as an adult. Do you agree? Do you strongly agree? Do you disagree? Do you strongly disagree? Burnout is inevitable in the field of language learning, or language teaching, sorry. There are right and wrong ways to teach a language. Language teachers should be multilingual or bilingual. Language teachers need certification to effectively teach. Teaching a language with the right accent is necessary at the primary level. Language teachers should be familiar with tech resources which could facilitate language learning. Teachers should never hold an instructional strategy in higher esteem than their students' learning. Language teachers should use their favorite methodology with all their students. Language teachers should have sufficient knowledge of the culture of the students in their classrooms. Okay, what do you all think? I would like for you to think about these, and this is really what we're going to be, for this module, we're going to be completing this questionnaire. We will be completing it again later on in this course, and we'll track the different changes or the different points where you maintain your beliefs. For now, though, could you think of any others? I'll give you 2 minutes to independently just sit there and think, are there any other language teaching beliefs that you think you could add to this questionnaire? If you haven't thought of any yet, I'm sure as we go through section 2, where we will be talking a little bit about methodology about language learning and language acquisition, that will probably give you more of an idea of how you could question your beliefs or categorize your beliefs from the perspective of a language teacher. And of course, we are going to be trying to make this really specialize and focus on the online format as well. Welcome to lesson number 10. This is the final lesson in section number 1. In this lesson, we're going to focus on creating your very first piece of professional, certification, or at least a resource that you could use to apply to jobs. Let's dive in. So why do we create a language teacher philosophy? Well, number one, this could, as I said before, inform your resume and cover letter writing. We're going to talk about that more in section number 4 of this course, where we focus on getting a job, getting employed, and not just getting a job, but actually getting a job you want. I'm not here to get you a job. We at Teach Ahead are definitely here to help you create the resources and find the resources to help you navigate this field of language teaching. This is also useful to include in your professional dossier for employment. Having this extra resource right here could really be an eyebrow raiser for a lot of employers. Right now, it might be too early to think about this, but you might fall in love with teaching, and you might fall in love with language teaching. And if you fall in love with it, you might one day actually be presenting at conferences. You might be leading webinars or leading professional development activities, even just on a smaller scale. Like if you work in an institution, 10 teachers in a private language school, you might work your way up to the point where you are supervising some language teachers in your department. Maybe you'll be a department head. This could be a good thing for you to give to your colleagues, so that they could get an idea of who you are, what you believe in, what your experiences are, what your belief style and your identity is. To introduce yourself to your students, this is a big one right here. Instead of just reintroducing yourself every single time, having a nice teacher philosophy for your students to see, read through, and actually be like, wow, this guy knows what he's doing. That could help you feel more confident and make your students feel like they're in safe hands. This could help you to introduce yourself to parents of students or other stakeholders. And finally, this could help to track progress. I know this is a bit more intrinsic, and obviously there's going to come a point in your career where maybe you have a family, you have lots of responsibilities, and you're like, I just want to get the paycheck and go home, right? Hopefully you'll go through phases where you are trying to improve your craft. You're just trying to learn. You're just trying to be better every single day, because you know that the better you are at teaching, the more efficient and effective your practice will be. And the more efficient and effective your practice is, the less stress and headache it will give you and your students. Language teacher portfolio. A language teacher portfolio could include any of the following. It could include the beliefs about language learning and acquisition. We're going to focus on that in the next section, and we will start to incorporate those beliefs into this portfolio. So we're going to bring it all together. Teaching methods and approaches. Again, we'll focus on that next in the next section. Views on student engagement and participation. Perspectives on cultural integration and understanding. Goals for fostering linguistic proficiency. Commitment to creating an inclusive learning environment. An emphasis on personalized learning experiences. Advocacy for continuous professional development. Reflections on the role of technology in language learning. Should be useful for online language teachers, and personal values and experiences that shape teaching practices. So let's have a look at some examples. There are a couple examples. As a language teacher, my philosophy centers on cultivating a rich and immersive learning experience that goes beyond mere memorization of vocabulary and grammar rules. I firmly believe in a communicative approach, emphasizing real-life language use and meaningful interaction. My teaching style is dynamic and adaptable, incorporating a variety of methods and materials to cater to diverse learning styles and preferences. Whether through role-playing activities, authentic text, multimedia resources, or experiential learning opportunities, I strive to create an environment where students feel motivated and empowered to actively engage with the language. Okay, you might be a little bit intimidated because this teacher knows what they're talking about, but that's because this is a teacher who has had extensive, exposure to the field, okay? So if you're a little bit newer to language teaching, don't worry about it, right? But a few things they talk about here, a few adjectives to describe the type of experience that they like. They include some teacher terminology, which we will go over in section number 2. Communicative approach, we're going to go over these kinds of approaches and methodologies in the methodologies section, right? They discuss methods, they discuss materials. So they're talking all about their kind of style right here, okay? Now I'm going to allow you to read these next 2 paragraphs on your own, and after that we will pick out different elements that kind of stick out. So as we see right here, you could probably see this paragraph. What does it focus on? Does it focus on beliefs, identity, or style? We know this one focuses on style, my teaching style. So this one, we see the word beliefs, it focuses on the beliefs, and down here we see my identity. You don't have to make it as clear-cut as that, but it's a good idea. This is not a full philosophy right here. This is just like a starting point where you will discuss your beliefs, briefly your identity, style. We see different things like a facilitator, a guide, a fellow language enthusiast, right? So they're talking about the different hats that they wear in the classroom. We spoke about that before, right? Cross-cultural understanding, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Moving on, one more example. This time I'm going to let you read the whole one right here. Okay, this is you could read the whole example right here, and we have other examples on this page too. So just go ahead, read through this one, and again, we will go over different aspects that we think are pertinent. I believe that language learning should be practical and enjoyable. So we have a couple like adjectives to describe the kind of experience. Meaningful activities. Different things like task-based approach, real-life language use, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But again, we're just exposing you to these concepts before we dive deeper. Student-centered, again, that's another one there, and authentic materials, right? Great, so central to my approach is the belief. So they start talking about their beliefs. It should be a holistic process, right? Communicative efficiency, cultural understanding. So this is very personal to you, what you believe in, right? And finally, discuss your identities, your identity as well, right? So it's shaped by an experience as a language learner and traveler, right? So your identity that you are trying to, express and put out to other people, it could be influenced by your experiences. In fact, it will be to an extent influenced by that. A facilitator, a mentor, provide guidance, right? So these are the different hats you wear in the classroom. That pretty much finishes up section number 1 in this 120-hour TESOL course. Welcome to lesson number 11. This lesson is going to kickstart section number 2. This lesson is going to focus on ALA schools of thought, or you could also look at them as theoretical approaches. Let's begin. A few friendly reminders. A lot of teachers in training burn themselves out. I don't want that to happen to you. You will be exposed to a lot of concepts in this section. You'll be exposed to hundreds of concepts. These concepts could help guide your philosophy, approach, and research. You don't need to remember everything. In fact, we as professional teachers and teacher trainers don't remember everything. We learn things, and then actually some things we don't end up using and they drop off, and then we come back to them later. A lot of this is going to be guided by your own interests, like your personal preferences, and also what you need for your, to be a good language teacher. You have lots of time in your career to learn and relearn what is important and to forget what is not. Remember, learning is cyclical, it's not linear, so you will typically learn some of these concepts and actually forget them, and then maybe you'll come back to them. You might be able to decide what kind of environment you create for your students as well, and which approach you take. We will talk more about employment later on, but first we're going to establish the kind of foundation for how languages are acquired and how they are learned. This section is more focused, or this module is focused more on acquisition, okay? So don't overdo it, take breaks, breathe. You got it, you're in the right place, you've made it to this point. We at Teach Ahead are focusing on 4 schools of ALA. These are not the only 4 schools. Depending on who you ask, some researchers might conceptualize the schools of ALA as being less or more than these. Some of them might move around the kind of categories a little bit to overlap on top of some of these, or they might take these schools of ALA and actually dissect them even further because they argue that these don't tell the full picture. There's no perfect conceptualization, but we want to kind of cover as much ground as possible. The study of ALA encompasses various theoretical perspectives, often referred to as schools or approaches. Each school of thought offers different insights into the processes and factors influencing how individuals acquire a second or additional language. The 4 we're focusing on are behaviorism, innatism, or also known as nativism, but we'll call it innatism, cognitivism, and socio-interactionism. They are not completely separate, and there could be overlap. In fact, a lot of them kind of build on top of one another instead of just arguing against one another. Let's start off with behaviorism. Behaviorism is a psychological theory. It emerged in the early 20th century. It's associated with the idea that observable behaviors rather than mental processes could be studied and modified through conditioning, reinforcement, and habit formation. Think about when you're using Duolingo and you're getting points to reinforce what you're doing, right? So again, conditioning, reinforcement, habit formation. It involves the use of reinforcement to shape behavior. Positive reinforcement, that's rewarding desired behaviors, and negative reinforcement, removing unpleasant stimuli, are strategies. This is often involves the establishment of what we call the stimulus response associations. We'll talk about that in a moment. It's faced criticism though because it oversimplifies the learning process. It neglects cognitive aspects and it doesn't account for the complexity of language acquisition. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, how behaviorism, it does cover a lot of ground in language acquisition, but definitely doesn't paint the whole picture. John Watson emphasized the study of observable behaviors and rejected the consideration of internal mental processes. So basically, we learn language by copying others, by imitating others, by imitating our environment, by replicating what we see. That is the only thing. Like, we need to get stimuli or we need to get input from outside in order to produce any language. And to go even further, Pavlov's research classical conditioning with dogs. This laid the groundwork for understanding these associations between stimuli and responses. But B.F. Skinner went a little bit further, took it another step further by saying it's not just stimuli and response, it's also reinforcement. So for example, if a teacher asks me a question, that's the stimuli, that's the input. I give a response because I now know that like a question needs a response, so I give a response. And if my response is good, the teacher says, "Excellent work, Ryan." If it's bad, they say, "No, that's wrong, Ryan." So that is the reinforcement aspect. So Pavlov started us off with classical conditioning, which basically has like input and then the reaction or the response. And B.F. Skinner said, no, this could actually be cyclical. It's stimuli and then the response and then the reinforcement. And that could lead to more responses to more stimuli in the future. Edward Thorndike proposed that behaviors followed by positive consequences were likely to be repeated. So this is similar to what we're looking at with B.F. Skinner. right here. In the language classroom, what does this look like? This often incorporates repetitive exercises. So basically the teacher is saying something and they say, repeat after me. My name is Ryan. My name is Ryan, right? The idea is that through the repetition, so the stimuli, and the response, so that classical conditioning, learners will then reinforce language patterns and structures. So basically, the teacher says something, that's the stimuli, the students repeat it, and the teacher say, well done, right? Or no, you need to fix that pronunciation. And based on that reinforcement, that's going to keep the kind of cycle going. This tends to focus on external environmental factors that influence behavior. And it kind of looks at us as we only construct language and change language based on our teachers or based on our friends or based on our parents. Is that actually true though? Like, do I only kind of adjust and change my language as I develop it based on other people and other people's reinforcement and reactions to me? Learners are encouraged in this approach to imitate native speakers to acquire correct pronunciation and linguistic patterns. The audiolingual method, which we'll talk about later in this section, a language teaching approach popular in the mid-20th century, is influenced by behaviorism. It emphasizes repetition, imitation, and habit formation of correct language patterns. So that's the first one. The second one, innatism or nativism. This was a response to behaviorism. And it basically said it's not just about like our habits and our behaviors and copying other people's behaviors. We're not starting our language learning from scratch. It's not like I'm a complete blank canvas. In fact, humans are biologically predisposed to acquire language. There's something inside us, innate, that obviously we haven't developed the language yet, but if certain kind of buttons are activated, then that makes it easier for us to develop certain language structures at a certain pace. Certain linguistic knowledge is innate to the human mind. We don't just need to learn this from other people. We don't just need to imitate it from other people and memorize it. We also create these rules inside our minds. So it views language development as an unconscious and implicit process. Learners may acquire language skills without explicit awareness of the underlying rules. This contrasts with behaviorist theories that emphasize environmental stimuli and learning through external reinforcement, argues for the significance of internal cognitive structures. It has contributed to discussions about the interplay between nature and nurture in the language learning process, right? So, for example, how much of my language learning ability is based on just my intelligence, my aptitude, my kind of motivation, and all these internal things? And how much is it based on where I'm living, who my teacher is, which materials they are using, and which methods they're using in the classroom? It acknowledges that learners may have individual differences in their language learning abilities based on their innate kind of properties. It aligns with the idea that learners have an inherent capacity for self-directed learning. Teachers can encourage learners to take control of their language acquisition process, allowing them to progress at their own pace. Making mistakes is a natural part of the language learning process, and it supports the notion that motivation and enjoyment play crucial roles in language learning. We're going to talk more about that when we talk about the affective filter in the next module. So a few theorists, Noam Chomsky, you've definitely heard of him, or you definitely will. Considered the pioneer of innatism in ALA, his concept of universal grammar proposes that there is a common underlying structure or set of principles shared by all human languages. He introduced the idea of the language acquisition device that we have inside of us. It's a hypothetical cognitive mechanism that he suggested enables children to acquire languages effortlessly. Another one, Stephen Krashen. His work is often associated with the monitor model, which incorporates elements of both innatism and behaviorism. The input hypothesis, which is a part of this model, and we're going to come back to all of these concepts, all these bolded concepts in the next lesson. But the input hypothesis suggests that language acquisition occurs through exposure to comprehensible input, and that learners have an innate language acquisition device that operates unconsciously. So the more that you listen and read in a language, as long as it's comprehensible, as long as you're slowly making it more and more difficult as the months and years go on, that's how you're learning. It's not just somebody saying something to you, you doing a task and response, and them saying good job or no, that's not very good, as the behaviorist would say. And it's not just about you mimicking or imitating other people. It's also internal. Eric Lenberg contributed to the native perspective by examining the biological foundations of language acquisition. He explored the critical period hypothesis, proposing that there is a biologically determined window during which language acquisition is most efficient or effective. So again, we're looking at some of the biological, some of the innate factor. Innatism and nativism in the language classroom, it supports the idea that learners benefit from exposure to rich and comprehensible input. So that means that, if you play a lot of movies, watch a lot of Netflix, as long as you could comprehend and get the gist, it could be a little bit tricky for you if you're listening or watching a movie in Spanish. But as long as most of it's comprehensible, you could build on that the more that you watch Netflix, right? Teachers can provide students with language input that's slightly beyond their current proficiency level, allowing them to naturally acquire language through exposure. Teachers can create situations where language is used in authentic and purposeful ways, right? This whole idea of authenticity, it's that we're trying to simulate the natural environment, right? Where you are subconsciously, you're walking through a mall and you hear people using English or using French. You're not paying close attention to what they're saying. It's not explicit language learning, but it's implicit language acquisition. You're hearing these words so much that even without paying full attention, you're absorbing. This facilitates what we call internalization of language rules and patterns. It recognizes the importance of social interaction in language learning. Teachers can encourage students to engage in communicative activities such as group discussions, role plays, and collaborative projects to promote language development through interaction. So again, some of you might be thinking, but wait, language acquisition is typically subconscious and language learning is typically conscious. And the language classroom usually has language learning, then how would any of that be subconscious? Well, there are a lot of things about a language classroom and about education in a language classroom that could be implicit or subconscious, even if you just focus on the way that the teacher decorates the classroom and maybe puts the months of the year or numbers, has different posters, has different colorful materials in their decoration. So you're being exposed to these words, even without being specifically sitting down and having to process them one by one and practice the spelling of each word. You are slowly being more and more exposed. It's being absorbed into your subconscious, and eventually that could actually be transferred into your conscious. So this suggests that language learning is acquired more naturally when learners are not overly focused on explicit rule learning. So in fact, focusing too much on grammar is actually detrimental. It's better to focus on meaning, just focus on successful communication, because that way, because that's how we're going to acquire language, and that's how languages will actually stick. If we just focus on memorization and repeating habits and filling out worksheets, it's great, but it's not going to actually stick. It's just going to be surface level memorization. So basically, a balance between explicit and implicit instruction is ideal. We need to have a structure where both of these, the language learning, the language acquisition, both of them play a part, right? Teachers can build on innate intuition of students by creating activities that tap into learners' natural abilities to acquire language patterns and structures. That could even be like finding things that they actually do in their daily lives. So, for example, maybe doing an activity that's related to video games, right? Like lots of people actually acquire languages through playing video games. They're not focusing on the specific words and their meaning and their form and their grammar and their punctuation all the time. But after playing Call of Duty in French over and over and over again, they actually start to pick up certain words. Why? Because the comprehension of certain words are necessary in order to do certain things in the video game. So they are authentically, naturally drawn to trying to decipher what the words actually mean, even without sitting down and studying the rules day in and day out. You could say a little bit of the emotions of the students are involved in this, and that's also part of the internal look right here, which behaviorism doesn't focus on as much. Teachers can create a language-rich environment within the classroom, which helps expose learners to a variety of linguistic input through visual aids, authentic materials, and multimedia resources. That could even be like starting the class with music, right? In the target language, which I guess for you would be English. And your students, even though they don't know the specific rules of the grammar in those, like the song lyrics for Taylor Swift, for example, they do remember the words and how the rhythm goes. They memorize that. And part of it is not just based on the language itself, but it's also based on enjoying the music. The third approach is called cognitivism. So cognitivism and ALA, it builds on many of the ideas of behaviorism and innatism. While behaviorism focuses on observable behaviors, cognitivism focuses on mental processes. So again, we're focusing on the internal again. While innatism emphasizes the role of these innate structures in knowledge acquisition, cognitivism focuses on the active mental engagement of learners in constructing knowledge. So what cognitivism might look at is that yes, we develop our language through behaviors, through learned behaviors, imitation, through this stimuli response reinforcement model, the operant conditioning. That's great. We also have some innate abilities within us which allow us to create language. But on top of that, in order to actually learn a language, we don't just need the imitation and the subconscious. We also need conscious language learning. And for that, we need to really study our mental processes. How we could learn and process language, remember and apply the language efficiently, but also effectively. So language learning is not just about imitating others and reinforcement. It's not just about unlocking some sort of innate ability or faculty within us. It focuses on the active cognitive processes. In ALA, it emphasizes the role of cognitive processes such as memory, attention, perception, problem solving, and critical thinking. If you use language learning as an information processing task, learners receive input, they process it mentally, and then they produce output based on that processing. So it's not just based on the input, it's also based on the processing. Experience and interaction are vital for language learning. Paget, who had some ideas about assimilation, accommodation, and the stages of cognitive development. We had Vygotsky produce the sociocultural theory, which emphasizes the importance of social interaction and the role of the zone of proximal development. We'll talk about that in the next module. Jerome Bruner had ideas about the importance of active learning, discovery, and the role of scaffolding. We'll talk about scaffolding after. Michael Long had the interaction hypothesis, which focuses on the role of interaction along with meaningful communication and negotiation of meaning in ALA. The output hypothesis complements Krashen's input hypothesis. Producing language output is crucial for language development. Baddeley had his model of working memory, which is responsible for temporarily holding and manipulating information and has implications for language learning. And look at this, innatists such as Noam Chomsky and Stephen Krashen have also influenced cognitivism. Cognitivism in the language classroom. So you might want to design tasks and activities that gradually increase complexity. You could scaffold information. If you know what scaffolding is, it has to do with building, right? So in the classroom, scaffolding could be seeing where the students are right now with their language abilities, and as the teacher, you could slowly expose them to more and more difficult structures. It could also be when you're having a conversation with a student and the student's making a few mistakes. We'll talk about this in the corrective feedback section as well. But the student's making a few mistakes and you're kind of guiding them through to use the language correctly, right? So that would be scaffolding. We'll look at that a little bit later. We could also scaffold information. Scaffolding could happen between different students. Scaffolding could happen with a student and different resources that they're using actually. So it's not only between the teacher and the student. Input is clear, meaningful, and allows for effective cognitive processing. Target activities within the zone of proximal development of the student. So again, the zone of proximal development, that is what the student is able to do with help from other people, okay? So there's obviously what the student could do on their own. If I'm just sitting alone, what kind of essay could I write if I'm sitting alone right here with my knowledge of Greek, right? But what if I am put together with 3 or 4 Greek people? Maybe I could actually construct a better essay because I'm working with them, right? Or what could I do with the help of 3 or 4 of my fellow students in a Greek language classroom? So depending on who is around you, proximately close to you, you might have a different kind of maximum potential depending on who you're able to socially interact with. We'll come back to this after, but that's why Vygotsky is such a big name in this area. With cognitivism, be mindful of the cognitive load. So this is a big point right here. We are processing information all the time. That's what the brain is doing. That's how we learn languages. That's how we acquire languages. But if you give too much information, you're going to overwhelm students. And that's why I told you at the beginning of this module, make sure you're taking breaks and drinking water and all that, because we could only learn so much at one point. It encourages the explicit teaching of language learning strategies, okay, and the development of metacognitive awareness. You could have students reflect on and develop techniques for organizing information, memorization strategies, and problem-solving approaches in language tasks. So metacognitive awareness could have to do with how well we understand the way that we process things. So I'll say that again. Metacognitive awareness has to do with how well we understand how we process things. So, I mean, even for me, if I have a very good sleep, I'm going to be able to learn a lot of things. I'll be able to speak very well in Spanish. If I don't have a good sleep, then I might not be able to. Why? Because my brain's working a little bit slowly. I'm sleepy. I have I'm drowsy. I'm distracted. So even just having that awareness of your cognitive abilities, that's what metacognitive awareness could pertain to. So recognizing individual differences and the diverse learning styles of students. So again, this is very similar to the innatist or nativist perspective, but we might be focusing a little bit more on the actual mental processes or the cognitive processes. Incorporates real world tasks into the classroom. Talk about that after. And finally, this is the final and fourth school of ALA, SLA, socio-interactionism. Socio-interactionism builds on many of the ideas of innatism and cognitivism. Language development is a collaborative process where learners engage in meaningful interactions with others. They negotiate meaning. That could be like, oh, did you mean that? No, I didn't mean that. I meant this, right? So they negotiate meaning. and they receive feedback. That's a big one. That's a big piece where socio-interactionism adds on to the previous points. Feedback. Like cognitivism, it focuses on theories such as the zone of proximal development and scaffolding. However, socio-interactionism focuses on interactive features such as modeling and feedback. Modeling, if you're giving a student an example of something, that would be modeling. Okay, so if you're giving a student an example of a self-introduction, you are modeling this for the student. So the student needs that interaction with you to get that modeling. Then the student does something and then you give them feedback. You give them corrective feedback based on that. So again, it's not just about imitating others. It's not just about having this innate kind of ability to learn languages. It's not just about mentally like processing the language as well, but it's also about when you do produce the language and you produce output, the feedback you're getting from the teacher or from your peers, how do you process that? So it's different from behaviorism where it's just like reinforcement, like positive or negative. It's about also how do we process and how much do we need to get that feedback in the first place, to get corrections, to have our errors corrected. And in this area, it differs from innatism because, of course, innatism would focus more on the subconscious. So it focuses on the idea that we may not even really need as much feedback, maybe some, but not as much feedback to actually effectively learn a language and acquire it. It views motivation both internally as something that a learner produces and retains, and externally as something that could be generated by people who the learner interacts with. Learners can benefit from negotiating meaning, sharing linguistic insights, and collectively solving language-related problems. Technology-enhanced language learning could be a mediator of language development, and the identity of language learners, such as cultural identity, could influence the nature of interaction in language learning environments. James Lantoff has focused on sociocultural theory, emphasizing the importance of mediation, socio-interaction, and the ZPD. Stephen Thorne is known for work on computer-mediated communication and its role in language learning within the sociocultural framework. Bonnie Norden explores how learners' identities and social context influence language acquisition. Rod Ellis has explored the relationship between interaction and language learning. Andrew Cohen emphasizes the role of communication strategies, negotiation of meaning, and the importance of social context. Meryl Swain, Lev Vygotsky, and other theorists have been influential in this field as well. Socio-interactionism in the language classroom. Finally, group work, pair work, collaborative projects provide opportunities for learners to interact socially while using the target language. Task-based language teaching, which we'll talk about in Module 13, where students work on real-world tasks that require communication and problem solving. Role-playing provides students opportunities for students to engage in contextual language use, offering assistance, guidance, and feedback as students engage in language tasks. Fostering a supportive and inclusive environment in general so that students are able to express themselves, maybe even express their cultural identities as well. Emphasize the importance of negotiation of meaning during language activities. It's not that a word or a phrase or an idiom or a sentence will be perceived the same by everybody, even if somebody comprehends it, depending on how it's communicated, right? And all the different factors incorporated into that, it could be perceived in a different way, right? So it's not just about words, it's also about meaning that we're focusing on here. So the negotiation tool is important there so that you could ask students or ask a teacher what they mean by something, right? Incorporate technology to facilitate interaction, online platforms, discussion forums, and virtual collaborations. Enable students to engage in meaningful language exchanges. Promote reflective dialogue and integrate cultural elements into language lessons to enhance students' cultural awareness. Lesson number 12, additional language acquisition theories. These theories are kind of like the pieces that make up the schools or the approaches of additional language acquisition and additional language learning. Behaviorism, innatism, cognitivism, socio-interactionism. These are theories, right? So they could be wrong or right in different situations. All of them have big bodies of research, or at least a lot of them do. There's so much to learn in additional language acquisition, and you could only learn so much, right, at one time. You have a long career to continue building your knowledge. So this lesson is going to expose you to theories that are very instrumental in conceptualizing language acquisition and language learning. So in total, 30 theories. Just trying to pick up 5 or 6 of them. The 5 or 6 that you think will be the most useful to you. And the good news is that we are starting off with some very useful, pertinent concepts that you will hear a lot throughout your language teaching journey. But first, pause and reflect. How do these theories relate to the schools of additional language acquisition? Behaviorism, innatism, cognitivism, and socio-interactionism. Which theories are influenced by which schools and vice versa? Which theories will you incorporate into your philosophy and approach? That might depend on the context, and we'll be talking about that in section 3, the next section, how your language acquisition approach, your language acquisition theories, your language acquisition or language teaching methods, and your language teaching beliefs may all change depending on the language teaching context. So we have a big list of theories right here. I'm going to try my best to really prioritize these and to indicate the ones that are more common. Just because they're more commonly spoken about or more popular doesn't mean that they're more important. Any of these that you just look at and you think, that seems interesting, and learn more about them, right? That shows that you're taking control, that you're not just passively receiving, but you're actually going out of your way to build your knowledge. Start off with theory number 1, contrastive analysis. This is an older theory from the 1940s, 50s. It was developed by Robert Latto. It basically puts it that errors made by language learners are influenced by differences in languages. Simple as that. If I speak Portuguese, I'm from Brazil, I speak Portuguese as my first language, and I am learning Arabic, differences between those two languages, Portuguese and Arabic, that is all we need to know to understand which errors Ryan is going to make. If I am from Sweden and I am learning Cantonese, I'm going to make more errors than if I am Swedish and I am learning English. Simply because of the languages themselves. That's it. That tells the whole story. And it also has inadequate pedagogical implications. I mean, what are we going to do? Just translate everything from one language to another one? Well, that does resemble one of the older traditional teaching methods, which we will look at in the next module, which is called the grammar translation method. It might have its pros, but it also has its cons. Theory number 2, fossilization. Fossilization is a theory related to interlanguage theory, which we'll talk about after. It refers to a phenomenon where certain linguistic errors or features persist in a learner's interlanguage despite continued exposure to the target language and instruction. Okay, so for example, a lot of my Spanish speakers say speak instead of speak. Maybe they had a Spanish teacher who would always say, I speak Spanish or I speak English, right? So the learner has kind of incorporated that into their language and they just say speak. Well, now this learner has developed a lot. They've developed to advanced level English, but they still make this error. That's an example of fossilization. The error has been fossilized, it has been crystallized, it has been solidified into the mind. Here are a few examples. A learner consistently uses sheeps instead of sheep for the plural form. Despite being taught otherwise, a learner constantly pronounces Th sounds as sa, like sis and sat. A learner habitually translates idiomatic expressions literally from their native language, resulting in awkward and nonsensical language use. It could fossilize, and sometimes it doesn't. That's why this is a theory, right? So certain things could fossilize, but does that mean that we will inevitably never fix those errors? Maybe we could. One of the greatest feats you could have as a language teacher probably is seeing a fossilized error in your student and correct that error. Some findings in this area: older learners were found to exhibit more pronounced instances of fossilization compared to younger learners. So younger learners, they're still in this kind of this period where their brain is, developing. They have more fluidity there where they could actually, correct errors a little bit easier in the long term than adults for the most part. And this is the critical period hypothesis, which will be the next concept we look at. It suggests that the likelihood of fossilization increases for learners who begin language acquisition after puberty. Younger learners demonstrate greater neuroplasticity, leading to less entrenched fossilization patterns. Fossilization tends to be more prevalent in phonological features, such as like listening pronunciation, compared to morphosyntactic features such as grammar and spellings. The curse of language use is that when a person meets you, usually the first thing that they are encountered with is your bloody pronunciation if they meet you face to face. And that is their perception, for better or worse, of how good or bad your language is, right? And then that could have an effect on your confidence, even if you have fix all of your grammatical errors. So you have great writing, you have great reading, you even have great listening, but some of the speaking and pronunciation errors could be, those could be tricky for sure. And they could be hard for teachers to change those in your student. Identify fossilized errors and try to address them. Older learners may experience greater difficulty in modifying fossilized errors due to cognitive factors and established language habits. Okay, fossilization is a very important concept. Critical period hypothesis is also very important. It basically puts it that there's an optimal window of time during which language acquisition is most effective and efficient. You've heard tons of people say, oh, you could only properly learn a language if you learn it as a kid, or you can never learn a language if you learn it as an adult. This is a hypothesis, very context-based. So this was proposed by Eric Lundberg in 1967. It suggests that the critical period occurs in childhood and extends until puberty. According to the CPH, if language acquisition does not take place during the critical period, the ability to acquire native-like proficiency in a language diminishes significantly. And age is a major indicator in language acquisition and language success. So when is the CPH? So according to Lundberg, there's a sensitive period. It goes from the early childhood to puberty. According to Johnson and Newport, the language acquisition ends around puberty, after which individuals are less likely to achieve native-like proficiency. Lundberg, 1967, suggested that there may be neurobiological correlates of the critical period with neuroplasticity limitations affecting language acquisition from a certain age, although the exact mechanisms remain subject to ongoing research. Bialystok and Hakuta demonstrated variability in the effects of age on language acquisition. Some individuals are able to achieve high proficiency in second language even after the critical period. This suggests that age effects may be modulated by other individual differences and environmental factors. Number 4, universal grammar. It's a theory proposed by Noam Chomsky in the 1950s, so this is a very innatist theory. Suggests that the ability to acquire language is innate in humans. There's something within us. Yes, we do need something to activate, maybe the understanding of nouns, the understanding of a verb, that okay, a noun, which is a thing like an object, that is different than an action which an object, a person, place, or thing could perform. That is also different than an adjective. which is something that describes the person, place, thing. It's not necessarily the thing itself, but it's something that describes it. There's a set of different principles that we at least have within us, and we need to activate them, but it's not all based on just what we are exposed to. There's also something innate within us. So we're not necessarily starting from scratch when we learn or acquire languages. We have some built-in mechanisms. Number 5, the natural order hypothesis. This basically puts it that there's a specific order in which we learn a language, right? So that could be like, first it's a sound, then it is a letter attached to a sound, then it is a word, then it is a sentence, then it is a paragraph. You see what I mean? So there are different conceptualizations of what this natural order is, but basically the natural order hypothesis puts it that there is a natural order that we follow in how we learn a language. So for example, we will learn the concept of a verb, like to go, to see, to laugh, before we're able to apply it in like the third person. So she laughs, he laughs, or even we laugh, you laugh, right? Languages are acquired and should be learned in a set order. So this natural order hypothesis, if there's a natural order that we learn languages, shouldn't teachers in their instruction kind of reflect that natural order? But maybe in order to push the student, challenge the student a little bit, maybe there are situations where we should skip a step. Some of the findings, Crash in 1981 proposed that language learners acquire grammatical structures in a predictable sequence. Studies have identified common stages in second language acquisition, reflecting gradual progression from simpler to more complex linguistic features, right? So that could even be something like the literal meaning of a verb, like I ran to the store, versus she ran a test, she ran a dishwasher. See these different collocations and these, I guess, rarer uses of different verbs. Selinker in 1972 introduced the concept of interlanguage, which highlights a learner's systematic application of language rules as they progress. So instead of us going through this natural order in like one line, when I am a first language English speaker, when I'm trying to improve my French, I am always trying to obtain a certain level of French. I'm always in an intermediary stage until I reach the native speaker proficiency level. At Teach Ahead, we don't really like using the term native proficiency level. We're using that as discourse currency, right? Research indicates significant individual variation in the order and pace of acquisition. So that's interesting, right? That it's not necessarily always that somebody could like learn a word before a phrase. Some phrases are actually easier to learn than certain words for different reasons as well. The pronunciation of some words could be more difficult than the pronunciation of other words for certain reasons too. Ellis 2008 suggested that while instructional interventions can influence the pace and order of acquisition, they do not override the natural order of language development proposed by the natural order hypothesis. So they're basically saying that even though as teachers, we could do different things to make our students learn quicker or efficiently, there is still a natural order. Positive and negative transfer. Positive transfer occurs when similarities between the native language and the target language facilitate language learning. Télévision and television, right? So if I'm learning French and I see this similar spelling right there, that could be an example of positive transfer, at least with the spelling for the most part, right? So if I'm trying to spell television in French, because there's such an overlap with English, I could almost get it perfectly. If a learner's native language shares grammatical features or vocabulary with the target language, this shared knowledge can aid comprehension and production in the second language. But we also have negative transfer. This is also known as language interference or cross-linguistic influence. This occurs when differences between the native language and the target language lead to errors or difficulties in language learning. So let me take the example of télévision again. The spelling is very similar. That's great. But the pronunciation is quite different. Even though the spelling of that word could facilitate a lot of language learning, the pronunciation is quite different in certain ways. So that could actually be an example of language interference. And yeah, grammatical structures or pronunciation that are permissible in the native language, but not in the target language, may result in errors or non-native like language use. Interlanguage theory. It was proposed by Larry Selinker. Interlanguage refers to a linguistic system that learners create as they progress towards full proficiency in a second language. It's not like I have English and then I have French, right? It's that I right now have a version of French in my head, but I'm not like a proficient speaker of French. So I have a maybe beginner level version of French. And that in itself is its own language. Instead of just seeing it as a piece of French, it's its own language. And as I move closer to intermediate and advanced levels of French, I am using this version of French in my mind kind of as like a boat rowing down a river. And as I move along the road in my vehicle, I am kind of accumulating more and more tools to help the vehicle be more and more efficient. Behaviorist perspective would view a learner's interlanguage as being a product of imitating others. It's like the mistakes you make are a reflection of the mistakes that other people around you are making. However, the innatists, on the other hand, may view the development of interlanguage as being influenced by internal factors such as the universal grammar. Critics of interlanguage theory contend that the defining intermediary stages between languages is contingent upon language standardization. This also assumes that non-native standards are incomplete and that errors made by students in interlanguage are typically viewed as unintentional, which is not always the case. So, for example, when you're using slang to talk to your friend, sometimes we make errors, quote unquote errors, and it's part of our identity. Like we actually do it on purpose, or like we do it naturally, but we don't apologize for them, because if we speak completely formally or like according to the native standards, it makes us come off as, I don't know, maybe pretentious. Sometimes people purposely pronounce words different than English standard in the place where they're living because they want to show their culture. They want to express their identity culturally, right? Because in the place where they're from, those are the words that would usually be used, and that's how they would usually be pronounced. Our development of interlanguage is not just about like being a halfway point between beginner level and advanced level. For some of us, the interlanguage is the end goal, and people like Larry Selinker view it as an intermediary, like an incomplete language, or a language that's not fully developed, because typically the goal is full proficiency according to standardization. However, some people get to like a certain level of English, and that's the English they want. That's all they need. A lot of the research and studying of interlanguage has seen it that the learner is always trying to get a specific standard of English, and they all have the same goals, and that the mistakes they make in their interlanguage are mistakes. They're accidents. Theory number 9, the monitor hypothesis. This hypothesis suggests that learners have two systems for processing a language. This is a learned system and an acquired system. The learned system is conscious, explicit knowledge of the language. The acquired system is unconscious, implicit knowledge of the language. And basically what we're doing while we're developing our language use, we are using our learned system. We're using things that we learn in class, for example, or the rules that we've learned from a YouTube video to help us to monitor and edit and revise and refine the different uses of language that we have acquired. So the uses of language that we have acquired subconsciously, which according to Krashen are the most, like the foundation, those will be kind of edited and tweaked a little bit. So those different errors will be edited and tweaked a little bit. by using this learned system. Language learning, conscious language learning on its own is not enough. And people, like a lot of innatists like Krashen, would actually go so far as to say the subconscious side, getting input, and not a lot of grammar instruction, as we are constantly tracking and editing our own language use and progress. So this is different from the behaviorist, because this is not all about other people externally giving us rewards or giving us consequences and punishments based on our language use. It's also about us. We are learning the rules, and then we are assessing ourselves on how well we are kind of adhering to them. The effective filter hypothesis, also developed by Stephen Krashen in the 80s, it posits that language acquisition is influenced by affective factors. Basically, your motivation, anxiety, self-confidence, things like that, stress, those could impact how well you learn a language. So I just kind of distill it down to this, and it's not all about happiness, okay? It has to do with a lot of things. We acquire and learn languages better when we're happy. If you have anxiety and stress, you're not going to acquire nor learn languages as well as if you are calm, relaxed, comfortable. So what does that say about, your role in the language classroom as facilitating a positive affect? At the same time, some people may say that a little bit of providing corrections that might in the short term make your student feel a little bit inadequate, but in the long term, that could actually drive your students to actually really try to repair. And too much comfort, too much happiness, too much positive affect may actually, hinder them. The input hypothesis and the output hypothesis. The input hypothesis suggests that language learners acquire language best when they receive input, exposure to language. So that's like read, listen, which is always slightly beyond their current proficiency level. This is called the I+1. So it means you shouldn't give them some super fast rap track to try to listen to if they're a beginner. Always give them something that's a little bit trickier than what they already know. So maybe if there are 10 words in a sentence, 2 of them should be unfamiliar, but maybe decipherable words, right? And 8 of them should be familiar. And for us as language teachers, our goal is to expose our students to language, authentic language use as much as possible. That could be students watching movies all the time. That could be them reading books, the whole class. That could be just having conversations. Very little attention to grammar. Very little attention to rules. However, Meryl Swain actually put forward the output hypothesis, which posits that producing language is necessary for language development too, because it involves different cognitive processes such as restructuring and reorganizing. Even if you read or listen and you do process different rules and different structures, you're never going to process it to the same extent and memorize it and retain it and be able to apply it to the same extent than if you input it and output. Reading and listening in a target language is not enough. You also need to speak and or write in that language too. So cognitive theory basically reinforces the cognitivist school of ALA. It focuses on cognitive processes involved in language learning, emphasizing the role of mental processes such as memory, problem solving. Draw on principles from cognitive psychology to explain how learners process and internalize linguistic input, acquire new vocabulary and grammar, and develop language proficiency. It could also help us look at uptake, which is not just what students hear or read, but also how much of that they actually process and learn and are able to produce in their language use later. Theory number 12, connectionism. Connectionism is an exciting theory which looks at language learning as a process of forming and strengthening connections between mental representations and linguistic elements. So what I say for my TEFL teachers in training, I say typically if you think about a word that you've been exposed to and you connect that to a certain experience or a context in which you learn that word. The context could help indicate how well you memorize that word and what you associate that word with. Some of us might not like a certain word or a certain expression. Some of us might find certain expressions or words are triggering because they remind us of a certain person who used to use that word, right? Now, that kind of trigger, that like amount of that like negative association. This brings us back to the affective filter, because in a way that's like a negative thing, but that's also led us to really remember that word. While we're teaching students in the classroom, I mean, not only are we trying to introduce words, we're trying to introduce them in different contexts so that your students are able to apply them to different contexts. And since we're trying to create meaningful associations that your students are going to activate and gain access to often, hopefully, so that they could actually like memorize and it'll be relevant, you might want to find out what your students are interested in, where they would use these linguistic structures. If I'm teaching my students about different types of sentences, and I find out my students like Harry Potter, I will have a Harry Potter script, and I will highlight simple sentences, compound sentences, complex sentences. So that way they're able to not only learn the structure, but they could contextualize it, and they will have this connection to Harry Potter, to this kind of theme. That's just one example. This is exposure to language structures in different meaningful forms and contexts could help one to memorize, retain, and apply the concept. The noticing hypothesis was proposed by Schmidt in 1990. It suggests that language acquisition occurs when learners consciously notice linguistic features in the input they receive. This theory is influenced by and connected to other cognitivist theories, such as the output hypothesis. According to the hypothesis, learners must first become aware of linguistic forms or structures before they can internalize and acquire them. So, long story short, prove your knowledge by identifying gaps, changes, and differences. If you give them an essay from a student, maybe a Band 6 IELTS essay, could your student identify the errors? Could they notice the gaps? Could they notice the differences? Could they notice where certain structures adhere to the standards of English and where some of them don't? You're not serving your students the answers, right? You're not kind of like framing them with like a yes, no, or multiple choice. Instead, you are leading them to tasks where they could meaningfully recreate the language correctly, right? So it's not only noticing errors, but it could also be noticing good forms of the language. Or while they're reading a research article, they read a few new terms and they notice, okay, I guess these words would be used as collocations in this kind of context. I really like those terms. I'm going to try to incorporate them into my lexicon. Processability model. This proposes that language acquisition occurs in a series of ordered stages of processing levels, with learners gradually mastering increasingly complex linguistic structures and features. It's similar to the natural order, which we spoke about earlier. Instead of looking at the stages as something all students will like go through because of their innate capacity to learn language, their universal grammar, we would look at the stages more through like the cognitive lens, through how much mental energy has to go into processing certain uses of the language. The competition model was proposed by Brian McWhinney in the 1980s. It puts it that language acquisition often involves competition between multiple linguistic representations and cognitive processes. Basically, while you're saying a sentence, as you're going through the sentence, every single word, your selection of every single word is the best of all of the options you have for that spot in the sentence. Meaning to say, all of the alternative words are not as good in your view than that word right there. This helps us to understand things like the tip of the tongue state. You know, when you have that word and it's on the tip of your tongue, or even maybe it's the name of somebody. You see a celebrity, you can't remember their name, it's on the tip of your tongue. Well, that's because there aren't enough possible options there to help you to get the best option, the correct option. This could also happen with different common verbs like make or do. It can make it difficult to select the correct verb because the words make and do have so much overlap. So there's so much competition that it's almost a 50-50. Your brain is trying to think, do I make the bed or do I do the bed? Do I make the dishes or do I do the dishes? And the amount of competition could also rely on how much exposure you've had to the words and how many different contexts and the frequency of the use of those words too. This could also make it difficult to understand certain words if there is competition from other stimuli. Imagine you're listening to some sort of like an IELTS listening test, right? The person is talking about a pet and they say the word cat. If in the background, so not on this like listening track, but in the background, somebody says the word hat at that very moment, right? The same time that listening text, they say the word cat, the mixture between the word hat and the word cat could make it difficult for you to actually distinguish the word cat, and you might end up missing it. That could also be an example of competition, this kind of overlay between like similar language structures, which actually causes them to morph together and for you to not be able to distinguish one from another. So basically, we make conscious linguistic choices based on a process of elimination and on the options that are there for us from our exposure. Neurolinguistic theory and skills acquisition hypothesis. Neurolinguistic theory explores the relationship between language learning and the underlying neuromechanisms and structures of the brain. This approach draws on principles from neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and linguistics to understand how language is processed, represented, and acquired in the brain. Skill acquisition theory views language learning as the development of a set of skills. Michael Long's interaction hypothesis is one example within this framework. It emphasizes the importance of practice, interaction, and skill development in language learning. The interaction hypothesis, this was proposed by Michael Long in 1983, posits that language acquisition is facilitated by meaningful interaction in the target language. This hypothesis suggests that language learners improve their proficiency through negotiated interaction, where they engage in conversation with native speakers or more proficient language users, receiving feedback and clarification on their language output. And finally, theory number 17 and number 18, the sociocognitive theory and the zone of proximal development. Sociocognitive theory emphasizes the social and cognitive dimensions of language learning. It posits that language acquisition is influenced by both social interaction and cognitive processes, and it explores how learners' interactions with others and the environment shape their language development. So again, just like with the behaviorists and the innatists, it's not just the external, it's not just the internal, it's also the interpersonal, how we construct language and improve our language use, and just how we use language. I mean, I might use language differently with my mom than I would with my friend. I might learn language differently from my mom than I would from my teacher. Right? This could have something to do with trust. It could have something to do with affect. It could also have something to do with how you would like to present yourself and your identity. The zone of proximal development is a concept proposed by Lev Vygotsky as part of his sociocultural theory of learning. It refers to the difference between what a learner can achieve independently and what they can accomplish with the guidance and support of a more knowledgeable other, such as a teacher, peer, or parent. We could all do more with the help of others. Honorable mention. So a few other theories: variability hypothesis, emergentism, input enhancement hypothesis, dynamic systems theory, attentional resource theory, markedness differential hypothesis, error analysis, task complexity theory, attribution theory, narrative input hypothesis, selective attention theory, experiential learning theory. Hi everyone, welcome to lesson number 13. Lesson number 11 focused on looking at the 4 different approaches or schools of ALA. We looked at more than 20 different theories which have helped to influence and which have been influenced by these 4 different schools of SLA or ALA. In this lesson, we're going to begin applying this to your language teaching. So you could start to envision who you will be be as a teacher in the future. This could help you to see what is possible for you as a teacher. Hopefully, these language teaching methods could guide you. We are living in a post-method world, which means that typically we have a mix of different methods. We don't just have one of these methods that we focus on. But in this lecture, we're going to present to you 7 different popular language teaching methods, and hopefully you could pick and choose what you like from the different methods. So language teaching methods, here are 7 language teaching methods. So the grammar translation method, we're starting at the beginning, okay? So more than 100 years ago. Then the direct method, the audio-lingual method, total physical response, communicative language teaching. Now we're getting a little bit more recent. Task-based language teaching, content-based instruction. As we go through these, think about their relevance to the different additional language acquisition or additional language learning schools and theories that we have unpacked in this course, and begin thinking most importantly about you and about your learners. It will depend on the objectives, on the expectations of stakeholders, the rules and policies of the institution you work for, and of course your beliefs. Grammar translation method, this originates in the 19th century. It focuses on explicit teaching of grammar rules and translation of texts between the target language and the learner's native language. So this reminds us of the contrastive analysis theory, which we looked at in the previous lecture. It focuses on the idea that the success and the process of learning is completely reliant upon the differences and similarities between the first language and the target language of the speaker. Very much focused on things like positive and negative transfer and language interference. It doesn't consider individual differences and environmental factors. In this method, you'll see a lot of those traditional language classroom translation exercises, grammar drills, vocabulary lists, reading comprehension, dictation, sentence structure analysis, memorization is a big thing of dialogues, and grammar explanation and lectures. Direct method. This came to be in the late 19th century and the early 20th century. It developed as a response to the limitations of the grammar translation method because the direct method advocated for teaching language directly through immersion. A lot of natural language use, a lot of kind of throwing the students into the deep end. It was really focused on immersing them in the target language and getting right directly to the target language. Learners were exposed to authentic language input through conversation and visual aids. This focused on things like conversational practice, role-playing, picture description, question answer exercises, storytelling, language games, and simulation activities. Number 3, the audio-lingual method. This came to be in the mid-20th century. It emerged in the mid-20th century with an emphasis on the development of oral proficiency through repetitive practice and drills. This actually came to be during World War II in post-war Italy, where many American soldiers were trying to learn the language. Learners listened to model sentences or dialogues and basically repeated them. So you could see the connection between this and the behaviorist perspective. Focuses on classical conditioning, operant conditioning, imitation, modeling. It engaged in pattern drills to reinforce language structures and vocabulary. You hear a dialogue, you memorize it, you repeat it. Pattern practice, repetition drills, repeat after me class, chain drills, substitution drills, transformation drills. Number 4, total physical response. If any of you plan to teach kids, you may actually be told by your institution, be expected to teach them through this method. Total physical response developed in the 70s by James Asher at the University of San Jose. It is a kinesthetic approach to language teaching that involves the use of physical movement and gestures to facilitate language learning. So we're not only focusing on memorization through listening and repeating and the positive reinforcement, but it's also on actions. Right? Think about if you were ever part of like a dance team, and if you hear a song that you had to dance to in your dance routine with your team, you could probably still remember from muscle memories like the different moves that you had to do, right? So Also think about, the effective filter, Stephen Krashen's monitor model, and how the emotions that we have could play a role in how well we learn a language. Learners respond to commands and instructions given by the teacher by performing corresponding actions. Things like Simon Says, following commands, stand up, sit down, acting out daily routines, role-playing situations, TPR storytelling, using gestures to represent vocabulary words, mimicking animal sounds and movements, charades, dance, and movement activities to practice language. Think about, the idea of language acquisition versus language learning. A lot of it is focused on acquisition, especially for children. There is mostly less focus on things like form and grammar. Communicative language teaching came about in the 70s and 80s. It arose in the 70s. CLT emphasizes communication as the primary goal of language learning. This was the bread and butter for teachers in Thailand when I was teaching there. It still is in a lot of parts of Asia. When I was when I was in my TESOL in Thailand, this is what we were suggested to teach with. Learners engage in real-life communication tasks, such as role plays, discussions, to develop their language proficiency and communicative competence. Things like information gap activities, discussions, problem solving, pairing group work, information sharing tasks, opinion exchanges, interviews, and jigsaw activities. So we're really focusing on communication, a little bit less focus on things like form and, grammatical accuracy, pronunciation, but just conveying the message, right? Task-based language teaching, very similar in certain ways, just takes things a bit further. So this was developed in the 90s. It's based on the premise that language learning is facilitated through the completion of tasks. So when we're using it in the real world, we're not just communicating for the sake of communicating a lot of the time. We're communicating in order to achieve different tasks. And that could give us the certain things like reinforcement if you're thinking about the behaviorists' perspective. So learners work on tasks that require them to use language to achieve a specific goal or outcome, promoting language acquisition through task engagement and problem solving. Things like field trips with language tasks, task sequencing activities, decision-making tasks, opinion sharing tasks, simulation tasks, project-based tasks, group presentations, case studies, critical thinking tasks. So a lot of these activities could be used in a CLT class or even in a TPR class. There is a lot of overlap. It's more so the kind of philosophy behind what we're doing and why we're doing it and how we think it helps the language learning process. Content-based instruction. This came to be in the late 20th century. It originated and is continuing to the present day. It's particularly common with like colleges, with academic or maybe English occupational purposes, business English. It integrates language learning with content instruction. That could be like subject-specific instruction, like science or math. So learners acquire language skills while studying academic content, such as science, history, literature. So this could be things like summarizing lectures, reading comprehension exercises, group discussion or content topics, project-based learning tasks, research projects, writing assignments based on content materials, concept mapping activities, multimedia presentations on content. If you're teaching a software developer English and you're teaching them, like general English, but it's not geared towards like the content they're going to be dealing with, then it's general English. But a lot of the time when we're looking at content-based instruction, we are kind of trying to find different categories of content more specifically that we could teach our students, whether that be by subject or by domain or things of that nature. So those are 7 different language teaching methodologies. I'll see you in lecture number 14. This short lesson right here, we're just going to go over a few terms that you might hear from other teachers and you may choose to use in the classroom. These aren't terms that you need to know right now, and you don't need to know them in every single context. We're going to present to you a few terms that you don't know so you could learn something here. How could terminology help you? Well, it could help you to develop your language teaching philosophy, which is something that you could include in in your professional portfolio. This could help you to justify your teaching choices to students, fellow teachers, and stakeholders. Students deserve some sort of explanation as to why they are learning what they're learning. Your students might have valid questions as to, how is this going to help me? How could I learn more about this? How could I improve this aspect of my language? And instead of going with like the lazy method of you just have to practice, or you just have to do better, or you have to work smarter and not harder, these terms you'll learn here could help you to dissect a little bit further, to understand the nuances and to understand actions, suggestions you could give your students to improve. And also, if a fellow teacher, or if like a colleague or even your boss asks you to justify your choices in the classroom, you could use the proper terminology to explain everything you're saying. You could build knowledge of more complex skills from terms that you know. So these terms right here could then allow you to learn more specific terms. Maybe you'll learn what a pronoun is, as you could learn what a demonstrative pronoun is. Instead of just knowing what a verb is right now, one day in the future, you could learn about a phrasal verb or linking verbs, right? So these are just some ways that we could further deepen our knowledge. This could help you to come off as professional and aware. These are terms that really mean something in terms of understanding the rules of standard English. If that's your student's objective, to obtain standard English, then being able to explain these terms using the very specific terminology instead of just right, wrong, correct, incorrect, good, bad, it could help your students to understand a little bit better. And it could help you come off as a bit more professional and feel a bit more professional. And that'll be reflected in your confidence. This could ease the process of finding material. So when you're like looking online, again, instead of just like looking up nouns, you're looking up compound nouns. This will help you to put a name to a face, so to speak. This could help you communicate clearly and concisely with administrators. It could help you formulate beliefs about language learning and acquisition. General terminology plus lesson planning terminology. So objectives, goals, aims, outcomes, standards. Assessments, we're going to be looking at different types of assessment and different types of language standards. Evaluation, we'll be looking at different ways to create rubrics, for example. Diagnostic assessments, formative, summative assessment, pre-assessment, post-assessment, rubric, task, activity, exercise. A lot of these are used interchangeably, and some of them, it really depends on whose definition you're going for. ESL, EFL, we know what that is, right? English as a second language, English as a foreign language. If you want, you could do what we do, teach ahead. We say ESOL, which is English to speakers of other languages. That's why you're in this TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages. ESP, that stands for English for specific purposes. And there are different types of English for specific purposes. A couple of the common ones are EOP, English for occupational purposes, English for academic purposes. Rapport and building rapport, that is building like some sort of relationship, trust, confidence with students. Corrective feedback, we're going to look at a few different corrective feedback strategies later in this course. A warmer, a cooler, we're going to be talking about these in the next module. Warmers happen at the beginning of class. Coolers, typically those are at the end of class. And typically it's meaning focused, which means that you're not focusing on like the accuracy of the pronunciation, grammar, spelling. Assessment, priming. Priming is how you prepare your students. Typically, it's implicitly for what they are going to learn. Imagine my students are going to learn about colors today, right? And I decide to start the class with a discussion where people have to describe a picture. They have to write down, a certain amount of words each to describe the picture. Chances are some of them will use a color to describe a picture, right? So even though I'm not telling them to use different kinds of colors as their chosen words, we are just doing an activity which is going to bring about the use of different colors of these words. Modeling, this is where you as a teacher model a linguistic item or structure. So you give your students an example, for instance. If you are leading a task, or if you want your students to engage in a task, you might give them an example of what you expect, that's modeling. Get your students to model the correct use of language for other students. Material, resources, scaffolding. We've spoken about scaffolding. You could engage with a student, interact with a student, and slowly build up their language use. You could find their zone of proximal development where they are able to successfully create language. You could find their limit. You could find the exact point at which they struggle on their own. And you as the teacher could go in there and give them little pieces of help to allow them to successfully complete tasks. So for example, if you're having an interview with a student and you start off with some yes, no, and like questions, then you get into like deeper questions, like maybe questions that have follow-up questions, two-part questions. Oh, this is getting a little bit trickier. And now you're noticing your students are like making mistakes with their sentence structure. If you go in there and help them to choose the correct word to proceed through their sentences, that's an example of scaffolding. Coherence. Coherence is basically the logic that is in your writing or your speaking. When we talk about thesis statements and creating arguments in argumentative essays, coherence is a big thing. Selecting appropriate examples, selecting appropriate supporting details in your writing or your speech. Not being redundant and just repeating the same supporting details, but just in different words, right? Your organization. And some of these things could also have to do with cohesion, but cohesion would focus a little bit more on the structure of your writing, your use of transition phrases, for lack of a better term, how your writing flows, maybe how you incorporate topic sentences, supporting sentences, and concluding sentences, how the concluding sentence of one body paragraph helps to prepare the reader for the topic of the next body paragraph. Transition words, paraphrasing, summarizing, skimming, scanning, those are two common reading strategies. Pre-writing, drafting, revising, editing, proofreading, understanding the audience of a piece of writing, purpose, tone. So these kinds of things are very useful, especially for English for specific purposes, English for academic purposes, college reading and writing classes. If you're not teaching reading or writing, you might not have as much need to develop your knowledge in these areas, but sometimes your career will throw you a curveball and you might get a great opportunity to teach like EAP, dialect, register, so understanding the differences there, synonyms, antonyms, word families, pragmatics, so that focuses on like meaning in language. It could even be things like sarcasm, like word choice, understanding the meaning attached, the connotations with specific language item. Collocations, we'll be talking about those later in this course. Jargon, idioms, root words, acronyms, abbreviations, homonyms. Moving on, grammatical, mechanical, and listening terminology. Mechanical is just about the actual structure of sentences typically and how we coordinate ideas together. Subject-verb agreement, verb conjugation, verb tense, pluralization. Understanding the parts of speech. Nouns, pronouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, prepositions, conjunctions, articles, interjections. Parts of speech really do help you to understand how to make your students understand so many rules in English. Like, this is one of the areas for you to really start. For you as a teacher to understand what a noun is and how that's different from a pronoun. All right, these next few pertain to mechanics, punctuation, sentence structure, spacing, capitalization. Types of sentences, such as simple, compound, and complex sentences, and compound, complex sentences. Sentence fragments, run-on sentences. We've heard of those, right? Well, there are different kinds. So we have few sentences, comma splices. Comprehension, active listening, passive listening, note-taking, and different strategies with note-taking. Listening skills, discrimination, decoding, encoding, attentiveness, listening comprehension, listening passage, dictation, transcription, inference, context clues. All those have to do with listening. Finally, speaking terminology. Here are some words, instead of just saying you have good English or you have bad English. If your student says to you, I have bad English, how do I improve it? Instead of just saying, you need to work on your accent. Fluency, accuracy, pronunciation, intonation, stress, rhythm, pace, articulation, clarity, confidence, engagement, turn taking, interaction, dialogue, monologue, discussion, debate, presentation, storytelling, role play. These are different activities you could do, right? A speech, expressiveness, paraphrasing, elaboration, extending, rephrasing, spontaneity, prompting, discourse markers, and also nonverbal cues, right? Your body language, your pausing, the pace, the volume of your speech. This short lesson right here, we're just going to go over a few terms that you might hear from other teachers and you may choose to use in the class. Welcome to lesson number 15. This is the final lesson in section number 2 of this 120-hour TESOL online certificate. We're going to talk about language lesson planning. We have started this section by talking about approaches to language learning and language acquisition. Then we started dissecting that into more specific different theories and then looking at 7 different common language teaching methods. Well, in the previous lecture, we did a little crash course on different useful language teaching terms. And finally, right here, we're going to start building and getting creative. If you have the freedom to choose your own structure, you will have your freedom to kind of have a mishmash of different structures in the same way that you would not necessarily just have one method, language teaching method, but maybe an amalgamation of this is not black or white. We're not just trying to look at one structure to have all the time, but this could at least help jumpstart your language teaching career and knowledge and help you to continue to develop your beliefs. We're focusing on 3. PPP, that's presentation, practice, production. It's it's very much influenced by communicative language teaching. Some TESOLs, TEFLs, and TESOLs focus like solely on PPP or one of these structures. All right, so that's a very common one. It's a little bit different from a methodology because it's not only focusing on the approach to language teaching, but a structure is focusing on how you actually delegate the time. TBLT, task-based language teaching, was the at Teach Ahead. We're trying to cover as much ground as possible without overwhelming you, and we just want to expose you to what does exist out there, and then you could make the decision based on your experience. The final one is a flipped classroom structure, and this has become very, very common and very popular, especially in the last few years. So a little introduction to language lesson planning. Here's what most structures consist of. Most structures will have a warmer. That's a warm-up activity. Typically meaning focused more so than form focused. That's really focusing on getting the students affective filter low, making sure that they're comfortable, ensuring that they could build some rapport with their students, with the teacher. Most of them will have a warmer and recap the concepts from the previous lesson. Then there will be a body of the lesson where learning happens. There will possibly be an extension. So an extension will be just anywhere from an extra activity to a whole extra hour or 2 hours or class based on the body of the lesson. And that is dictated by, the resources you have as a teacher. How much time do you have with your students? Do you have enough time that you could do an entire follow-up lesson on the concepts that you just taught them because you don't think that it really sunk in? Or do you have an airtight, packed schedule and you don't have that amount of time? Do your clients and students actually give you that freedom? Or are you kind of working off of a textbook, for example, or a very specific syllabus? Typically, there will be some sort of review of what you have learned today, what the students have learned, and a cooler. What's a cooler? Well, it's the opposite of a warmer. It's an activity that we just put at the end of the class, right? And it typically says to the student, thanks for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you again next time. We're going to focus on 3 structures in this short lecture. Number 1, presentation, practice, production, PPP. Number 2, task-based language teaching, TBLT. And number 3, the flipped classroom, or FC. There will be, give or take, 6 steps in PPP. you're going to start with a warmer or a recap. Okay, this is not the same as the presentation. Sometimes like one could flow into another. Typically that's good. The more flow that your language teaching has, the better. Usually you will have like a specific warm-up activity. Again, like depending on the amount of time that you have and the resources you have too. Start with an activity, and usually that will be a meaning focused game. It will focus on like communication. It will focus on having a good time, maybe challenging your students, but in a good way, like not in a stressful way, ideally. This should implicitly introduce concepts of the given lesson. So whatever this warmer is, whatever this activity is, it should incorporate some of the theme and topic of the lesson that you're about to give. Number 2, presentation. You will present the new language items. So if you are teaching your students something that is vocabulary focused, such as places in town, you will introduce 10, 15, 20 words about places in town. The hospital, the bank, the school, right? If it's a focus on grammar, then you're going to introduce them to the past simple tense, the future perfect tense, the present perfect progressive tense, right? You will give them examples and contextualized examples of these language items, okay? So that's what we mean by language items, like whatever, language you're trying to teach them. You present that to them and you make it very clear that you're presenting it to them. Next, practice. So you will try to enhance understanding through controlled, structured practice activities. Usually this will be group work or pair work. Usually it will be things like worksheets. It will be very dry and to the point, different worksheets, maybe gap fill activities, things like that, right? Next, number 4, production. Production is where your students are going to take what they have learned so far through the presentation, which you as the teacher lead, and the practice, which you as a teacher supervise very closely and provide feedback for students. So then in the production, your students will use those kind of tools that they have acquired to create something, to produce something. This will typically resemble something more of a project, typically something from scratch, such as creating a brochure, creating a skit, creating a dialogue, those kinds of things. After that, you would provide some feedback on the language that your students have used, and there's a possibility for an extension. So if you find that your students still haven't gotten it, then you could put forward another activity right here. Or if you feel like they have gotten it, but there's room for like more challenging activities to really up the ante, because sometimes that is a problem you will have, that, your teaching is too easy for your students, and your students might tell you that, then you might want to give them another follow-up activity. You'll finish off with a review of all of the objectives and concepts and a cooler. This is where you'll recap key language items and conclude with a meaning-focused game. I'm going to read through the first example, and then I'm going to allow you to read through the second example. The first example is daily routines. Number 2, what is this step called? Presentation, right? So presentation, that's the first of the PPP. Introduce new language items such as wake up, to get dressed, to have breakfast. Number 3, what's this one called? We have presentation, practice. That's right. Divide students into pairs. Provide them with a worksheet containing pictures of different daily activities. They will match the pictures with the corresponding vocabulary words. Great. So they could focus a little bit more on how these words could be used in context on their own. And you will go around the room and provide feedback, provide corrections on the language use. Number 4, so this is PP, so present practice production. Students will work in small groups to create a short skit or dialogue that revolves around a typical day. Each group will perform their skit in front of the class, provide feedback on their language use, focusing on accuracy and fluency, encourage peer feedback as well. So again, this is the production. It's typically a larger portion of the class. PPP focuses a lot on what we call teacher talk time versus student talk time. So the beginning, like the presentation, this is mainly the teacher talking. So maybe 70-80% the teacher talking, and the rest would be the students talking, right? It's a lot of like repeat after me exercises that would probably remind you of a little bit of the audio lingual method right there, right? Or a little bit of behaviorism potentially. So a lot of repeat after me, a lot of the teacher talking, and then as we go through, as we go into the practice portion, it's mostly the students talking, just about over 50%, but the teacher does still play an active role. So it would be about 60% the students talking, 40% the teacher talking in practice. And finally, in production, it would be mostly the students talking, 90% the students talking. You're just there to provide some feedback on their whatever project they have engaged in. So again, when we're loosening the controls, loosening the reins as the students go through their learning process, this is called scaffolding, right? This is partially based on the zone of proximal development. So if this is too much at one time, you could return back to the previous modules and review these things. But that's just how you could kind of see the applicability of methods, applicability of theories, and the applicability of different schools of ALA or approaches of ALA right there. Final part of this lesson would be, it wouldn't be a warmer. What's the opposite? A cooler. So we would have the possibility for an extension, and then after the extension, or instead of the extension, we would have a review, like a recap, and then we would have a cooler. Students can create a daily routine schedule for a famous person or fictional character. Using the vocabulary learned in class, recap the key language items learned in the lesson by playing the game Daily Routine Bingo. Beautiful. It's your turn. This lesson right here is a future plans lesson plan. I'd like for you to just read through this, and as you go through, take notes of the different core components of this lesson. So I'm not going to tell you what they're called, but number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is each of those components called? Number 2, task-based language teaching lesson plan structure. Task-based language teaching is similar to PPP, and it has been influenced by a lot of the same principles, but it's slightly different. You would start with a warmer and a recap. This would be a meaning-focused game, and it may implicitly introduce concepts of the given lesson. But it may also recap concepts from the previous lesson. And that's one of the things we focus on with task-based language teaching. There's a lot of this focus on cyclicality and the fact that language teaching is not linear. It's not like we just, and language learning is not linear. It's not like we learn something at stage 1, then stage 2, then stage 3, then stage 4. In fact, sometimes we learn something at stage 1 and then stage 2, and then we forget some of the things from stage 1. So we need to circle back so that we remember those things. Relearn stage 1, we learn stage 2, we learn stage 3, we learn stage 4, but now we've forgotten something from stage 3. So we have to circle back to stage 3. In an ideal world of sunshine and rainbows, we are learning things and never forgetting them. And we're able to completely apply all the concepts in every single situation with total and complete accuracy, and there's no reason to review anything. But that's not the reality of teaching in general. Number 2, after the warmer and the recap, we would go into task preparation. Task preparation would be meaning focused, and this is one of the things that differentiate TBLT from PPP. Instead of focusing with like, these are the words, or this is the grammar, or this is the pronunciation we are focusing on today. They don't do that in TBLT. It's more meaning focused and explicit to start the class. We start the class with a warmer, and then after that we do an activity which exposes your students to the language use without specifically telling them to repeat after me or specifically telling them this is what we're focusing on today. So for example, instead of, like presenting in PPP your students with a list of maybe a list of animals if you're teaching them about animals. Instead of doing that, you would have them watch a video about animals and maybe have a little discussion. So it's more meaning focused, it's more communicative, and you're focusing more on just discussing animals instead of focusing on the spelling or pronunciation of those words in the target language. So that's one thing that makes TBLT a little bit different, that we start with the meaning focus and the form focus, the focus on accuracy, grammar, pronunciation, punctuation, things like that typically come later on, okay? None of these things are set in stone. We'll have supplementary readings for you to check out, but that's in a nutshell there. So we start with some sort of reading or listening or activity that primes your students for the task, that prepares them for the task, that shows them some of the kind of language they will be exposed to in the task without focusing on the accuracy and the grammar and stuff. After that, they will have a task. The task will really resemble what the production resembles in PPP. The task is going to be something typically, like it's going to be a project like creating a brochure, planning a presentation, planning a travel itinerary, something like that. And then after that, you focus on the language. So after the groups have created this task, then you have the language analysis. So it's kind of like PPP, but reversed to a certain extent. Okay, so then you have the form focus. And in the form focus, you will review the language. You as the teacher will provide corrective feedback to your students. You will explain how they could improve the form of their language. You will have guided practice activities to reinforce the selected language items. So you will have maybe worksheets for the present perfect and the past progressive. There's a possibility for an extension, and then at the end you have the review and the cooler, just like you would in PPP. And this cooler would typically not only maybe connect to the topic today that you've just taught, but also for the next lesson's topic. All right. So again, this kind of connectedness, looking at the language as not just a standalone thing on its own island that's isolated, but a piece of a puzzle, a domino in a chain of dominoes, if that makes sense. Let's look at an example. Here's an example right here. I'll walk you through this one and then you could go through the second one on your own. Number one, start with a game called Restaurant Roleplay. This is a warmer, right? Divide students into pairs and assign roles. Students can take turns acting out scenarios. So this will typically somehow relate to the previous lesson and to the lesson they're about to be taught. Number two, this would be the pre-task priming or pre-task activity. Present a menu from a local restaurant. Review vocabulary related to food, items, drinks, and common phrases when ordering in a restaurant. Number three, students work in pairs to role play ordering food from a menu. One student acts as the customer while the other plays the waiter or the waitress. So that would be the task. Number four, students review phrases and language used during the role play, provide corrective feedback on pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary, engage students in guided practice activities. Students can create their own restaurant menus. That would be an example of an extension. If you feel like students need to further practice and prove their comprehension of concepts, that's a way to do it. It's an option. And finally, the cooler, you would recap key language items learned during the lesson by playing a game called Ordering Relay. Maybe you would give them some homework and finish up. So again, going back to the pre-task activity, we are reviewing vocabulary, but instead of just having like a list of vocabulary and just focusing on that, you're giving your students a piece of authentic material, which brings out and brings about the language that they are going to be focusing on a little bit after. Maybe you could have a little discussion about the language, a discussion about ordering food at a restaurant. You could even ask them, which of this food do you like and which food do you not like, kind of thing, right? So again, we focus on meaning in the pre-task, we focus on meaning primarily in the task, and then you as the teacher provide focus on form, on accuracy. Here's an example for you to look at. I'm going to give you a few seconds, read through this example right here. Jot down the notes of the structure, which each kind of step aligns with. The final lesson plan structure we're talking about today is the flipped classroom lesson plan structure. You would start with a pre-class activity or multiple pre-class activities. Readings, videos, you name it. This is typically the kind of procedure we follow at the post-secondary institutions here in Canada. With a lot of my communications classes, the students will be expected to complete 30 or 40 minutes of readings and videos before the class. And then they come to class, and that would be independent. Number two, they would come to class and you would do a warmer and a recap. You would start with a form focus or meaning focus activity. So flipped classroom language teaching is a little bit less kind of specific to having form focus or meaning focused warmers and coolers. And one of the reasons is because it's expected that the students have already done a large portion of the learning on their own, right? So focusing on the form to start the class wouldn't be so much as a shock to the system, ideally. Number three, application. So you would provide opportunities for students to apply and practice their language skills in collaborative and individual tasks, things like breakout rooms, for example. After that, you would have reflection, so facilitate reflection on learning experiences, challenges, strategies. And then you would have a review and a cooler. You'd recap key language items and conclude with a meaning focused game. This may also prime students for the next lesson. I know this seems very short now compared to PPP and TBLT, but the reason why is because the flipped classroom structure focuses a lot more on asynchronicity, and that, like, the idea that students will do anywhere from a third to 2/3 of the learning on their own outside of class. So if you have 3 hours per week with the students in a college class, you would only have 90 minutes in a synchronous class. The rest would be them preparing for the class outside of the class, asynchronously and independently. Finally, you'd have the follow-up, which would be you assigning post-class activities to reinforce learning and monitor progress and prepare them for the next class. And that's the big thing here. It seems like your students are a lot more isolated, but this could be very useful for adults, for people who would like to learn at their own pace, for people who don't have as much time to always be present in class, especially for parents, working professionals, and for post-secondary students. Here's an example of a flipped class lesson plan structure. Number one, assign students to watch a pre-recorded video lesson on the present perfect tense, complete online exercises to practice forming and using the tense, and read a short article or story that uses the present perfect tense in context. After that, your students would come to class. You would start the class with a discussion activity where students share examples of experiences they have had recently using the present perfect tense. Then you would divide your students into small groups, like breakout rooms, for example. Provide them with a set of scenario cards. Each scenario describes a situation where the present perfect tense could be used. Students discuss and create sentences using the tense to describe each scenario. Then groups share with the class. So this right here is the application piece right here, right? Students reflect on their experience with the present perfect tense during the activity. And then you could even have that be the extension if you want to include an extension. Number four, recap the present perfect tense by playing present perfect scrambles. So that would just be a game, a cooler, right? And then assign post-class activities, such as completing additional online exercises, preparing them for the next class. All right, folks, your turn. Check out this lesson plan on phrasal verbs. Go through it, write down the pieces of this lesson plan structure, think critically about what you like about this structure, what you don't like about this structure, and if you have any questions about this structure. In a nutshell, similarities and differences among PPP, TBLT, and FC. Here's what they all have in common. All of them, to a certain extent, will focus on meaning. All of them are student-centered to a certain extent. They're all compatible with online delivery, all right? There are opportunities for students to practice their language use, and there's opportunities to reflect. Here are a few differences. The sequence. So PPP and flipped classroom typically focus on form first and then focus on meaning later on. TBLT will do the opposite. It will focus on meaning first and then form afterward. The approach, PPP and TBLT are heavily influenced by CLT, communicative language teaching, but PPP places more emphasis on the teacher talk time versus student talk time. So most PPP practitioners will really focus on how much the students versus teachers are talking. For TBLT, yeah, they will see the importance of that as well, but they may say that it's like we shouldn't over obsess and over fixate on the kind of percentage and ratio of how much the teacher is talking in the lesson versus the student. It's contextual, and sometimes this teacher talking could actually really be helpful for the student. So focusing too much on that might be a problem, right? But you know, if we look at, for example, especially with children who are living in places where English is not the dominant language, if you're from America and you're teaching children who live in China online, so you're teaching them with the TPR method, but maybe the structure is PPP. Well, a lot of these companies may want you to speak as little as possible and let the students speak as much as possible because they don't get a lot of practice in their everyday life to speak English. So you see, it's very contextual, and we'll come back to that later in this course. Teachers are more active later in the lesson for TBLT and flipped classroom, whereas in PPP, presentation, practice, production, you'll remember that presentation, the teacher is playing a very active role, and then they start to step back throughout the lesson. And finally, the modality, the online format and digital resources may be more central to the flipped classroom, obviously because it focuses more on completing these activities outside of class before the class starts. Of course, you could just use a textbook, so that's a possibility as well, but you know, the flipped classroom has become a lot more common in the last few years. So there you have it, 3 different structures that you could use to structure your language lesson. Lesson number 16, introduction to different types of language assessment. When you picture a teacher assessing students, what do you see? Just take a moment, pause this video if you wish, just to think about this for a couple minutes. Just write down a few ideas. You might see a teacher, for example, in the top left, standing in front of the students, asking them questions. You might see a teacher maybe in the bottom left providing extensive feedback or explaining the feedback given on an assignment. You might see in the center a student doing something tactile, hands-on, to really get the students, you know, understanding something using a spatial, like maybe material, kinesthetic materials. You might see a teacher walking up to students and giving them some feedback on their worksheet that they're completing. You might see a teacher using a whiteboard. You might see all of these or none of these. Right? And today we're going to talk about 7 different types of assessments that language teachers could use. This is all about building your knowledge and building your skills. So the goal from our point of view, from Teach Ahead's point of view, is for you to be able to use different types of assessment and maybe resemble different types of teachers, as you see right here, depending on the context, the needs of your students. Here are 3 different types of assessment you have probably heard before or seen before. They are very common types of assessment. Number 1, diagnostic assessment. This is conducted at the beginning of the lesson or the term. It checks the student's prior knowledge of a subject. In other words, you are, conducting a diagnosis, right? Number two, a formative assessment. This is conducted during a lesson or during a term. It's to be able to see how your students' knowledge or skills are evolving as the term is going on. Just like in this TESOL course, when we have these like lectures, I will ask you intermittently to reflect on something, like reflect on your idea of different types of assessment. And then I will ask you that again later on throughout the course. This is so that we could get an idea of how our knowledge is evolving. We also have summative assessment, which could be something like a quiz at the end of a class or end of a term, or in this situation, you will have a quiz after this lecture, which checks your comprehension of the concepts and topics. This is conducted at the end of a lesson or a term. It checks what the student has learned throughout the assessment period. So these are the three most common ones, but we will learn about 4 others later on in this lecture. Here are the pros and cons of a diagnostic assessment. What are the pros and cons of a diagnostic assessment? Well, some of the benefits would be it pinpoints specific struggles for your students. It informs instructional planning, tracks progress, improves student self-awareness, identifies students at risk. The challenge is it could be the validity and reliability. I mean, it's the first day of class or the beginning of the lesson. Your student hasn't gotten the wheels turning, so to speak, potentially, depending on the student. Some students might, it might take them some time to really get themselves in gear. So for that reason, the validity or reliability of this assessment may be questionable. Again, it depends on whether this is one assessment you're doing at the beginning of the course, or if you're doing one of these assessments at the beginning of each class to help you understand what to teach in that class. Standardization, that could be a challenge. Like, how do we determine what a 6 out of 10 is versus 7 out of 10? Teacher training, and that's why you're here, so that we could look at specific examples and start to identify and imagine how we could conduct these types of assessments. But if there's a lack of teacher training for diagnostic assessments, that could be one of the challenges. Time constraints, resource constraints, just in general. If you are not given the time by the institution you're teaching for, or the platform you're teaching on, then you don't have time to do a diagnostic assessment. You're going to jump right into the teaching. And sometimes that's okay too. It's not necessarily the best type of assessment. It's a good kind of tool to have, right? If you don't have the resources, the textbooks, the materials, the worksheets to do a pre-learning assessment, again, that's a constraint right there. Now let's move on to formative assessment. There are pros and cons, and we're going to look at like the benefits and challenges, because really the benefits are the pros and the challenges are the cons. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with any of these types of assessments. Some of the benefits: improve learning. If you are checking your students' learning throughout a lesson or throughout a semester, you could find ways to improve, as like you could find ways for your students to improve, and you could find ways to improve as a teacher. It could allow you to personalize the instruction. It could increase engagement. As you learn more about your students, you could incorporate more into like what they need, what they want, and what they're interested in. That could make them more motivated to come to class. It can make them more confident. It could also allow you to identify difficulties before the summative assessment, before the end of the semester, the end of the term, because you're going to see, as a language teacher, for some of your students, your class that they are enrolled in, it is high stakes, especially if you're teaching in a college, university, like in an accredited program. Then your students passing or failing that course could make the difference between them spending another 6 months, another $20,000 or not, right? So you don't want to just, we all teach in different contexts, but at least in most contexts, you don't want to just pass your students, unless if that's what your institution does. But you do want to give them the best chance of passing. If it doesn't look like they're on the right track, you want to make sure that you're giving them the resources to test their knowledge, to prepare them for the summative assessment, the final exam or something like that, the IELTS exam, right? If they are doing well, then great. You could celebrate that and you could up the ante a little bit to kind of like push them a little bit further so that they have more cushion and more wiggle room. For me, with my students, and this is part of my philosophy as well, it's like we don't just settle for good. We want to continue. We want to celebrate what we're good at, but we also want to like find ways to give ourselves even more of a safety kind of cushion, especially for a summative assessment. Which we'll talk about in a moment. Another challenge is teacher training. That's a common challenge with all of these potentially. Assessment design. So how are you going to design a formative assessment? Like, for example, an assessment you do in the middle of the semester or in the middle of a lesson. Like, it's easy to write down the objectives for the end of the lesson, for the end of the semester. Those would go into the summative assessment, but like, how do you actually put this into the middle? Like, which things do you prioritize? How do you change the language of what your goals and objectives are? Feedback quality, student anxiety, data overload. So if you are giving feedback throughout a lesson, like in a certain activity, and that feedback is related to the objective of the lesson, I mean, there's so many moving parts. If you're teaching one-on-one lessons, that could be one thing. You could tell your student, in this activity, you have 80% correct answers using the present perfect. Great job. Let's try to improve that a little bit more by the end of the lesson, right? So if you're in a one-on-one class, you could say that that's easy. But if you have 25, 30 students running around the class and you're teaching kids, it might be a little bit more difficult. So we want to be aware of that, right? Pros and cons of the summative assessment. This is the end of the semester or end of a lesson assessment. Benefits, it measures achievement. It could instill accountability and standards or reinforce standards. It could bring about motivation and goal setting for the future. Standardization, which we'll talk about in the next module, are closely tied to summative assessments. Most standardization won't look at diagnostic or formative assessments. They won't look at the kind of trajectory of your student. They'll just look at where your student is right now, right? At the end of the course, what level of English they have, instead of just looking at how much they've improved, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what your philosophy is. And we all have, our beliefs and values as teachers are tied in to how we assess and what we think about assessments. Planning and decision making, right? So having summative assessments could help even at the larger, more societal level. People who create policies, literacy and educational policies in your country or your province or your territory could look at the data of how students are succeeding or not succeeding in these summative assessments, in these standardized tests, for example, and then they could set goals for the future. They could create budgets for the future in order to invest in fulfilling those goals. The challenges of a summative assessment is that there is a limited scope, test anxiety, teaching to the test, equity and fairness, overemphasis on grades, limited feedback. So I mean, especially a lot of standardized tests. What happens if you're sick that day? What if you had COVID? You are pregnant and you had a bad sleep? What if the test wasn't administered correctly? Assessment in your classroom, these are the different types of ways that you could assess students. Later in this section, we're going to start looking at materials and how you could find these materials, how you could create these kinds of materials. But here are just a few examples of types of language teaching materials. I'll give you a moment to just read through them, have a look at them, write them down, take a few notes, and best of all, if you see any new concepts, write them down and do a little bit of research. So what should we consider when we are planning assessments for our students? I mean, things like their goals, I suppose, their level. What are some other things we should consider while planning assessments? Not just about your students, but about you as well as a teacher. I'll give you a moment to think about it. So a few considerations for assessment in your language classroom. You should consider the needs of your students, wants and objectives, the expectations of your institution and learning stakeholders. They are the people who pay you. The parents of your students, your boss, your manager, they're the ones who pay you and who keep you employed. So unfortunately, let's just be realistic. We don't want to sell our soul to the devil, but at the same time, we want to ensure that we're doing that balancing act. We are cognizant of the expectations of us, especially because you were employed to do a job. There may be situations where you need to push back against some of these stakeholders or institutional actors. You need to think about the resources you have, not just the physical resources and digital resources, but also the time that you have. How much time do you have to do an assessment? And if you only have like a 45-minute class, you might not have time to do a structured diagnostic, formative and summative assessment each and every class. You need to think about your pedagogical skills, knowledge, and experience. And if you don't have sufficient skills yet, I don't want to dissuade you. I'm saying that's why you're here, right? Like that's why you're in this TESOL certificate. And there will be lots of resources for you to use and look over to continue improving your assessment skills as a language teacher, to be more efficient and effective in your assessments. The assessment term, so is this a lesson-based assessment, a term-based assessment? Think about the previous assessment that you've gone from the previous teacher, maybe, or from a previous class that you have taught. And the learning context, okay? These contexts we're going to be looking at in the second half of section number 3, this section, where we're going to look at specific common online language teaching concepts, okay? But here are just a few for you to think about. How would you assess a student diagnostically, formatively, and summatively if it's general English in a summer camp? If it's EAP to college students, if it's IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL test preparation. So how would your assessment be different for IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL test preparation? Reading enhancement at a primary school, culture-based language instruction for newcomers to a country. EOP, English for occupational purposes, to engineers in a company. Conversational English in one-on-one online format. Business English to small groups online, to a small group online. So again, coming back to these different assessment tools, which we will return to later, and we will also bring back up different types of assessment later in later modules when we talk about tools and resources and materials. But which ones of these would you use for different kinds of classes? Here's some food for thought. So the 3 types of assessment you saw before are very, very common types of assessment, but these are 4 other types of assessment. Performance-based assessment. That's when the knowledge is assessed through the completion of tasks, okay? So it really focuses on not just the task being completed on its own, but how the tasks are being completed. So instead of just, like if you put students into a group in class and your main task is to get them to create a PowerPoint presentation, the mark that you issue to them will be for their PowerPoint presentation. That's a summative assessment. That's like an end of learning kind of assessment. Great. But how about if you walk around the classroom while they're working in groups? You listen to what they're saying to each other. You kind of assess their leadership skills, their collaboration skills, their communication skills. This is performance-based assessment. It's not just a check mark saying they have done this task and created this product. It focuses more on the process as well. Number 2, curriculum-based assessment. This focuses on what the student knows and where instruction should start. The difference between this and a diagnostic assessment that we learned about before is that a diagnostic assessment would really just look at what the student knows. That's it. They're still in the same class. We're not shifting any goalposts here. They're still in the same class. It's going to be the same syllabus. But in a curriculum-based assessment, you are pretty much taking a diagnostic assessment, finding out what the students know, and then you will take a second step in slightly changing or altering the curriculum based on what the students' needs, want, and what their objectives are. Dynamic assessment is where you will find the ability of the students, and you will gradually remove support. This also comes down to you being very flexible as a teacher. It's similar to the curriculum-based approach, but instead of focusing on a diagnostic assessment, it's more of a formative in-class, in-learning assessment. Let me explain a little bit more. A dynamic assessment would be when throughout the lesson, so obviously you have your lesson plan that you have created before the class, but throughout the lesson, if you realize that students are exceeding your expectations, you might actually push them a little bit harder throughout the class. If you notice that students aren't really meeting expectations and they're really struggling to understand the concepts, you might actually give them a little bit more support and slow down how quickly you're going through the concepts. So the dynamic assessment, again, is looking at the students, what they know, but more so how they are performing throughout the class, and gradually removing supports based on the speed at which they're able to show their comprehension of the task. This will remind you a little bit about the zone of proximal development of Vygotsky and of scaffolding. You're going to be collaboratively working with your students and finding where their pressure point is, where they struggle, and pushing them to approach that point and giving them just enough support so that they could learn something new and then take the training wheels off and let them go to the next level, see how they do, and once they get to that next level, you could take away that kind of platform, right? Finally, a portfolio assessment. This is similar to a summative assessment and end of term assessment, but what they will put into that product is going to reflect their tasks or a collection of assessment materials, of summative materials throughout the term. So in this course, you're going to be submitting not just your language beliefs questionnaire, but also your first language beliefs questionnaire, your initial one and your updated ones. So that way we could track the process, we could track the trajectory. So it's different from a summative assessment, which would just be like a test or an exam at the end. That's it, it's done, one-time gig. The portfolio assessment, it would typically be like one-time submission, but it would be a collection of different materials. Coming back to performance-based assessment, that could be the communication with group members, leadership skills, how they're assessed. So not just how good their PowerPoint was, but how well they worked with students. Curriculum-based assessment, that's when a teacher could attend with a plan, but they may slightly adjust it due to different understandings, to difficulty understanding a pre-task reading. So if you do a pre-task reading, you notice your students are struggling, you might actually change your objectives for that lesson. Dynamic would not be like diagnostic at the beginning, but it would be during the lesson most of the time. This would be when a teacher summarizes sections of a video incrementally, 30-minute lecture. And at first you are summarizing every 2 minutes. You're pausing and playing that video every 2 minutes. But then you notice your students, they're really comprehending it, they're really getting it. So now you're doing it every 4 minutes, every 6 minutes, every 8 minutes, right? So that's an example of dynamic assessment, giving less and less support as time goes on. And portfolio assessment, for example, business English students complete a series of tasks. They create a professional portfolio for job seeking with like a resume, a CV, etc. So can you think of any examples of performance-based, curriculum-based, dynamic, and portfolio assessments? Pause the video, jot down your points. All right, folks, welcome everybody to lesson number 17, Introduction to Language Standardization. Language standardization is the process of establishing certain forms of a language as the preferred or correct usage. So whenever you hear they have good English or they have bad English, there are problems and issues that come with these views, and at Teach Ahead, we really hope that we could try to approach this with a critical lens, so that you could use better words as a teacher than just good or bad English. Overall, that's what we're looking at with standardization. This is correct English, that's incorrect English. There are certain benefits: improved communication and understanding. I know what to expect when I speak to you because I know what standard English is and what standard English will sound like and what a standard sentence will be constructed as, or at least roughly I know that. So when I approach you, I'm going to expect that. And if your English matches my expectations of English perfectly, I'm going to be able to understand what you're saying in the minimum amount of time with the minimum amount of effort. Less stress, less time, less worries, right? This promotes education and literacy. So this allows us, like teachers, especially to children, to know what to teach. It promotes stability and coherence. It could also promote like a national or cultural identity. It could lead to economic and social mobility. So it could give you different opportunities to travel, to immigrate, to work in different places by understanding standardization. And again, time is money. So the less stress and money that go into trying to understand each other, the better. A language standard could help that. You wouldn't think that there may be a lot of drawbacks and potential downsides, but there sure are. A loss of linguistic diversity. So when you give one type of language or one dialect of a language the standardized kind of role or position, that puts all the others at a lower position in a lot of contexts. Not all contexts, but in a lot, especially at the political, social, and economic level, which is where you make your money and you have some sort of power in society. So these other dialects, which are used to express the culture of different individuals, may be drawn to the wayside and actually vanish because they don't have as much social capital. This could lead to social inequality and discrimination. A lot of teaching websites and employers look for native English teachers or native speakers to teach English. This puts teachers like me at a huge advantage over teachers, even if their first language is English, even if they're just from a country where it's not the first language or dominant language. Even if their English aligns more closely with standard English than yours, so they still may be less wanted as a teacher than you would be. This could impede on language evolution. So if you look at the dictionary, or even if you look at a list of rules that we have in English, a lot of them we don't use anymore. And a lot of them we use in very specific circumstances. So language is a naturally evolving thing. It's a moving, living, breathing thing. And it is what those who use it make it to be for the most part. So for example, think about slang and informal language that you use to talk with your friends or with your, even with your brothers or sisters. I mean, they will expect that kind of language, that register. So they would actually communicate more efficiently and effectively with you in that register rather than in completely formal language, right? It could also take us more time to process which words to use in very academic or formal language, depending on who you are, right? Depending on your background. So long story short, the language we use is contingent upon us and what we want to use. So language changes. We have thousands of new words being added to Webster's dictionary every year. If we are just saying only these words in this list are English words, but there are other words that are being used, it's not really reflecting the language evolution. And finally, exclusion and accessibility. So again, coming back to like employment, especially employment, especially things like immigration. I mean, that's why there's so much money in academia in the English sphere and also in test preparation, in IELTS and TOEFL and TOEIC. Those are some of the biggest, most widely employable jobs are for test preparation because Test preparation allows people whose first language is not English to prove that they have a certain proficiency level. And in order to have that proficiency level and understanding, we need a standard, right? So there are pros and cons, right? And throughout this course, I hope that you could further develop your beliefs around language standardization and incorporate them into your teacher philosophy. Languages could be standardized at the international, national, regional, and institutional levels. They could even be standardized at the personal level. You have your own idea of what good or not so good English is, right? Much of the time, a body at one level will be influenced by a body at the higher level. So for example, Ontario's standards, that's this province in Canada, they would usually be informed by like the Canadian standards. So even at the, immigration, like in that domain, if somebody wants to immigrate to Ontario, they more ultimately need to immigrate to Canada because that's the nation. So the focus that they're going to have with the standards will be Canada's standards, right? However, popular usage at the grassroots level could have an impact on language standardization. Again, the positive of language standardization is that it could incorporate and give more credence and kind of respect to the language that is actually being used. And there are thousands of new words being added to the dictionary every year. A lot of those words come from very multilingual, multicultural parts of the English-speaking world, right? So in a way, this is also kind of like a testament and an ode to celebrate the contributions from people from all different cultural backgrounds to English, right? But it may be questionable why we need to do that at the expense of, the native speakerism and all the discrimination that could come with that. So that's your kind of position to continue formulating your beliefs there. Languages are standardized both subtly and explicitly in the following ways. So we codify grammatical and mechanical rules. That's the first thing. We create encyclopedias and handbooks that explain grammatically correct language looks like in English, in written English and in spoken English. We create what we call corpora or corpuses. These could be like dictionaries, and they basically are collections of words, collections of phrases, and they reflect the use of these words. Promotion in media and literature, promotion in education, incentives in society, right? So, I mean, if you have if you have a band 6 on IELTS versus a band 7, that could make a real difference in terms of which university courses you're able to access for post-secondary education. Language standardization could be prescriptive. This is when the norms and conventions are decided upon and enforced, usually by a body of academics, or it could be descriptive. This is where we look at how language is used in society, we record how it's used, and then we create the rules. Then we create the corpuses. So the prescriptive would be when a group of people are deciding what the correct rules are, and then we kind of we put that onto society, or we enforce that in society. Whereas descriptive is when we kind of just view what kind of language is being used in different contexts, and then we incorporate that into our standardization materials. Language standardization in the language classroom, it will likely have an impact on the following: the needs, wants, and objectives of the students and other education stakeholders, teaching materials you use, assessment tools you use, policies of the institution you work for, the rules and values in your classroom, your lesson planning process, your assessment methods, your attitude and your students' attitudes towards English and English learning, and that could have an effect on their affective filter, on their confidence, on their identity, right? The expression of identity in the language classroom, your professional goals in language teaching. I mean, if you don't like standard English and the kind of strict conventions we have and the power behind it and the consequences of it, you may decide to avoid working for an institution where they focus on IELTS test preparation. You may avoid post-secondary institutions where these kinds of norms are right at the forefront. Instead, you may try to pursue conversational English, one-on-one freelance English, maybe a communicative English, right? Or you could go into either of those areas and find different ways to just strike a balance between what your beliefs are as a teacher and what the expectations are from your institution and clientele, right? Because just like in the same way we can't completely control English and what it is and where it's going, we also can't completely control the expectations of others, right? And that includes the expectations of our students. So even if you are in a conversational English class, some of your students will say, Ryan, I have a bad English. I have a bad accent. I want to sound like a native speaker. And you might not agree with that, but that's what your student wants, and that's valid. This is where you're going to have to find how strongly you have these beliefs and whether you can negotiate your beliefs and to what extent. We'll talk more about this in the challenges of language teaching. So your professional goals, your job prospects, your understanding of dialects of English, and your understanding of native speakerism. How much do you value language standardization? You don't just have to think about English. You could just think in general. How does it help you? How does it help your students? And do you think it helps society? How will your views be reflected in your language teacher philosophy? This is your time to start making a list of what you think about language standardization, whether you are a proponent or an opponent, or whether it's like shades of gray. In different situations you agree, in other situations you don't. How are you going to use these tools? How are you going to research these tools for language standardization? How's it going to affect your assessment, teaching materials? This is your time to think about it. So take a couple minutes to think about this. Hi everybody, welcome to lesson number 18. We're going to look at how we could use different tools like the CEFR and the CLB in our language classes. Language benchmarks. Certain regions have language-specific benchmarks. We're going to look at two examples in this module. Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. This is the most common one. A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, the Canadian Languages Benchmark. Sometimes we have these different benchmarks to balance unity and diversity. Instead of just adopting a benchmark from another country or from another region, because we think that benchmark is good, so why don't we just adopt it? Sometimes a country like Canada, which has linguistic complexity to an extent, because we do have two national languages, English and French. And French is a very important part of the cultural and social identity in certain parts of Canada. That's one reason why we have created our own languages benchmarks, which could focus on the nuances of Canadian society, so that we could look at something like the CEFR, but we could also do it specifically in a Canadian context. How do you think language benchmarks affect you as a teacher? How do they affect your students? How do you think you're going to be using these in your professional lives? I'll give you a couple minutes to think, so I suggest that you pause this video right here, go over this, write down a list of ideas. Language benchmark, they basically enforce and reinforce standardization. So this is the tool that we could use, reinforce standardization, to check how well people are adhering to the standards, the norms, the conventions of languages, which are set out in dictionaries and corpuses, grammar guides, etc. So this could measure student progress. It could be used for curriculum development, for visa applications, for standardized testing. Like at the highest level. It's for everything social, political, and economic that uses language standards. Okay, some things don't. I mean, for example, if you are trying to be a music artist for a record label, they might not give you a standard English test because you might be assessed on other things. If you want to be a software developer in certain situations, use of English may not be as important as the work that you're actually producing. In a lot of situations, you'll need both. You'll need these professional skills and you'll need language skills. And sometimes the difference between the two is not that clear. How does this relate to you? Well, this will help you to prepare for your classes. If you know this class is going to be a B1 class, you get a general idea of what kind of difficulty your materials will be. This will help you identify strengths and weaknesses as a teacher as well. So it will help you to identify in yourself, okay, I'm good with teaching intermediate students. I don't really like advanced level students. So I'm going to focus on intermediate students in my career. I'm going to need to know how to teach beginner level students because most of the students at the primary school where I teach are beginner level students. So this will help you branch into other areas of education if you want to. I want to start teaching higher level students, or I want to start teaching lower level students. So the uses for language benchmarks, it could help you to set clear objectives, to develop and use teacher lingo, communicating feedback, right? So, you know, if your students are in a C1 level class and they're trying to attain C2 level, in the feedback that you give them, you could say, this is excellent, this is C1 level, but if you want to get to C2 level, I suggest you do X, Y, and Z. This could help you to identify strengths and weaknesses for improvement for your students and to find and select teaching materials. It's not so cut and dry to really find the differences, to quantify the differences between these different levels, right? It's also not so cut and dry to identify which level your students are, because just like we spoke about with the assessments before, sometimes it depends on the point in the lesson or the point in the semester. Sometimes if a student isn't feeling so well, they could get a band 6 on IELTS, but if they're feeling great, they could get a band 7.5, right? So it's not so cut and dry to just put a label on somebody and say, you are a C1 level student, right? But that's what we do for the sake of efficiency and time and all those things. So what do we look for? What should you look for in these benchmarks? Like, long story short, what should you take from this? You should at least understand these things: the assessment scale, the tools, the assessment criteria, the assessment categories. Let's start off with the CEFR, the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. This is the most commonly used framework around the world for measuring English and other languages as well. We're also going to look at the CLB, which is the Canada Languages Benchmark, or Canadian Language Benchmarks. That's obviously very common in Canada as well. Now, when you hear the word language framework, language benchmark, language proficiency assessment tool, it may seem difficult, intimidating, and, to put it bluntly, boring and kind of dry. So I'm going to teach you how we could just look at these two frameworks efficiently, effectively, so that you as a language teacher could get what you need from this information, and you could navigate these very, very dense websites and kind of resource repositories efficiently. So here we go. I've just clicked in CEFR. We're not going to click on Cambridge because it actually comes from the Council of Europe. I know that because I've been doing research in this area for years. For some of you who are newer language teachers, you may not be familiar with these tools, and that is completely fine. What we're trying to do right here is just to try to improve, just to try to learn something that you didn't know that you hadn't known before starting this lecture. So let's come on over here, click on this link here, the CEFR levels, and let's see what comes up. Okay, so the Council of Europe right here, they have lots of information On the CEFR, this is very dense. To get through this, it would take you quite a while, right? So you could come on over here, common reference levels on a global scale. A few things to look for. You want to look for the assessment scale, assessment tools, assessment criteria, and assessment categories. So right here we have the scale. We see there are 6 different levels. A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, right? You could read through these on your own time. And in fact, if you don't need this for your job, you may not read through it at all. But as a language teacher, I really don't see how you won't at some point need some knowledge of this framework or benchmark or a similar one. So whichever one it is, you want to find out, first of all, how are you measuring the proficiency levels? How many measures are there? What is the scale? So this is the lingo we will be using for the CEFR. And for each one, we have a very short, very rough kind of explanation of where students could fall within that level, the level C2, C1. Good place to start right here. We even have a little self-assessment grid for students to go off of, so they could come over here to English. And again, they have a little bit of an understanding this time with listening, with reading, with spoken interaction, with oral production or spoken production, and writing. So this allows us to go a little bit into more depth right here to understand not just what A1, A2, B1, B2 means, but what it could mean for listening, for reading, for speaking. And this is very important because, of course, a student could be at a B2 level for speaking, but they could be at a C1 level for listening. But wait, they've been put into a C1 class, and the class covers all 4 of the skill levels. So that's what we mean when we say at Teach Ahead that it could be a little bit reductive, and it doesn't tell the whole story to try to simplify the situation by just dedicating labeling a student with only one of these kind of labels, right? All right, so if we come back here, so that's a useful resource right there to kind of get you started with, right? If you come over here, we could see things for different descriptors, we could see resources. So that way you could get an idea of how you could actually use the CEFR with your students. Sorry, just a second right here, right? If you want to go into more depth right here, you could click on the CEFR companion volume. You'll have much more information on the CEFR, right? So key aspects of the CEFR. I mean, if you are heading into a job interview, it could be useful to know the general differences between these or even the specific differences because you might be asked to prove your comprehension, especially if you're a little bit newer. So right here, we see different descriptive scales. So again, they go into a little bit more detail, right? So that right there is the CEFR. I will link all of these PDF documents as attachments for this module in this 120-hour online TESOL certificate course. The reason why I used Google and I started from scratch with this search is because I wanted to show all of you how possible it is just to do 5-10 minutes of preliminary research to get the gist of what you're dealing with. We're going to do this with the CLB very quickly. Depending on whether you're from Egypt, India, Australia, wherever you're teaching, not where you're from, but where you're teaching, you may be using a different benchmark. In Canada, we use the CEFR in a lot of places, but typically we use the Canadian language benchmark. So let's open this up right here. The Canadian Languages Benchmark, as explained in the previous lecture, it's really assessing students in a similar way that the CEFR is, but a lot of this is contextualized to the Canadian landscape of language use, and also there are different foci when it comes to the methodologies that we focus on, the types of needs of the students. There's a little bit more focus on task-based language teaching with the CLB, whereas with the CFR, it focuses a lot, not on task-based language teaching, but it focuses on things like plurilingualism, for example. So there are different theoretical like underpinnings if you really want to get into it. But basically this right here is your bread and butter. I actually really like it because it's all just one document for the most part. It's 235 pages, and that may seem scary, but I'm going to show you why I actually prefer it rather than the CEFR. So over here in the table of contents, we have different stages. So stage 1 listening, stage 2 listening, stage 3 listening, stage 1 speaking, stage 2 speaking, stage 3 speaking. So in order to really understand what the measures are for this tool, we would come down here to the stages. There are 3 stages, and within each stage, there are 4 benchmarks. So whereas the CEFR has like 3 different stages, but 2 benchmarks in each, and a total of 6, the CFR has 3 stages, 4 benchmarks in each. So if you could do the math, that is 12 benchmarks in total. They give a rough kind of explanation of what students should be able to do at this stage, or at this level. And they give even more specific details for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So a lot of the curricula and syllabi that I have created have been influenced and informed by the CEFR and by the CEFR. But this tool is very, very useful. It goes into a lot of depth. And what I like here is that they actually have example activities to use with students. This is what makes it very comprehensive for language teachers in the Canadian context. So for example, let's just come down here. We'll start with stage number 1, listening. So right now we're 27 pages in, right? So I know this 235 page document is scary, but at least you see we're already on page 28 right here. So this right here is going to give you like an indication of what the listener could do at this point, at the very lowest point, the CLB 1 level, right? They could understand a very limited number of common individual words, blah, blah, blah. I know a lot of this is very vague and very general and subject to interpretation, but it gives you a start. They give you a few ideas of what a student should be able to do there. They give you some examples of, like the strengths and limitations of the student right there, right? For grammatical knowledge, functional knowledge, sociolinguistic knowledge, textual knowledge, strategic competence, they give you specific kind of tasks or concepts that the students should understand. And then finally, we actually get to certain tasks and activities you could complete with your student. You could use these to actually plan your lessons. Listen and respond to a greeting from a neighbor. Listen to someone's introduction and ask it to be repeated. So this could be used by a teacher or by a student for self-directed language learning. Let's go up to, let's say, listening benchmark number 5. So now this is a little bit higher, right? So we have an indication of what the student could do and a few sample tasks. Listen to a public announcement. So you could literally use these sample tasks in your, or similar sample tasks in your lesson plans, but just kind of like adjust them and alter them to the lesson that you're teaching and the needs of the student. Listening benchmark number 6. Listen to classmates' reasoning for not being able to complete his or her part of the group assignment. So this is very task-based right here. Let's move down. We're going to scroll all the way down to the red section because this is the speaking. So now the CLB has everything all over again, but now we focus on speaking, right? So speaking benchmark number 2, we have an overview of like what they should be able to do at that level. And we have a few different sample tasks that you could integrate into your lesson, right? If we keep, moving down, go to the green section, which is the reading section, right? So again, they go through benchmark number 1, benchmark number 2, benchmark number 3. If you're not a fan of like separating these different skills into 4 skills, if you think that's a bit reductive to just have reading, writing, listening, speaking, and to view competencies in such a simplified way, you're not alone. A lot of teachers and language assessors have that critique of the CLB as well. But I mean, at the same time, this is just a common resource we could use to start. It's not, they're very clear that this is not supposed to be on its own a language assessment tool, but it could inform language assessment and or this is not supposed to be on its own a curriculum, but it could be used to inform curricula, to inform the way that we develop curricula in language pedagogy. So you could see already I'm on page number 123. So the idea here is just to get your feet wet, right? Like, I mean, if you're teaching like level 3 student, you could look at some sample tasks right here. Some of you might be wondering, how does the CEFR measure up to this CLB? Well, you could find out the answer with a simple Google search, right? So CFR to CLB, and you'll be able to look through a few resources and you'll be able to link them up. Okay, well, welcome everybody to lecture number 19, focusing on finding and selecting teaching materials. So material selection considerations. You should think about things such as the level appropriateness of the lesson. For me, I live in Canada, so I might type into Google CLB4, CLB5. I could equally look up A2 level or B1 level because they overlap, but you need to know first and foremost which benchmarks assessment materials are used in your context. Now we could begin to develop our lingo and find out ways to retrieve appropriate materials for the level. Other things that are appropriate topic, right? So thinking about the topic and the choice of your topic, the appropriateness could also or intersect with cultural sensitivity and different taboos. Which topics should you avoid depending on the place where you're teaching and the culture that's dominant there, the institution you're teaching at, culture of your students, right? And where do you draw the line between like cultural sensitivity and also, you know, cultural exploration, I suppose, right? The relevance to the learner, familiarity with the resource. This is talking about your familiarity, right? So are you just going to pull up a brand new website that you heard about from a friend, but you haven't actually checked out this website or this resource before? You might find that everything is behind a paywall and it could be really awkward in the middle of class if that happens, right? Maybe you've used this resource before, but it's been a long time since you've used it. So what I would do in that situation, what we at Teach Ahead would suggest is to prepare for the lesson, right? Realistically, not every teacher is going to make a full-blown like detailed lesson plan before each lesson. At least being aware of your materials and having access to those materials is absolutely paramount. Ensuring that your resource is accurate. If you are teaching your students to prepare for the IELTS exam, ensuring that this resource is accurate. And free is not always the best because sometimes free resources could not be accurate, but at the same time, a lot of free resources are fantastic. And in this module, we're going to present to you a few free websites that we have used resources from, retrieved materials from, and used with our students. But at the same time, be very wary, be skeptical of especially of free resources, but also paid resources. Some of them don't have the most accurate information either. I could tell you that from the experience as a teacher and as a language learner. Time constraints, right? So how long will it take you to get through a video realistically if you're going to show your students a video? Also, At what point are you just wasting time and just burning time? And at what point is that unfair to your students? So, I mean, there are a lot of teachers who just take the shortcuts, right? And there's a time and a place for that. But when you're just going to play a video, like a movie or a documentary, and kick back and relax and get some marking done, in certain contexts, that might be all right. In compressed immersive courses where students are paying a lot of money to come to your country to learn as much as they can, and they are focusing on communicative, collaborative language learning, and you're just playing videos in front of them. You're just getting them to do worksheets so that you could do the least amount of work possible. This might be dependent on your institution as well, but at Teach Ahead, we would suggest to find more interactive ways to use our time instead of burning our time, right? So time constraints, make sure that you have enough time to get through the material, and make sure that you're making good use of your time with the material you have, that you're not dragging out an activity, because sometimes there's the danger of overdoing it. Your access to the resource, again, making sure it's not behind a paywall, right? And unless if your institution wants to pay for it, typically, or unless your client wants to pay for it, typically you don't want to be paying out of pocket for these resources. The variety of material types, so making sure you don't just have worksheets, that you have a bit of a mix right there. And the lesson cohesion. How well does your lesson actually flow? Does it feel choppy and kind of disjointed and like blocks thrown on the sidewalk? Or does it flow like a river? Is there some cohesion there? Number one, consider the format of your teaching materials. So use a mix of text materials, video materials, audio materials, hands-on, and multimodal materials. Multimodal would just be a mix of video, text, images, right? So that could be like a PowerPoint presentation. If you have a few memes, a few GIFs kind of thing, depending on your style. So this is great because this could tap into the interest, the learning style of different students, right? This could also make your job easier. It could make you more excited to do what you do. And that gives you more motivation as a teacher, that that's contagious. Your students pick up on it. It's just an overall positive, healthy learning and teaching environment. So having a mix of the format for teaching materials is great. I understand that there could be limitations in terms of access to technology and these resources. Some of you might not have a computer in your classroom, but chances are, if you're taking this course, this online TESOL, and you plan to teach online, or even if you plan to teach in person, chances are you have some sort of access to technology. So as long as you do, then you're able to have a bit of a mix here. Consider the creator and selector of teaching materials. So these could be student-created materials, student-selected materials, teacher-created materials, teacher-selected materials. So let me give you an example for this student-created, student-selected. You will use materials and create materials, and then you will recycle them again later on in the course. You have students write an introduction for their essay. The next lesson, you have students exchange their introductions with a partner, and the partner has to edit that introduction. So now the material that was actually created by one student, they wrote that introduction, that is being used as a material for students to use in the next lesson to build off of. So then they create their introductions. Then after that, you'll have groups get together, and from the students in the group, they need to choose which of the 3 introductions they like the most, like which of the 3 essay topics they like the most, and then they will choose that one. So they will select that one essay. So imagine there are 4 students in the group. One student chose to write an introduction on an essay about sports, another one about health, one about the environment, another one about transportation. The one who wrote one about health, everybody liked that one the most, so they're going to actually continue writing that essay from the introduction that the one student wrote. They're going to continue writing it with body, paragraphs, and a conclusion paragraph together. So now you have your students not only creating a resource and you as a teacher, you are recycling it. So you are selecting that material to be used in the next class, but you are now actually having students select which of these 4 introductions, select their material. Consider the modality of teaching materials: online, digital, or physical material. We could consider this stage suitability. So are we using materials just to prepare or prime our students for a task? Remember when we were talking about TBLT, task-based language teaching? Priming is a big thing. Focusing on meaning and doing meaning-oriented pre-tasks, which are smaller kind of activities, before we do the major task. Is that the material we're using? Are we using materials for an actual task, like to teach a concept or to present concepts as seen in the PPP structure? Or are we using materials to reinforce concepts, such as the like homework that we would assign for students in the flipped classroom structure? We could consider the assessment suitability of teaching materials. So do we have a mix between diagnostic assessment materials, formative, summative, dynamic, portfolio, performance-based? And a lot of this is going to depend on your teaching style and beliefs and values. The policies of the institution you work for, the expectations of your students and their needs and wants and objectives, etc. So all of these things depend on each other. Moving on, we could consider the authenticity of teaching materials. Generally, generic materials would be specific for language learning. Authentic materials would be specific for language use. So if you're trying to learn about how to like compare and contrast things and you want a generic material, you might go to an English language website and look up compare and contrast terminology. If you want authentic language use, you might go to a Reddit forum and ask the similarities and differences between Canada and America, or between England and Ireland, right? So that way you could see people authentically using this without alter everything to be just in an educational manner. We could consider the proficiency level suitability, so A1, A2, Band 5, Band 6, etc. And we could consider the age. If you have materials which just scream this is for children, that could turn your adult level students off like that. And the same vice versa. It is very discouraging to some students, and some students that might actually affect the rapport that you have built or plan to build with the students. Carefully think about age appropriateness of your student. So here are some examples of teaching materials: 100 free resource textbooks. This is a list of different free textbook websites. This is all free stuff. Videos: use YouTube, Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy, etc. Audio recordings: Spotify, Forvo, LibriVox. Like, a lot of these are things that you would use on a daily basis as well for listening to things like Spotify. Worksheets: education.com, super teacher worksheets, blah, blah, blah. Teachers Pay Teachers is a big one. Quizzes: you could go to Kahoot, you could go to English Club, etc. And these are the ones that we really recommend. These are the ones we have used with our English students in one-on-one and group-based English lesson classes online. Open Textbook Library, TED Ed, fantastic. Lyrics training: this one you actually get to learn the lyrics of songs and practice pronunciation and speaking. Teachers Pay Teachers, this is a big one. And Breaking News English. There's a lot of free stuff at Teachers Pay Teachers, even though it's called Teachers Pay Teachers. This is lesson number 20. And before we look into 5 different examples of teaching context, we're going to start off by just giving you an overview of language teaching context. Okay, context-based language teaching. At Teach Ahead, we emphasize teaching to the student, not teaching to the book. That means instead of like taking your student and adjusting who they are and what they need to what your book offers, we're doing the opposite. We're going to take the book, for example, as a figure of speech, but more generally, we're going to take the materials, the videos, the audio recordings, the worksheets, all those things we learned about last time, the whole curriculum, we're going to take that and try to adjust it and tailor it and apply it as much as possible to the student. It depends on the situation. This is not black or white. In some language teaching contexts, you could do this tailoring or alteration, learner-centeredness, more than in others. But in all of these contexts, you could teach to the student more so than just teaching to the book. Instead of treating your student like they are just a number, they're just like a static thing that exists on that side of the computer, you could teach them as a human being that has feelings and who has good days and not so good days and has different objectives on different days. In other words, our approach, methods, materials, and lessons should prioritize the student's education. In order to understand how to optimize education in our classroom, we will focus on context. Then we will apply concepts learned in this TESOL program to various contexts. So, needs, wants, and objectives. One common error made by students, teachers, and other education stakeholders is that needs, wants, and objectives are the same thing. So if you don't learn anything else in this section of the course, I hope you learn this at least. Needs, wants, and objectives are not the same thing. They are almost always different, and sometimes they could overlap, sometimes they could relate to each other, but they're not the same thing on their own, okay? Needs refer to the essential requirements or necessities that language learners have in order to effectively acquire and use a language. Wants are the desires or preferences that language learners have regarding their language learning experience. The objectives are specific measurable goals or outcomes that language learners aim to achieve through their learning efforts. Improving my English is not an objective. We need more specific measurable goals or outcomes, okay? So I want to improve my English. That could be a want, but that's not specific enough to even be a need and definitely not specific enough to be an objective. So we need to go deeper into this, and how we could do it is by asking students follow-up questions. Language students need to develop the ability to communicate effectively in the target language, both orally and in writing in various contexts. For example, okay, students want learning activities that are interesting, engaging, interactive, which can enhance motivation and retention. These are just examples. These are not like rules. These are just examples of needs, wants, objectives. They may have specific objectives related to acquiring language skills for professional purposes. Now it's your turn. Which is which? These are 5 different sentences. Each one will either be a need, a want, or an objective. First one, of course, is an objective. The second one is a want. You can see it right here, right? The third one is a need. We're talking about what's essential. The fourth one is a need. You see the word right there. Students appreciate opportunities. That could be a want. Context matters. The needs, wants, and objectives may depend on the context. Let's look at this example together, and you're going to look at the next 2 examples independently. As a language learner or as a language student, my needs revolve around achieving proficiency in the target language, which is Spanish. As a native English speaker from the United States, my primary need is to develop strong communication skills in Spanish to navigate various contexts, including travel, work, and social interactions. Wow, that's a lot, right? I want engaging and interactive language learning experiences that cater to my personal interests and learning experiences, such as incorporating cultural immersion activities and real-life scenarios. My objectives include achieving fluency in speaking, listening, reading, and writing in Spanish. That's a lot, all 4 skills, as well as gaining cultural competence to effectively interact with the Spanish speakers and understand their customs and traditions. Wow, so you'll be teaching a bit of culture in there too. I'm motivated to learn Spanish not only for practical purposes, but also to broaden my horizons, connect with people from different cultures, and expand my opportunities for personal and professional growth. Wow, so this is a lot. It's not that this is not doable, but depending on the context you have this student in, you might have to make this more specific. You might have to ask students follow-up questions to prioritize what they need more than other things. If you have this student in a one-on-one class, as we'll learn after, A lot of this might be doable. You have them in a group-based lesson. This might be a lot to achieve. So let's look at another example. I'm going to let you read this example independently. Write down the needs, wants, and objectives of this student. Try it once more with this student right here. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. So responding to context. Context matters because this should influence your approach. Whether you are approaching something with behaviorist principles and which ones, cognitivist principles and which ones, innatist, etc. A lot of this is guided by your beliefs, but it's also going to be partially guided by the beliefs of your students, because you might treat them in accordance with what they believe about language learning to an extent, or language acquisition to an extent. But you will also find a balance between what you believe as a language teacher too. So you'll find a little compromise there. Again, you don't have to be a complete behaviorist or a complete socio-interactionist. Like it depends on the context. You might pick and choose different principles from each one, but this could influence your approach. It could influence the methodology you use, audio-lingual, TPR, TBLT, the lesson structure, flipped classroom, PPP, lesson materials such as worksheets, videos, the assessment type, dynamic, portfolio, summative, formative, and the teaching style. The degree of formality you have with your student, that could depend on the context. How formal or informal, like familiar, you kind of speak with them, and how that's related to creating a positive learning environment, building rapport, and of course, the attention to affect. It's not that simple to just look at these 6 things and apply it to the context, because these are some things to keep in mind. Sometimes your students don't know what they need. They don't know what they want and they don't know what their objectives are. They expect you to know. They will come into class and say, you're the professional teacher. Like, some of them come from backgrounds where if you're the person in front of the class, you are a professional. Even if you've only been teaching for a year or teaching for 3 months or teaching for 2 weeks, they expect you to know everything about what they need, want, and what the objectives are, right? Sometimes your students don't agree with your feedback or the assessment of their needs. I've had students where, like, you'll tell them, your speaking has improved so much over the past 41 one-to-one lessons. You are speaking at a better pace. You are articulating difficult sounds better. It's easier to understand you. But your student will just say, no, I haven't. I don't feel like I have. Sometimes your students won't agree with your assessment. Sometimes you do not have sufficient resources, such as time, to sufficiently foster to your students' needs, wants, and objectives. So if your student, like for example, the first student in the examples before, who wanted to improve their Spanish language use for professional and personal reasons and blah, blah, blah. If you're only teaching them for 5 days, even if it's an immersive kind of study abroad experience, I mean, you might not have enough time to bring them up to like where they want to go. Sometimes your students' needs, wants, objectives are too broad or plentiful. Exactly. You may need to prioritize. You may need to ask them follow-up questions. You may need to ask them, do you want to focus more on reading, on writing, on speaking? If they want to focus on all of them, that's great. But they need to understand that means we are casting a wide net here. And we're going to need more resources and more time for each kind of area. Sometimes your students' needs, wants, objectives change throughout the term or even throughout the lesson. Preparing students for IELTS, for the IELTS exam, sometimes even in that amount of time, they decide they want to go to a different country than they originally wanted to. So they suddenly want cultural competency lessons for that given country. Sometimes your students are placed into a class which doesn't reflect their needs, wants, and or objectives. This happens all the time if you're working at an institution, especially if it's a private school, a college. Students are placed in the wrong class. And you as the teacher are the one who picks up the pieces. Or sometimes they will go into a class because it's cheaper. So they might go into, for example, like a conversational English class because it's cheaper, because they don't have the necessary funds to pay for a more expensive IELTS class or general English class. So they expect the same kind of level and quality of IELTS classes, even though they're in conversational English classes. You could make a lot of changes to actually help your student as much as you can in this situation. At the same time, it could be frustrating and annoying because you are supposed to teach one type of class and all of your students expect that kind of instruction except for this one student who's in the wrong class. Sometimes the expectations of institutional actors or other educational stakeholders override your or your students' diagnosis of their needs, wants, or objectives. So for example, your student might think, I need to improve on writing, but their parents who are paying say, no, they need to improve reading. And even though you think they should improve writing and their reading is great, even though your students think that, the parents are the ones paying the money. So that could be a tricky situation too. Language teaching contexts give us as educators a better idea of what our students' needs, wants, and objectives tend to be. Lesson 21, a lot of you are going to start your careers online, and a lot of you will start as professional teachers or tutors in one-to-one English lessons. This context of one-to-one English lessons could influence your materials, your approach, your methodology, your assessment, etc. So teaching one-to-one lessons, why do students choose one-to-one lessons? Sometimes it's individualized attention, tailored instruction, flexible scheduling, personalized learning pace, customized lesson content, targeted feedback, enhanced speaking practice, increased confidence, improved focus, and specific skill development if you specialize in specific areas. How do students take one-to-one classes? Well, first of all, in person, but a few popular platforms we will explore more in the coming modules are italki. I and other Teach Ahead teachers have taught at italki. Preply, I have taught there. A lot of other teachers at Teach Ahead have taught there or do teach there. Verbling, Cambly, and Teach Ahead, if you're interested, let us know. Teaching one-on-one classes, the approach may be more personalized and tailored to the individual needs. Behaviorist or socio-interactionist principles could underlie your teaching approach, but the source of input may be more limited because it's only you and the student. You could have them watch videos and stuff, but in terms of like actually interacting with people, imitating what people are doing, like these behaviorist, socio-interactionist principles, it may be a little bit more difficult to have a rich kind of variety of input there because it's only one-on-one, right? But you could get creative here. So that's not an excuse. You could definitely get creative with the materials you use. And group lessons are not always better for having a variety of input and types of language input. The teaching methodology may be communicative, it may be task-based, it may be direct. It really depends on your student's style and objectives and on your beliefs as a teacher. So you probably have more freedom and leeway in one-on-one classes as well. The structure may be more flexible and adaptable. So you could have a PPP structure, but you might kind of hop between the practice and go back to the presentation. You might do the production and then go back to the presentation, depending on how you see your students learning or not learning the concepts, right? The materials may be more customized and varied to meet the students' individual needs. Assessment type may involve more frequent and personalized assessment. And also, we'll talk about corrective feedback after. It may include more personalized and kind of frequent feedback. So if you have 20 students, you could only give each of them a comment of feedback maybe twice, 3 times at the very most on average per class, if you have a 1-2 hour class. But if you have a 1 or 2 hour class with one student, you could give them 30 or 40 comments for feedback. So that's the kind of difference right here, right? The teacher may use informal assessments such as observation, questioning, self-assessment. So maybe even performance-based assessment or dynamic assessment. The teaching style in one-on-one classes may be more interactive, conversational, student-centered. Welcome to lesson number 22. Let's discuss group-based English classes. So if you're teaching a group-based English class, I would like for you to, first of all, think about how this could be similar or different to a one-on-one English lesson, which we spoke about in the previous module. First of all, why do students take group-based classes? Let's start with money, okay? Cost effectiveness. That's probably the main thing right there. And a lot of students who go into group-based lessons, it still costs a lot of money, like for their specific circumstance. So keep that in mind. The amount of money your students are paying shouldn't necessarily influence how you teach them on its own, right? But for some of your students, this is still considered to be a lot of money. For some of your one-on-one students, it's not considered to be a lot of money. But for a lot of students, when they're making that decision, they will choose group-based lessons because of the cost. Social interaction, peer learning. So they want to learn with peers. They want a diversity of perspectives in the classroom. They value teamwork and collaboration. They are more motivated when other people are around them. So think about it, the difference between like working out alone or going to the gym to work out. They want a sense of community. They want exposure to different learning styles. They want real life communication, and they want an opportunity for group activities and discussions. Now, even in a one-on-one class, if you're very creative and skilled as a teacher, you could give your students the necessary resources for them to do a lot of these things, even if they only have one-on-one classes. But we're just looking at a spectrum here. They tend to have more of these things in group-based classes, and therefore the students tend to seek more of these aspects in a group-based class. So how could students book group-based lessons? Through language schools, institutes, community centers, universities, colleges, online platforms, language meetup groups, nonprofit organizations, language exchange clubs or groups, cultural centers, embassies, private tutors, language teachers, etc. So how could this be the same or different to one-on-one classes? The teaching approach may be more generalized to accommodate the collective needs. The methodology could draw from a range of approaches such as CLT, TBLT, or direct method, depending on the institutional policies most of the time, because the institutional policies guide the students' expectations, because a lot of the time the students will be not looking at just the teacher, they will be looking at what the institution offers in their general English or their IELTS preparation courses, right? The lesson structure is typically designed to accommodate the needs of the collective group. Typically, there will be less flexibility here than there will be with one-on-one lessons, because you want to keep things in line with the expectations of your students, and you have many more students here. There's less room to negotiate because you have so many people, rather than like in one-on-one, you have one and maybe a couple stakeholders to negotiate with. Materials can vary to provide a balanced approach that addresses diverse learning preferences. So some students prefer videos, some students prefer worksheets. You're gonna have to find a balance. Assessment may involve a combination of group assessments, individual assessments. Teaching style is often dynamic, interactive, fosters collaboration, and more attention to classroom management may be paid. Okay, everyone, welcome to lesson 23, Teaching General English Class. In the next 3 lessons, we're going to talk about 3 different types of English classes which could be delivered in a one-to-one setting or a group-based setting. These overlap on top of one-on-one or group-based. After this section, we're going to think about how, for example, General English one-to-one could be different than General English in group-based settings. But first, let's just look at General English. What is it? It's the study of English language skills in a comprehensive and non-specialized manner. This is what makes it different from test prep and ESP. It's the development and proficiency of things like listening, speaking, reading, writing, which are considered the 4 skills, but also grammar, vocab, and pronunciation. Typically designed for learners who wish to improve overall abilities for communication, travel, work, academic pursuits. Focus on practical, real-life language use most of the time. Why do students take these classes to improve overall proficiency, communication, prepare for studies, boost career prospects, to communicate effectively while traveling or living, broaden cultural understanding, meet visa requirements, to gain confidence, to enjoy personal enrichment and lifelong learning. So your teaching approach in general classes might prioritize overall language proficiency and fluency rather than specialized skill. And a lot of the time you will focus more on fluency and meaning instead of accuracy and form. You might be able to take more of the innatist principles from people like Krashen and Chomsky, focus a little bit more on input. The teaching methodology may incorporate a combination of CLT, TBLT, and the audio-lingual methods. General English programs are also, for the most part, lower stakes than other specialized programs, but it depends on the context, because if it's in a college or university, it could be just as high or even higher stakes than those other ones. So we'll talk about institutions later on in this course. The structure may follow a standardized format with a focus on developing the 4 language skills. Lessons may include a mix of vocabulary and grammar instruction. The materials may include a variety of authentic and adapted texts. So you may not be focusing solely on generic language learning, education-specific texts. Materials may cover a broad range of topics as well. And in fact, in a lot of general English lessons, or curricula and courses, they have a lot of theme-based lessons. The assessment type may involve a combination of formative and summative. Assessments may include quizzes, tests, presentations, projects. And the teaching style in general English lessons may be more dynamic, more interactive, more student-centered, maybe a little bit less formal, but again, it depends on the situation. Less formal doesn't mean showing up with shorts and like a baseball cap on and stuff like that. It could just mean trying to focus a little bit more on building rapport, asking students about what they did on the weekend. Now let's talk about English for specific purposes. This is one of the ways that we could understand better lesson number 23, which focused on English for general purposes or general English, by distinguishing it from and comparing it to English for specific purposes. So English for specific purposes is really the other side of the same coin. A lot of the approaches and methods could overlap, but this is it in a nutshell. There are different types of English for specific purposes, and arguably there's an infinite amount of types, right? EAP, which is a big business, a big area of employment in English teaching. So English for academic purposes, English for business purposes, business English is massive. English for medical purposes, legal purposes, engineering, tourism, hospitality, aviation, basically any discipline, industry you could think of, there could be English lessons or courses, programs that are offered for that. And if there aren't already, you could be the first one to offer it for that. Why do students take ESP? Basically the same reasons why students would take general English or test preparation, but it may be a little bit more skewed on the side of professional and academic reasons rather than on daily life and just overall communicative reasons. So here's how it may affect your decisions in the classroom for your approach. Your approach may be more focused and specialized, tailored to the specific needs and objectives of the learner in their field. So everything is going to be like attributed to their field, their discipline. The methodology often involves a combination of TBLT, problem-solving activities, and authentic materials related to the learner's specific fields and contexts. However, because you may have less time, there are a lot of compressed courses for ESP, especially in colleges and universities. There may be more teacher-centeredness, more time that the teacher is talking, and you may be using the direct method more. The lesson structure is typically designed to reflect the communicative needs and language skills required for the learner in their specialized field. The materials used in these lessons are often authentic, directly related to their field, okay? So the field of business, the field of nursing, etc. The assessment type is aligned with the learner's specific language needs and objectives. The style that you have as a teacher is typically more task-oriented. It could be student-centered and collaborative with an emphasis on active engagement and participation. So this would be student-centered outside of the class. So for example, the flipped classroom structure would be a very common structure for a lot of these classes because a lot of them are taught in colleges and universities. Not exclusively, but a lot of the time. So a lot of what the students do outside of the class will be really reflecting on their individual needs for their field or discipline, right? However, when you're in the actual class, typically it will be very teacher-centered in terms of like having lectures where the teacher is talking for longer periods of time, but not always. Check with your advisors, your supervisors, your managers to ensure that you're adhering to the administrative policies. All right, folks, welcome to lesson 25, the final lesson in section number 3 of this 120-hour TESOL. We're going to talk about teaching test preparation. Teaching English test preparation classes. So this is a big area of employment, teaching things like TOEFL, helping students prepare for IELTS, the Cambridge English exam, TOEIC, but also more specific occupation-based exams such as the OET, the BEC. I've had students come to me asking to prepare for different medical, like English medical exams for medical practitioners as well, right? So depending on your field and your area of expertise, for example, if you have a background in nursing, this is your opportunity to pair content, right? Just like content language instruction, CLIL, that was one of the methods methods we learned about earlier in this course. You could pair your understanding of content and your knowledge there with language knowledge, and you could actually teach those kinds of courses, because someone like me would not be qualified to teach how to prepare for an engineering-oriented English exam, right? So you could actually pair your kind of field-specific experience and language teacher knowledge together. Why do students do this? Again, pretty much the same reasons why they take ESP classes, give or take. So moving on to the approach. The teaching approach would be more exam focused, of course. So you might be focusing more on things like behaviorism. So repeat after me. For the methodology, there would probably be a lot of focus on test taking strategies, very targeted instruction, traditional methods such as the direct method, the grammar translation method, the audio-lingual method would probably be incorporated more so than things like CLT or TBLT, right? So you would focus a little bit more probably on the accuracy, on the form, because students will be assessed that way with summative assessments, which are very high stakes. And typically you have a very limited amount of resources, such as time, to do these because to teach these concepts, because your students typically are very tactical with when they want to start taking classes and when they are motivated and ready, because a lot of them are taking IELTS, TOEFL, TOEIC because they want to immigrate. So some of them are in a real rush. They need to take the test in order to apply for a visa or to apply for to study in another country. And in order to take the test, they need to take your course to prepare for the test. So they have very high demands a lot of the time. And because of those very high demands, they would usually like more of a direct kind of style where you are giving them a lot of feedback and really focusing on their form, right? So a little bit less attention to affect in these contexts. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't focus on AFECT. That just means that there may be less opportunities for you to focus on AFECT, right? And your students may have less expectations there. The structure is typically organized, all right, to the T. So you're really following your lesson structure, your course structure. The materials are selected and designed to closely resemble the format and content of the IELTS exam, of the TOEFL exam. The assessment is typically like tests, quizzes, summative. You won't have as much of an opportunity for things like portfolio assessment, performance-based assessment, dynamic assessment. You will go to class with the plan. Your teacher will know, your student will know what that plan is, and they will expect that, right? So this could be seen as one of the downsides, but if you're the kind of teacher who likes teaching from a textbook, teaching from like a preset plan, a very prescriptive kind of approach, this could be right for you. The style may be more directive and goal-oriented. Instructors may provide clear instructions and guidance on how to approach different sections. And as I said, corrective feedback, you may have more explicit correction, a lot of explanations of the rules of the language, and we'll be talking more about corrective feedback later on in this course. Pause and reflect. In your opinion, what are the challenges and benefits of the teaching context discussed in Section 3? Which teaching context from Section 3 do you prefer over others and why? Which context from Section 3 do you realistically see yourself teaching in the short term and in the long term, right? Like I've taught a lot of IELTS preparation, 5 years of that, but I've also taught a lot of EAP and a lot of general English, and your short-term goals may be different than long-term goals. Sometimes there will be a means to an end. How do you think factors such as age, nationality, proficiency level, and individual differences could impact your above responses? And we'll look at how the intersection of all these things could slightly alter the teaching. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson number 26. In this section, we're finally going to start talking about employment and getting a job as an online English teacher. Language teacher employment, there are different ways we could think about language teacher employment. We could think of it as, online versus in person, employed versus self-employed, full-time versus part-time, contractual versus permanent, small institution versus large institution. In this module, we will have a look at different contexts. In this section, we will help you prepare for employment. So we're not only going to try to give you answers, but we're also going to try to give you like food for thought so you could do your own research. The language learning economy, the global language education sector, it had a market value of 52.7 billion USD in 2022, growing at 20% per year. The online language learning market has experienced substantial growth as well. According to this one source, the global online language learning market was valued at just under 6 billion USD in 2019. Of course, that is 5 years ago, and is projected to reach 12.4 billion by the end of 2025, growing at 13% per year. Businesses invest in language training to enhance employee skills for global communication. In fact, a lot of my students have been students who just want to use English as a lingua franca, use English as a common language in the workplace. According to this report, corporate spending on language training in the United States alone reached approximately 83 billion USD in 2020. English language learning remains a significant segment within the language learning market. A report by Research and Markets estimated the global English language learning market at USD 10.5 billion USD in 2019 and projected to reach 25.4 billion in 2025, growing at a rate of 15%. The Asia-Pacific region has emerged as a significant market for language learning due to economic growth. According to this one source, the Asia-Pacific language learning market is expected to grow at just under 9 billion per year during 2020 to 2024, 17% per year. The British Council estimates the lack of language skills costs the UK around £50 billion a year. In the United States, this report found that the demand for bilingual workers has doubled between 2010 and 2015. Job postings seeking bilingual candidates offering on average 5 to 20% higher wage salary. According to the Modern Language Association, enrollment in foreign language courses at U.S. colleges and universities increased by 6.6% between 2013 and 2016. This is a quote from the International Student Mobility Report from 2018. Okay, so again, this is even pre-pandemic. English-speaking countries are the most attractive student destinations overall. The 4 countries receiving almost 40% of all international mobile students. The United States is the top destination for tertiary students. Okay, so we're talking about post-secondary students. Of the 5.6 million international students, almost a million of them are enrolled in the United States. And then other English-speaking countries would be the United Kingdom at just under 500,000, Australia just under 500,000, and then Canada at about 250,000. But wait, to study in an English-speaking country, many students require proof of proficiency. Over 3 million people took IELTS in 2023. 1 million people take TOEIC per year. 2.3 take TOEFL. 6.8 take the Hanban. That's the Mandarin proficiency test. 320,000 took DELF. That's French. 60,000 people take DELE per year. That should be DELE. So that's the Spanish proficiency test. And just under 250,000 take the Goethe per year. That's the German proficiency test. Active international study permits in Canada reached over 1 million in 2023. So you could see the difference, the growth between, 2018 when it was 250,000 and over here in 2023, 1 million. Actually, Canada has recently put a cap on international students. To grow that much per year over the past few years is absolutely incredible, right? So long story short, a lot of students need to take one of these tests like the IELTS, the TOEIC, the TOEFL in order to study at a college or a university in another country, or even to work in another country as well. The amount of money that this contributes to places like Canada, America, and the UK might directly be one amount, but I mean, if you think indirectly, the amount of money that these international students are bringing over, contributing to the economy, it's a whole nother ballgame. The proliferation of smartphones and mobile apps has led to a surge in mobile language learning. So let's focus on that now. A survey conducted by Statista in 2021 found that 71% of language learners use mobile apps. The education app sector has made $7 billion USD in 2022. It is set to grow 9% per year from now until 2030. Duolingo has more than 60 million monthly users. And this right here shows the amount of downloads just in January of 2024. So it's 16 million in just January of 2024. We also have other very popular apps. I mean, Buddy AI right here, Monly of Babbel, Hello Talk. So how does this affect you? I've just given you so much food for thought, so many numbers, so much statistics. Well, if you're teaching in an institution, the language education system, let's be honest, it's lucrative, okay? It makes a lot of money. It's a big business, but it's not always just. If we just look at the Canadian context, in 2022, the Government of Canada's Job Bank found opportunities in Prince Edward Island, our smallest province, to be fair, but in Ontario, our most populous province, to be limited. So if we come back to this statistic right here, 1 million students coming in last year in 2023, and a lot of those students are coming to Ontario. That's where Canada is. That's where Ottawa, our capital city, is, right? But yet, there are less opportunities potential like per capita in Ontario versus Prince Edward Island. What does that tell you? Well, the more people come in, that also in certain situations brings upon competition in the teaching market as well. So as we'll talk about later, this is all about supply and demand, which is why we can't just tell you what your job prospects are on its own, because it depends on where you live and what your qualifications are and many other things. A Talent.com survey found that new teachers made 39,000 Canadian per year, while experienced workers made up to 76,000. So you see a big difference right there. If we go into the American context, the US Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2022 found the median pay of ESL teachers to be $28 an hour, right? Or 58,000 USD per year. Elementary school and secondary school teachers were found to make 62,000 a year on average, as opposed to only 53,000 a year at the post-secondary level. This is something that definitely differs from region to region and country to country. Some countries like Canada rely on international students a little bit more than other countries. In some places like Canada, post-secondary is a great place to go to actually make money, not necessarily to get permanent employment or to get full-time employment, right? So all of these are different variables, but for the sake of this video, we could just tell you, you need to look at the type of institution and the type of context you would like to teach in. A Talent.com survey found that the average entry-level pay to be just over 40 grand a year. So if you want to know more about the European, Asian, African context and more, because we don't have the time to go over all the context right here, just read our blog post, contribute to the community. We're going to read your stories and the information you give us, and we're going to include that in the job post as well. We believe having having data from scholarly sources is very important, but we also believe that pooling together different experiences, authentic experiences from real human beings like yourselves are very important too. So please contribute, because that way we could get an idea of what the prospects might be for people living in Nigeria, people living in the Philippines, people living in Pakistan and beyond. So now let's look at the other main area of language employment, and that would be teaching on an online platform. All right, that's where a lot of us at Teach Ahead started off. So there are just shy of 5,000 English teachers on italki. That's as of 2024. The maximum pay is 108 USD per hour, and you get to set your rate. The commission is 15% per class. If we look at Preply, which is the other most common, most popular online language teaching and learning platform, there are just shy of 20,000 English teachers. The maximum pay is 40 USD, and the commission is 100% for trial lessons. So you have to give all of that to Preply for trial lessons. But after that, it starts at 33%, and then it goes down to 18%. The International TEFL Academy has it that, generally speaking, online English teachers typically make anywhere from 10 to 40 USD per hour, depending on their level of qualification. If you're a first-time English teacher with a TEFL certificate, you'll likely be making 10 to 20 bucks per hour to start. We at Teach Ahead agree with this from our anecdotal experience and from our research of scholarly sources and verified data. There's not all that much data, there's a lot of data, but it's difficult to keep up with the trends in language learning, especially with the digital wilds, as we call it, the online language learning sector being so being such a revolving door. And a lot of people who are teaching on these different platforms are teaching on multiple platforms at the same time. Some of them are teaching for different reasons. Like sometimes people are teaching on the platforms just for passive income. Sometimes it's their bread and butter. Whether you could survive just teaching on one of these platforms or not really depends on what your costs are and what your expenses are in the place that you live, right? So if you're an expat living in Vietnam, that might be a little bit different than if you're living in New York City, for example. So if you want to know more about other platforms, we'll be talking about them in the next module. So that's a good start. but we're not going to cover all of them. So make sure you read our blog posts and contribute to the community. Let us know, pool resources. Supply and demand. In a nutshell, here are a few key points. The language education sector is a business with so many opportunities, but a lot of challenges too. If the supply is high and the demand is low, there will likely be worse job prospects. If the supply is low and the demand is high, there would likely be better job prospects for you because your job will be more valuable. This is what we could see reflected. Language teaching could be precarious, especially at the beginning. Online teaching opens up a world of prospects, though, and challenges, but definitely prospects. On one end, online language teaching, we'll see it might not be exactly the pay that you want it to be at the beginning, and it might not be it might not have the job security that some in-person kind of conventional and traditional streams of employment, language teaching employment have, but at the same time, it has the potential of higher highs. Online teaching opens up a world of prospects and challenges. Build your resume with skills, experience, certification. Teach Ahead could help you. We have courses based on this. And your biggest source of job security is really yourself. Investing in this TESOL course is one of the best investments that you could have made because this is something that will go on your resume. You're building real skills and you're building real experiences. Context matters though. So now it's your turn. Go to Google and just type in a few of these questions. Spend a few minutes doing this. How much do English language teachers make in your country? How much do online English teachers make in your country? Compare and contrast them. Check how many, what sample they are taking from. Because unfortunately, if only 3 people from Zimbabwe have put in their answers, that's not a very big sample, right? To a certain extent, you can't really decide how big the sample is and how reliable the data is, but work with the data you have and be skeptical and critical at the same time. How much do English language teachers make in public schools in your country? How much do they make at colleges? How long does it take for them to secure full-time employment if that's what you're trying to do? How long does it take to attain permanent employment if that's what you're trying to do on average? And again, look at statistics, but also look at people's stories. What certification does an English language teacher need to make X salary? Find stats from a variety of sources. So definitely go to government databases. I would go to Statistics Canada, the US Bureau of Labor, journal articles, but also Reddit forums and YouTube videos because we miss a lot. Right? In the world of research, we do miss a lot. And unfortunately, with Reddit and YouTube comments, you will get a lot of very subjective comments that are emotion fueled. At the same time, the more of these reviews you read, the more you'll get an idea. And at Teach Ahead, we're going to kind of amass these narratives together to hopefully make them as up-to-date and reliable as possible. Share your findings with Teach Ahead. Welcome to Lesson 27. This is an overview of the application processes of online language teaching platforms. We're going to focus on 5 platforms. Teaching at italki, let's get started. I wish I started earlier. So not just for italki, but for any online language teaching platform. If you want to become a language teacher, you would submit your application. I will show you the link in just a second. Applicants will be notified of the result within 10 business days. They will complete the following onboarding process within 15 calendar days. They should upload identity document, watch the teacher success tutorial videos, complete guided tutorials, pass these quizzes. The pay is up to $108 USD per hour. And qualifications, you need to be 18, C2 proficiency. And if you want to be a professional teacher, you need teacher certification as well. All right. You also get to set your price. Preply, if you want to apply, you need to just provide some basic information, upload a headshot, describe strengths as a tutor, record a short video about 2 minutes, choose availability. The student success team will review your profile within 5 days. The pay is up to 40 USD. And the qualifications, you don't need any certification, no experience. VIP Kid. So to teach on VIP Kid, you would have to create an account, complete a short demo lesson. The team reviews it, review materials on VIP Kid's curriculum, teaching standards, tech requirements, teach a mock class. And I remember doing this before I actually applied to italki. I applied to VIP Kid. You will have to teach a demo class to a VIP Kid instructor who will pretend to be a kid. So, I mean, this is a very common routine that a lot of online teaching platforms do, especially the group-based online classes for kids particularly. And you could understand and respect why they want to really make sure that they get people who know what they're doing, right? Because a lot of parents are really trusting these companies. So you'll have to complete a profile, sign a VIP Kid contract. The base pay is 14 to 18 USD per hour plus incentives. Qualifications, 2 years experience, bachelor's degree, and you're able to work in the US or Canada. Teaching on Cambly, sign up for an account, complete a short application form that takes about 10 to 15 minutes. The team reviews and approves and approved tutors will be notified by email. So you might not find out if you haven't been approved. You need to be a native English speaker who is at least 18 years old, and qualifications, native speaker, no experience. And the pay is $10.20 an hour to $12 per hour. Finally, teaching on LangAdvance. To apply as a teacher, you need to apply online, be invited for an interview, complete the online onboarding process. Teach your first class. The process duration is as little as 1 week. The pay is 22 USD an hour, and the qualification C2 level of English, an English language teaching certificate for this one, and 2 to 3 years of teaching experience. You are all qualified for certain platforms such as Preply. Get started today. Even if you don't start teaching today, because all of this really depends on, what your financial situation is, and your mental and emotional and physical and all these other variables, which are all specific to you. So you need to reflect, but just take it from us. You're ready. You're ready to get started. And almost anybody will tell you procrastination is the biggest kind of enemy. If you want to meet with a coach or a teacher trainer to help guide you through and give you different tools to make you feel more comfortable and ready, definitely reach out to us. Focus on what you can control, like nationality, post-secondary experience, and proficiency. They're not all easily changed in the short term. But you could set yourself apart by setting up a blog, vlog, or general social media channel. If you don't like to put your face on social media, you could set up a blog. You could just contribute to different forums, to different communities. And these things could bring out the best in your teaching abilities. And you could learn a lot more about yourself by making videos or by writing blog posts or just by setting up a social media page dedicated to English, like facts about English or general English or IELTS English. You could learn more about yourself. This is a reflective process. Join a community, follow forums and groups on social media. Like right now, pause this video, just go onto Reddit, go onto Pinterest, go onto Instagram, go onto TikTok, whichever social media kind of app you use, just choose one, follow 5 pages right now. Celebrate your identity. Network with individuals and businesses who celebrate multilingualism and diversity and challenge native speakerism. This is a big point where you will want to reflect on your identity, on your context, but also on your beliefs. Network with us at Teach Ahead. We believe that there are so many more components that go into effective language teaching. We celebrate multilingualism. Join communities like this one. Find your niche, zero in on a language teaching context. We've discussed 5 of them in the previous section. Things like, do you prefer one-on-one? Do you prefer group-based? Do you prefer just online, or do you like hybrid? Do you like in-person? Do you want to focus on business English, English for academic purposes, test preparation, general English? Do you want to branch out into curriculum development? Do you want to focus on using educational technology in language learning, which we focus on at Teach Ahead. Share your voice and your teaching abilities at Teach Ahead. A lot of the kind of hooks that these online language platforms will give you will be quite similar, you know? Earn money online, build your brand, find more students, international payments, teach on your schedule, manage your students, set your own rate, teach anytime, teach anywhere, grow professionally, right? And that's one thing we will give to Preply, and we go over this more in our blog post. They do have a lot of great professional development webinars that really set Preply apart from other language teaching platforms. So especially since it's so easy to get into Preply, we would suggest to almost anybody to get your foot in the door, even if it's just to get a feel of what it's like to set up a profile, to think about how you would like to present yourself, what kind of teacher identity, how you will filter what we're working on in this course, like your teacher portfolio, your teacher philosophy, your resume, how you will kind of translate all of this into something that's marketable. In this lesson, we're going to talk about getting accepted and getting started on a language teaching platform. So we've already gone over 5 very common language teaching platforms and schools. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into what the differences are between them, but we're really going to focus on what do you do after you've been accepted to one of these platforms or marketplaces or schools, right? So we're going to start off by focusing on language teaching platforms or marketplaces where you are self-employed, where you are a freelancer. And then in lessons 29 and 30, we're going to focus on how you could apply to language teaching or language education employers or schools, and what you do to get started after you've actually gotten accepted. First of all, here are the key differences between being like self-employed versus being employed by a company, right? Perhaps the biggest difference between working on a language education platform versus working for an online language education institution. The institution finds you clients. On one end, you will have clients there for you. You are employed by them, right? If you're on a platform, the platform doesn't find the clients for you. You find the client. The platform is a meeting ground. It's a marketplace where your students, your potential students could find you. But at the end of the day, you're freelancing, and it's your responsibility to brand yourself and market your services in a way that attracts students and attracts potential clientele. Now, you could also find yourself working for an institution. They will guarantee you a certain amount of hours. They will allow you to use their resources, use their course, use their tools. But the students need to sign up and enroll for your classes in order for you to actually be able to teach classes. So in this situation, you're employed by an institution, but you also need students to kind of enjoy your classes enough to continue booking with you. So this is kind of like an awkward middle ground right here between being totally self-employed versus being employed. Technically, you're employed, but at the same time, you kind of need, it's kind of on you to secure employment and to get those students consistently. This is kind of what we see with certain websites like Langoda, because this is complex because these are the digital wilds, right? But we're going to try to make this as cut and dry as possible just to get you started, right? So to get you started, we're looking at different things like VIP Kid, which could be looked at as an online language school. That will be looked at more in module number 2930, whereas right here we're talking about platforms, marketplaces like italki, like Preply, all right? So some key considerations. Your profile is the student's window into your classroom. Be thoughtful about your branding. Right here, we're talking about platforms where you are self-employed, you are a freelancer. There is no responsibility on behalf of the platform to actually find you students. That is your responsibility. Don't overthink it. just get your profile up there. You could always update your profile. And in fact, following up on this previous point, you should update your profile. I've had a profile on italki for 5 years. I have updated it at least once every single year. So be open to changing your profile as time goes on, but don't be too picky right now. We would say be as picky as the platform needs you to be. Whatever the platform requires for you to have in your profile, you need to have that, because otherwise you're not going to get the green light and you're not going to have a profile where you could attract potential clients. If you could just get your profile up there, you could play around with it as time goes on. And you can make it better and a little bit more suitable to your niche as time progresses. But keep in mind, every platform is different. So what we talk about in this video is assuming you're applying to a platform like italki or Preply or any other platform like that exists. Each platform requires different elements in your profile. Platforms give varying degrees of editing freedoms as well. So some platforms might choose and dictate like what you put in your lessons, right? Like they may give you a curriculum to use, in which case there's no way that teacher Ryan could decide how he advertises his lessons or what he includes in his lessons, because the platform or the school or whatever it might be, they are deciding what it is, right? So sometimes you won't have that freedom, but a lot of the time with these marketplaces, with these platforms, you will have that freedom. You're the one who's in charge of your curriculum, your lesson planning. At the same time, it could be very liberating, right? So the degree of freedom you have depends on the platform. So you need to do your own research. And finally, learning platforms have stricter requirements for profile content. Certain platforms do. So for example, there have been platforms especially geared towards students where you need to pepper your profile with like emojis. You have to have it decked out with emojis and lots of color and stuff like that. You need to be wearing a certain type of shirt or a certain type of blouse. Some platforms require that, others don't. Long story short, most of the time when you're on a marketplace like Preply or italki, you have a lot of freedom. For the most part, these are the key elements of your profile. You'll have a bio. This outlines your experience and your skills. Just like with a resume, you don't only have to talk about your present experience and skills. You could talk about your desired experience and skills, your trajectory for the future, who you want to be. Your profile, your bio on a lot of these platforms is really what you make of it. So you could keep it cut and dry and plain and simple. And realistically, that's all a lot of students are going to be reading. But you could also go a little bit deeper. Your clients are the ones who are paying your bills if you're on one of these marketplaces, not an employer. Depending on who your target clientele is, you might actually want to treat this as a quasi-job interview, because some of the parents or educational stakeholders for your students, they are reading your profile like it's a resume. Your identity, so you're going to have a tagline that will typically just be your name. It could include some of your qualifications. It could include what kind of lessons you teach or specialize in, like IELTS or general English. You'll have your image, you'll have your video. It should be a bright image that shows your face, that makes you look professional. The video, of course, there are different things that you could do to make your video a little bit nicer, but for the most part, your voice is audible, you are visible, and there are as few distractions as possible in the background. Regular lessons, so provide specializations. So do you teach business English, English for academic purposes, test preparation, conversational English, and give descriptions. Go into some depth. And if you don't have enough space in your bio to give that information, then create use our documents with your students. Send them those documents when they sign up for a class. We'll talk more about that after. Rate. So what are you going to charge your students? Set your calendar and your availability. And your policies. Indicate what your rules are. Talking in Preply, a lot of teachers will be very specific about what their policies are in terms of students not attending and wanting a refund, especially students being disrespectful. Of course, the platforms actually have policies which guide these things as well, but unfortunately, sometimes students don't like read through the terms of service on the website. It's arguable that students should know these things anyway. It's just the reality that sometimes students overlook those things. So we're going to have a look at my profile right here. So this is my profile. If a student wants to book with me, this is what they see. I've really simplified this as much as possible. We have my name, we have a picture of me. That's all I care about right there. Just a picture of me smiling. You know, the Canada flag right there, a little bit about me. I put a policy right at the very top. I don't teach children or teenagers. I prefer teaching adults. That's just what I do, right? And depending on what your level of expertise and experience is and how many students you're able to attract, which does depend on your proficiency level. Unfortunately, it might depend on where you're from as well, even though that's not completely fair. But depending on those things, you might not have the luxury to choose these things. You might have to be less picky at the beginning, or at least that's our official advice from Teach Ahead, right? Depending on your life circumstances and again, how that balances with your experience, how that balances with your qualifications, you might not have the luxury of being too picky with what you charge students. You're going to notice that I charge $25 for a 30-minute for a trial lesson. I don't accept new students. I only accept like students who have been taking lessons with me since like COVID, since the pandemic, so 3-4 years, or family and friends of those students. So actually right now I only have 2 students on italki. So when you see the price right here, that's kind of like a loyalty price that I'm offering students. Just keep that in mind. I go over who I am, I go over where I'm from, I go over what my qualifications are. I keep it plain and simple, but you don't have to. You could go into more depth of what your goals are in the future, especially if you don't feel that you have a lot of qualifications to set you apart from other teachers on italki, right? For me, I have a TESOL, I have a TESOL, I'm a teacher trainer. I've been teaching at colleges and universities for the past 4 years. I have extensive experience teaching IELTS. I have a master's degree, actually 7 years of experience, so I'll be updating that. So that right there, I am not competing with as many teachers or potential teachers than somebody who is completely new to the ballpark. So if you don't have as much experience, don't feel like an imposter. There is room for you on these platforms. There's room for you in this massively and drastically growing sector of language education, online language education. There's room for you to be incredibly successful. But to start off, you might want to be a little bit more, I suppose, like open-minded with what you are charging, of course, and we have more kind of in-depth guides on things like that. Trial lesson, general English lessons, IELTS preparation lessons, conversational English lessons, right? You notice all these have like 16, 28, 20% off. A lot of this is because the majority of the time of me teaching online, I've had very loyal students who I have given deep discounts, right? Just for their loyalty, for taking 100, some of them 200 lessons. That means 200 hours of me sitting in front of a computer, talking to somebody on the other side of the world. And you really develop close friendships by doing that, very close friendships. I've had some of my students come to my to my baby shower and things like that. I mean, it truly does, housewarming parties, it truly does make a difference, right? So if you're just starting off though, again, you might want to have, depending on your nationality, and we have a whole grid and rubric that you could go off of to actually like self-assess what you could or should be charging. But if you don't have a following on social media, if you're completely new to teaching, you might want to go cheaper than this, right? But the key is to include as much about your lessons as possible, all right? So if we go to general English lesson, I have lots of information right here. Again, for you, we have templates that you could just copy and paste. We have resources that you could feel free to slightly adjust or alter to suit your needs, your students' needs, and pop it into italki. So or whichever marketplace you're teaching on, even if you're teaching privately, right? But the key is to have some sort of proof that you know what you're doing and you have a plan for the class. This right here took me years to develop, to get the motivation and to get the knowledge and skills to develop, right? So don't feel obliged to include this level of detail right now. I typically just have these descriptions of the different lessons, and then I will, after a student signs up for a class, I'll send them a welcome message with a little message saying, hi, welcome to our class, blah, blah, blah. I will send them a document giving them an overview of what we will do in the trial lesson. And then at the end of the trial lesson, I will ask my student, do you want to take general English lessons, IELTS English lessons, or conversational English lessons with me? Or do you want to just think about it and get back to me after? When they tell me which type of lesson or lessons they want to take, I will send them full syllabi or a full lesson, course outlines that we have teach ahead for these respective lessons. Some of my students want to take IELTS and conversational English, like they want one class of each per week. Some of them want general English and conversational English, so you might have a mix, right? I have my availability, not a lot of availability, and I have over 350 reviews. Lesson number 29, we want to pivot from focusing on language platforms to language education employers as a new teacher, as an entry-level language teacher. And we are such big proponents of these two streams, these two avenues of employment at the beginning, because we want you all to just get your foot in the door and get started and get that experience. The difference, again, we've spoken about this already, but the main difference between these two kind of categories, an institution will find you clients and you're employed. The platform doesn't find you clients. The platform is a marketplace where you are self-employed. We suggest that you start off with both. This does depend on your, personal circumstances, but we suggest that for the vast majority of pre-service teachers, experience is very important. So we suggest that you try to get yourself onto a platform and simultaneously be applying to some institutions. A lot of you want to get full-time, permanent, reliable, enjoyable, comfortable employment with good work conditions. So hopefully this could lead you into the right direction. Here are 6 types of language education employers online. There's overlap between some of these primary and secondary schools. These provide a foundational education for children 5 to 18 years old. We have language training centers, which are specialized institutions which focus on language education and training. A lot of the time they'll focus on test preparation and things like that too. English for specific purposes, academic purposes. We have international schools, and the difference between a primary or secondary school and an international school is that an international school offers an internationally focused curriculum, and it usually caters to a diverse student body from various countries. So instead of just mainly having students living in the country where you are, an international student could be even like a physical school in Toronto. It could have, students who are living in Toronto. Yes, perhaps the main focus with this school would be trying to recruit students from different countries to come to Canada and to go to this international school. Whereas with primary and secondary schools, of course, most of the students, they could come from different places, but a lot of them live in Canada, they're permanent residents, or they're on the track to becoming permanent residents. We have colleges and universities. So these are higher education institutions, primarily offering programs leading to degrees and certificates. We have online schools, which deliver courses and instruction over the internet, providing flexibility in scheduling and location for students. So the difference between international schools and online schools, like an international school could be online, and an online school is usually international, right? But typically the difference is that an international school will have some sort of physical like location or headquarters where they also offer like physical in-person classes, right? Online schools, as it says right there, online schools are just going to be online. So online schools could also do a lot of what international schools do. They have students from around the world, they have diverse bodies of students, they're maybe internationally focused, but an international student potentially focuses more on recruitment and actually on like immigration to a physical place. They could also offer online courses, as I said, but not necessarily. Maybe they'll have hybrid courses, which brings us to the final type, hybrid academies. These employ a blend of traditional face-to-face instruction and online learning component. You're going to learn as time goes on, and a lot of you are probably going to follow the paper trail. Like you're probably going to follow the money, and you're going to follow the place where you get the best job conditions to meet your needs. For a lot of you, you're going to be casting a wide net at the beginning, sending out a lot of applications. Depending on where you live, one of these streams could be better than the other. So it really comes down to you to do the research, take this food for thought, and make sure that you are consistently like trying to find out more information about these streams. But just in general, some of the pros of these institutions. Primary and secondary schools, they have an impact on youth. So if you like working with kids, that's great. A structured schedule most of the time it's full-time, 9 to 5 or thereabouts. Professional development and job security a lot of the time you'll get a pension. It depends where you live though. Language training centers, they give in-depth expertise. You could learn more about like IELTS prep. Maybe you could become an IELTS examiner. There are other kind of branches of language education you could pursue. You could teach Chinese and English at an institution. And there are a variety of teaching contexts. International students, exposure to diversity, competitive salaries a lot of the time, and a lot of international networking. So even if this isn't your end-all be-all, you can meet people who will give you references to other partner institutions in the future. Colleges. Typically, there's a possibility for research, but not all the time. It really depends on whether you have, a master or a PhD. Typically, a higher earning potential. Online schools, typically, they have the potential for flexibility. So this would be looking at things like VIP Kid or some of these like online after-school tutoring programs that they have in Asia. A lot of the time, you could choose when you work, but you might not be working full-time 9 to 5. Typically innovative pedagogy because it's an online school, so they're going to be at the forefront typically of online language education. Most of the time there are entry-level positions, which bodes well for you. And finally, hybrid academies. These have opportunities for collaboration. So a lot of the time at these academies, one teacher will teach online and one teacher will teach in person, or both of you will teach hybrid, but on different days of the week. And it could be rich in skill development. Like to get the experience of teaching online could just be so useful and so rewarding. The cons, primary and secondary schools, typically lower salaries, at a lot of them, emotionally demanding and a lot of pressure from the curriculum. A lot of the curriculum is standardized. Language training centers, irregular work hours, contract based, so not that much job security typically, and a high turnover rate. Where a lot of teachers come in, a lot of teachers leave. International schools, you might get paid a lot, but high expectations, limited opportunities. A lot of the time, it's not so much about you applying to these jobs, it's about them recruiting you. A lot of them actually have, like at least the higher paying ones, will have, scout that will go around and recruit, and then they will reach out to you. Cultural challenges. So that just means like culture shock, you trying to develop cultural awareness as a teacher, trying to create cohesion in the classroom. Colleges, limited job security, you must navigate multi-level institutions. So that's one of the things, like you are usually part of a big institution, unlike international schools and a lot of language training centers, because at least at secondary schools, usually you will be one of the only language teachers. In colleges or universities, you are a drop in the pond a lot of the time of like a big group of faculty. It depends on the size of the institution. They have to navigate through all of these different point people, almost an overwhelming amount of people to reach out to about problems with your schedule, problems with students' pay. But as long as you don't have those problems, it also gives you a lot of like freedom, and you could kind of grow in your own kind of area there. Typically, you need a master or a PhD, at least that's how it works in Canada. So that might be a downside for some of you. Online schools, they are highly competitive because they're offering it to basically anyone in the world, depending on the qualifications. Little job security and little career development. Online schools and platforms are getting a lot better with that. Different platforms like Preply have fantastic professional development. But for these schools, a lot of them have like preset curricula, and they haven't changed very much over the past 5 or 6 years. Not just your professional development, but also your ascension through the ranks. So like maybe you could become a teacher trainer or something, or a teacher coach, but then that's it, right? Like there's no managerial positions or access to the administration. Hybrid academies, so they require a lot of adaptability. I mean, I didn't get hybrid experience as a language teacher until my fifth year of teaching languages. Logistical challenges. So if you are coordinating with another educator who you're co-teaching with, or if it's just the logistical challenges of getting students to come to class, like mixed participation. Some students will say, I'll be there, Ryan, but only for the online classes. Other students will say, I'll be there, Ryan, but only for the in-person classes, right? So what does that lead to? May is a Mandarin Chinese native speaker from China. She holds a TESOL certification and is eager to start her career as an online English language teacher, bringing her bilingual proficiency and teaching experience to create dynamic and effective language lessons. She seeks opportunities with online language training centers and international schools where she can inspire students to improve their English skills. So I'd like for you to think about what may be May's opportunities and challenges, applying to different language institutions, okay? Language education institutions. How may May be able to enhance her skills, experience, and certification? For here, you could check out the exact same with Pavel, a trilingual speaker from Russia, fluent in Russian and English, holds a bachelor's degree in English language teaching, excited about the prospect of becoming an online English teacher. With experience teaching Russian and English students, he seeks employment with online language schools or hybrid academies. There we go. So think about what could be Pavel's opportunities, challenges. How could he enhance his resume, and which actions could he take to enhance his job prospects? You could pause the video each time we look at one of these examples and just write down a few notes. Okay, so here we'll do the same with Ahmed, so you could take a moment right there. And finally with Maria. Again, check out Maria's bio. Everyone, to get a better idea of work conditions and employment resources, here are a few tools that you could consult. Number one, the collective agreement if the position you are pursuing is unionized. So for example, my college, like the colleges I work for and the universities I work for, they are part of different unions. In Ontario, Canada, we have one for the colleges and one for the universities. That means there are different benefits, pay, work conditions, work security conditions, etc., procedures for the colleges versus for the universities. It's very important that you review these documents, and you will be sent these documents if you get employed and hired. But a lot of us don't review them. And honestly, I didn't review mine either until like the second or third year. And I learned a lot about the pay, like my pay, and how my pay increases over time from looking at this. So check out the collective agreement. Look up the website of the teacher association, such as TESOL.org, that you wish to join. So for some of you, you have like a region-based teacher association. You need to pay a membership to join and stay in this association, but you get access to professional development, to different job opportunities potentially. TESOL.org, I think you only pay like 30 or 40 bucks a year. It depends when you're watching this, to become a part of TESOL.org. Subscribe to an email list that notifies you about PD, professional development, regarding your preferred employment sector. We'll talk about this more at the end of the course when we talk about professional development. Look at testimonials. They may not always be the most reliable, but sometimes they are. Sometimes they are very pretty objective takes on what it's like working in these different streams. And set a job alert on job search engines, just like Indeed.com. We're going to look at Indeed.com. So let's start off with the USA. We could really look at any, city in America. We could go Chicago, Philly, Columbus. Let's just go to Detroit. All right. And we could pop that open there. Okay, so again, the American context is probably slightly different. The American context is probably slightly different than the Canadian context. For all I know, everything could be like upside down from what it is in Canada, right? So when I look at this right here, I'm looking at 6 to 8 ESL teacher, Bridge Academy, okay? So I would want to click on this, maybe find out a little bit more about global education excellence. I could see, the star rating, 28 reviews, so I could learn more about what it's like working there. Our network of public school academies, okay, great stuff. Education management company. What we want to find out which of the streams of which type of language education institution we're looking at here. This may be an online school, it may be an international school. You would have to look a little bit more at this. We could see that there's 500 to 1,000 people in the company, which is actually pretty damn good. But that means there are probably a handful of people in this institution who have made, who actually have like full-time careers, permanent careers off this. All right, so keep going down. Study Evolution EdTech. Even from the name, we could get an idea of like which type of institution. Maybe it's an online school, an international school. International Academy. There we go. We're looking at a language academy right there. So we're seeing a lot of what look like private institutions, right? 3 pillars anew, Blue X Technologies. Some of these may even be companies that are hiring language teachers, like freelance language teachers, to train members of their company. St. Clair Shores Elementary School. Okay, so now we actually have a reading tutor, right? Okay, cool. So that's an idea right there. You'll notice that I put ESL teacher. That's the most common term that we use. You could also put EFL or English language teacher, but typically ESL a lot of these positions will be tagged. Let's go to another city in America. Let's go to Atlanta. K to 12. Okay, great. So maybe we're looking at a public school, or maybe we're looking at a private institution, like a language institution, which gives like maybe after school tutoring or something like that. Okay. So again, you would want to actually click on this and find out more about the company or the institution. Interactive College of Technology. So now we're dealing with colleges, post-secondary institutions, right? Yeah. Pay information not provided. See, this is where it might be a good idea to understand the collective agreements, because that could give you information about pay. For example, I have never seen any information about pay for college full-time or part-time faculty positions here in Ontario. Typically, you find out when you actually get hired, and unfortunately, a lot of employers, even in the interview, if you ask them, hey, how much am I going to get paid? They just say, just read the collective agreement or read the contract, and you'll see that after. All right. Okay, cool. Let's go over to Australia. And the whole idea here is for you to, let's just go Indeed, Australia. We have a New South Wales right here, NSW, Department of Education. Looks good. New South Wales Department of Education. That's a pretty good one. Permanent, part-time, 85 to 130 grand, right? Some of these look really good. And what we say at Teach Ahead is apply, 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 apply. And you know, even if it seems like you're not qualified, I mean, go for it. Click on these different institutions, find out a little bit more. This company size is 51 to 200. We shouldn't frame it like the bigger the company, the better, or anything like that. But at least it could give you an idea of, you know, like you could also look at when the company started, how old it is. Yeah, awesome. And then if we go over to Britain, so again, this is just to get your feet wet, just to get started, right? Teacher of English, TEFL supply teacher. Okay. Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. That was not one of the types of institutions we put in this slideshow, right? But see, some of these things will surprise you, right? Okay, language teachers. Let's check out this company. 4.8. That looks really good, right? Have the revenue, company size, great. Yeah, so do a little bit of background, right? Don't be too picky, just dive in and get started. That's what we say. And finally, go to LinkedIn and grow your network. We're going to post all of our profiles, us teachers in Teach Ahead, so that you could find us and connect with us on LinkedIn. Start following pages and start building your resume on LinkedIn, so that, you know, employers could find you, because sometimes that's how you get employed, by actually being contacted by employers. Welcome to lesson number 30, getting accepted and getting started at a language education institution, the language teacher employment roadmap. You're going to start by finding positions. And to do this, we suggest you create a job bank or just use ours at Teach Ahead. Apply consistently and get started, right? Like just dive in. Make sure you're building that cover letter, building that resume, and building your supporting documents, which is your certification, like your TESOL. After that, you'll go to a job interview, and we'll tell you right now, the length varies. There have been situations where I have prepared for a job interview expecting it to be like 1 hour, 2 hours long. And you just get there and they're kind of like, when could you start? We've looked at your resume. We know what you're capable of. We know what your qualifications are, right? But sometimes it could be very, very extensive. Sometimes they know they want to hire you from the very get-go, but they'll still have a long conversation with you. So it really depends on the situation and the person and the position. It varies in demands as well. Some job interviews you will have asking you a few surface level questions. Some of them will give you different scenarios, challenging teaching scenarios, and ask you how you would deal with them. And some of them will actually ask you to give a teaching demonstration. So we're going to be giving you some resources to help you with that, to plan your just in case teaching demonstration, because sometimes they'll say, imagine you're teaching an A2 class, you're teaching reading, it's on the topic of animals to 6-year-old students. plan the lesson, we'll give you 10 minutes. After that, since you are employed, you will typically be signing tax forms and signing a contract and reviewing all these forms. These are things that you typically wouldn't have to do at most platforms where you are self-employed. After that, you'll be gaining access to the learning management system, to the employer portal, to video tools, and to your email. And this could take a long time, and it could be information overload. And if you don't receive the adequate training, it could really be intimidating. So again, we at Teach Ahead are here for you. We're going to have blog posts so that you could be proactive and know what to expect in these areas. Sometimes employers, like, things slip through the cracks, and sometimes they get you signed up with the tax forms and the contract, but nobody ends up sending you this stuff. It does happen in miscommunication. So in this situation, you might have to actually reach out to people about these things, right? So some of this roadmap will be clear if you just ask the right questions in the job interview, right? So that you know what the timeline will be. And finally, prepare for your class. Access to course material, plan your lesson, connect with students. Regardless of whether you're teaching at a secondary school or a post-secondary institution, a lot of us at Teach Ahead have experienced firsthand a lot of these different contexts in different regions as well. So definitely reach out if you need support. Apply, submit, attend your job interview. And after that, everything will be, pretty cut and dry in terms of getting access to Zoom, gaining access to the learning management system, and, planning your lesson, or at least hopefully it will be. So here are a few considerations while job hunting and submitting a CV, attending an interview. Apply now. Get started. Don't procrastinate. Apply now. You're ready, okay? So get even though you don't even have your TESOL yet because you haven't finished this program, at least get your application ready right now. Some employers, they need somebody right now. You could be there at the perfect time if you apply, right? And if you apply soon enough. So don't overthink it. It does depend on your situation. Some people, they're in a good enough financial situation or they have good enough personal circumstances that they could afford to be pretty picky and wait around for a year or two for the right full-time permanent job to come, right? So that is fair as well. Assess your conditions, but just recognize that, getting your foot in the door is the best way to build experience. Variety at the beginning is an asset. For some of you, you just think, I just want one good job and I want it for the rest of my life. I don't want to be teaching at a million different institutions, and that's okay too. But the reality of language teaching, we've spoken about precarity in employment. It's a sad reality that it could be precarious. So just diving in and trying to, spread, not putting all your eggs in one basket could be a great thing. Try to get some experience with IELTS if you can, or test preparation if that's in line with your beliefs and values and goals. Try to teach children a bit, try to teach adults a little bit, try to teach EFL, try to teach ESL, etc. Focus on the employer in addition to focusing on the job. So just like we looked at with Indeed.com, don't just focus on the pay and the position on its own, also focus on the potential to grow with the employer. You may not be only interviewing, for one job. And that means sometimes you will go for a job interview and they will say, we would love to have you on for this position. Also, would you be interested in teaching in our summer intensive English course? So sometimes they will actually have a future or another position that they are kind of informally interviewing you for. So keep that in mind. Prepare for the worst, but expect the best. And what we mean by worst best, we mean the most demanding versus the least demanding. Most of us think of that as the best interview is the interview that's just cut and dry. Hey, we know you're qualified, just dive in. But some of us are chatterboxes, we're chatty Cathys, and we like to have a long interview. And honestly, interview skills are skills. So it is a great experience just to interview and to be asked difficult questions and to think on your feet. So teach their own, but prepare for the job interview to potentially last 45 minutes to 60 minutes and to have a lot of questions that really make you think. But also expect it to just be kind of like, we need somebody here on Monday. Are you ready to go? Right? Don't over prepare. Don't just try to memorize a script. I mean, you're going to be way more effective if you could just speak from the heart, speak from your actual experiences, speak from your actual passions. Create and keep a job bank, and we're going to check out one. It's not the only strategy, it's not the best strategy, and you might not want to do this. And this is basically just a document with links to different universities and colleges I would like to teach at. I like teaching college and university students. That's my bread and butter. If you like to teach high school students, then you could create a job bank with high school job boards, right? If you'd like to teach at an international academy, if you'd like to teach at an online school, you could create a job bank with these. Welcome to lesson number 31. We're going to start by talking about classroom management, how this could be similar between online and in-person formats and how they could be different. Classroom management scenarios. Persistent disruptions during lessons. So students talking out of turn, talking over you. Students not following instructions or rules. A lack of student engagement in activities. Difficulty managing transitions between activities. So you get the activity going, but then to get the students to maybe calm down could be difficult. Dealing with conflicts or disagreements among students. Students being consistently late to class, not wearing their uniform. Handling off-task behavior and distractions. And maintaining control during group work or collaborative activities. Anything else? Think about your own learning experience. Have you observed any other potential issues or challenges with classroom management? Here are some of the challenges for you in maintaining classroom management. Diverse student needs. So some students could be functioning at a different level of as opposed to other students. Some students have different difficulties with learning, different challenges with learning, right? And if they haven't been diagnosed, then that could be very difficult for you. Remember, as a language teacher, you're wearing a lot of hats, and sometimes if you don't get that administrative support, it could be very difficult to cater to the needs of all students. For that reason, students might feel neglected or ignored because you don't have sufficient resources to address their needs. And then that just keeps the wheel turning, right? Lack of preparation for the teacher. Lack of adequate resources could be a big one. Teacher inexperience. External factors such as the socioeconomic status of your students, issues going on at home, they're not getting enough sleep, they're not getting good enough nutrition, mismatched teaching strategies. So maybe other teachers, maybe they are much stricter or much more lenient, or they have a different way of being strict or lenient than you do, and your students need to try to adjust to that. And also your students might walk over you a little bit more if you're the edutainer who doesn't have a lot of punishment when they're used to teachers who do punish their students a lot more. A lack of administrative support. Sometimes you just won't be prepared. Nobody will tell you what different classes are like. It's kind of like they just throw you into the deep end, especially for new teachers. And difficulties being consistent, right? That's the biggest thing. One of the biggest things for classroom management is about consistency. It's about giving consistent positive reinforcement and not giving one student a lot more positive reinforcement because they're usually a worse student or because they're usually a better student, right? And this is very difficult to do when teacher burnout is so prevalent, right? So being aware of this, keeping notes, keeping track, You will have difficult days. You will have tiring days. You will have days when you're hungry. You will have days where you're exhausted, when you're hungover. But ideally, you're going to be able to keep track of your policies and adhere to your own policies and your own values as a teacher as you go through. Um, but we're all human. So, is there anything else? Are there any other challenges in maintaining classroom management? You could pause the video here, do a little like rough kind of a search on Google if you want to, or just think to yourself. So in-person versus online classroom management at Teach Ahead, we're very passionate about trying to equip you with the knowledge and the tools for both in-person and the online format. For in-person, there may be more distractions from peers, not always, but maybe more because of the proximity there. Peer pressure as well, right? When there are distractions from peers because the peers are sitting around them. And sometimes they're able to pass notes or to whisper things without you noticing because it's different than just being in a Zoom classroom where you could see everyone's face. The communication hinges upon physical proximity. So your students could only speak to one another and you could only speak to your students if your students are close enough to you. So again, or if they're close enough to each other. So again, the classroom size is a big component here. Um, Disruptions are contingent on physical settings. Again, in this situation, a student could run out of the room, for example, and that could kind of prompt other students to do the same, right? A student could be very, very loud, and that could prompt other students to do the same, and that makes it difficult for you to teach. Well, the difference in the online format, a lot of the time, there's a lack of visibility of the environment, so what the student has around them. So if they have different, like their phone and they're playing on their phone or something like that, or even if they're distracted with other things on their computer, it's hard for you as a teacher to see that, right? But at the same time, it might be harder for other students to see it, and for that reason, other students might be less susceptible to just copycat what the influencing student would be doing, maybe the not so model-like behavior. Um, Distractions from digital devices. There's more visibility of the students' faces for you, but not so much, as I said, of their environment and what they have going on around them. There also may be no visibility because you may have the policy that cameras could be off, right? Or maybe your institution has the policy that cameras should be off or could be off or could not be off, right? And then that's another rule for you to uphold. Communication hinges on video conference tool settings. So that's the big thing. In person, if a child or if an adult, if a student starts to scream, everyone hears it. But if you're on Zoom and your student screams, but there's like if they start singing or making a silly sound, but if their microphone is muted, or if there's no no option to even unmute, then that's not going to disrupt the whole class in the same way. Disruptions are contingent on video conference tool settings, right? So I mean, it really even in terms of the video, if a student wants to make funny faces in class, other students see that. And I know we're focusing a lot on the peer pressure kind of side of this, but that is a source of a lot of classroom management challenges, of course. So these disruptions, they depend on the video conference tool settings. Even if we're talking about a student coming to class late, if they come to class late for an in-person class, they come to class, they open the door, they slam the door, everybody is going to potentially notice that. If a student comes to your Zoom class late, as long as you mute, there's no kind of sound that comes when a student checks in, and you could change the settings so that there's almost no way for other students to notice that the student is there or not, or has come in later or not. Also, communication between the students, you could set the settings so that students could privately message each other or can't privately message each other. So here are some tips from Teach Ahead. For both modalities, set clear expectations. That's where it starts. First day of class, that's when your students are motivated. That's when you have most of them in your good books. And it's so much easier to just steer the ship onto the direct course than to turn the ship around. Set clear expectations, set classroom rules, set clear guidelines of what the rewards and punishments will be. Establish rules, model behavior. That means you. That means even when you're tired and hungry and thirsty and all those things, like to try to be empathetic, to be compassionate, to be patient, and to respect your students the way you would want them to respect you. Use positive reinforcement. All right. That means don't forget about the students who are quote unquote good students. Don't forget about the student, like, don't just focus on trying to make the, for lack of a better term, not so good students to be good students. If your students have submitted an assignment and it's a very strong assignment, choose the 3 strongest and show them in front of the class and say to those students, well done, you're on the right track. That gives other students something to aim for, right? At some point in the semester, give your students who might be in the middle of the pack, because those are really the students that have so much potential for improvement, and they've also shown probably a lot of effort. Give those students an opportunity to share their assignments with the class and explain, these are the things this student does well. These are the things they could improve so that they could turn their 60 into an 80 or their 70 into a 90. Encourage active participation. I give my students incentives to come to class by earning bonus marks. Again, this might be a little bit more applicable to adults than to children. So we do have different resources which are more child oriented. But bonus marks work for kids as well. Provide clear instructions, monitor student behavior, implement group work and pair work. Set time limits, communicate with other education stakeholders. That means former teachers and current teachers, and also parents and members of the administration, and address misbehavior appropriately. So ensure that you're not letting something go too far if there are disruptions in class. A lot of the time, especially if you're a new educator, your institutional actors, your manager, they are going to expect you to come to them if you have problems. They won't be disappointed. They won't be discouraged. So be sure to reach out to them and let them know if you're having any problems with classroom management. In the online format, establish netiquette, utilize interactive digital tools, make the learning engaging, learner-centered, fun, practical. Utilize interactive digital materials. Understand technical parameters of video conferencing tools, for example, with Zoom, with Google Meet, or Google Class. Communicate via email, express compassion with technical difficulties. Hi everyone, welcome to lesson number 32. The first potential challenge or potential opportunity, I guess we could say, was what we unpacked in the previous module, module 31, which focused on classroom management. And that's a must for language teachers. The second one we're going to focus on is dealing with stakeholders. So let's dive in. Lesson 32, dealing with stakeholders. What are education stakeholders? Well, first of all, education stakeholders could be anybody who has a vested interest in the education you're giving your students. That includes your students, right? But we've been speaking a lot about your students. That also includes you, but we've already spoken for hours on end about like how your beliefs, your style, your approach, your strategies, your professional development could have an impact on your students' education. We're going to focus on 2 stakeholders. Those are parents/families, friends, and school administrators. But stakeholders could also be the following. They could be educational researchers, other teachers who you're teaching with, or previous teachers, um, the current teachers of former students as well, community organizations, government representatives, maybe like auditors or assessors from the government or from these different educational bodies, these accreditation bodies. So those are just some ideas right there of different people or organizations that have a stake in the success of your student and indirectly in the success of your teaching and pedagogy. Um, but here we're going to focus specifically on parents, family, school administrators, because if you are going to teach on an online platform, if you're going to teach on at an online school, most likely you'll be dealing with these two. Dealing with parents, first of all, some of the things that you might be expected to do is present a learning plan to the parents. Like literally, if you're going to be teaching kids online, especially if they're one-to-one and you are freelancing it, you may have to pretty much have a job interview with the parents, like a very informal job interview where the parents will ask you a few questions, especially if their kids are so young. And like you will have to, you will most likely want to put your best foot forward, right? And really show what your plan is for the student, right? Now, this could be on the very first class, so it could be a little bit daunting because it's like you haven't even assessed the student yet, right? Which is one of the things that makes dealing with stakeholders, especially parents, tricky, right? But we'll talk about like common challenges and how to deal with them a little bit after. You may have to explain the student's progress. I've had students, especially again, like when the students are teens or younger children, the parents will ask you every 5 or 6 lessons. They'll send you messages, ask you how how their children are getting on. Um, Facilitate out of class learning. So if you want the parents to do things outside of the class, right? And that would be in the best interest for the students' English learning, then you may want to communicate with the parents about that. So it may be you who wants to deal with the parents. Address concerns like distractions, not doing homework, creating a personalized plan, providing updates on activities, assignments, seek input like cultural aspects. So, for example, if you want to make sure that you're being culturally sensitive and all that stuff, you might kind of put that past the family members or parents. Discuss assessment results and address challenges. And before we move on, I want to emphasize everything I just said about parents could be applied to other family members too. So, for example, if you're teaching a like a person like a software developer English and you help them prepare for the IELTS exam, they might think that you're such a good teacher. Hey, I'm going to refer you to my wife. I'm going to refer you to my husband. I'm going to refer you to my friend. And maybe their friend or wife or girlfriend is not as proficient as they are in English. So your initial student, the IELTS student, is going to be the mouthpiece, going to be kind of like the middle person between you and the student. That means they might even sit in on the lessons. Again, it depends on your policy and what you're comfortable with to a certain extent, right? This is where we walk the line with what we want and what the wants of our clients are. Um, but you know, they might even in on the lessons, or they may just be there to talk to you briefly at the beginning of each lesson and at the end of each lesson, or they may not even be present in the lesson. They may just send you an email from time to time or a message from time to time. You see what I mean? Those are some potential situations. You won't be communicating with the parents necessarily, but it could be other family members or friends. Now, the other very common situation you could find yourself in, even with in-person classes too, not just online, is with dealing with administrators. Depending on the type of employer you're working for. So you could go back to the previous modules if you want to review those. But depending on the type of employer, how large the company is, so how many people are working there, the organizational like format of this company. Depending on that, some companies are very intimate, and you may have a very hands-on manager or boss, principal, who will come by your your classes all the time, who will pop in, or they will get other experienced staff to pop in, and check in on your lessons. That could seem scary, and honestly, I haven't found myself working in that kind of environment before, like consistently. But sometimes all it takes is maybe they have an assessment coming up, like they have a regulator who will be coming in, and then they want to make sure everything is spick and span and the teachers are dotting their I's and crossing their T's. So sometimes it's not just about the institution, it's also about just the context, right? Maybe they're trying to grow and they're trying to completely revamp their curriculum. So they want to keep a closer eye on what's working for the students and what's not. It's not about like really assessing you and picking your practice apart, right? So a lot of, so I don't want to scare you here, but this is a potential reality that you might have some very like breathing down your neck kind of bosses or like administrators. So that's just something to be aware of. And that's something that you'll probably catch wind of like the first time that you meet these administrators. A good administrator will be very clear and frank about this. And if you've built good rapport with the administration, then a bit of constructive criticism will go a long way, right? So it takes two to tango. It's not just incumbent on you as a teacher to make sure that this works. Like if you feel uncomfortable, it might also be because the administration is not doing the best to make you feel comfortable, especially as a new staff member. Depending on the situation, you might not have to worry about it, but this is something to keep in mind. By doing this, you will be, expected to stay up to date with expectations, with the curriculum, with class policies. You may request additional resources. So you may reach out to the stakeholders to request that. You may need to discuss scheduling, report concerns, collaborate on professional development opportunities. Maybe you'll be training some of the new teachers. Believe me, a lot of language institutions have high turnover rates. So you could gain that seniority, like you could go up in the pecking order very quickly. Discuss budgetary needs, and provide updates on enrollment, so you know how many students you'll have, where they'll come from, what their proficiency will be, and addressing disciplinary and behavioral issues. Those are some reasons why you may communicate with stakeholders. The benefits are like fantastic of collaborating. Just like any teamwork, if you could work as a team, it doesn't get better than that. You get more done. Right? So ideally, by communicating with parents or friends or husbands or wives, and or communicating with other members of the administration and institution, you could kind of tackle the education of your student with more of a concerted, multifaceted approach. You could have shared accountability and responsibility, so you won't feel like everything relies on you. Your manager, your boss, your coworkers will have a shared responsibility in that, in making sure that you're well equipped, that you're being responded to, and more resources and support, ideally. But there are challenges, let's be honest right here. Firstly, restricting the teacher's freedom. The administrators or the parents could restrict your freedom in conducting the lessons you want to, planning the lessons you want to. For some of you, that's fantastic. You might just say, hey, you give me the script and I'll read it, right? Like you give me the textbook and I'll teach it. Other teachers want a little bit more freedom. So it depends on how much leeway you want. And so if that style works for you, then you might find yourself gravitating towards these types of institutions or teaching contexts with more input from other stakeholders. They could undermine your teacher expertise. You could have a disagreement with them over the needs of the students, disagree over class policy, such as the language policy, which we'll talk about later on, disagreement over assessment. So, like what mark you've given your students on different assessments. And a lack of support. You may reach out to administrators saying, we need more time, tech support, we need updated like programs. And they might say, it's worked so far, so too bad, right? Here's one scenario. So restricting the teacher's freedom. Imagine this, a parent emails you, expresses dissatisfaction with the content and structure of the language lessons, insisting on specific topics and teaching methods you believe are more suitable for they believe are more suitable for the child's learning style. How would you deal with this? Pause the video right here, take 2, 3, or 4 minutes to think about it, write down a few points. Potential response, you would want to respond to the parent, acknowledge their concerns and the importance of them being involved. All right. Politely explain your expertise in language instruction, all right, and maybe even refer them to this course or whichever courses you've taken. Offer to schedule a meeting and document. Provide documents which reinforce the validity of your approach. These should all be in your language teacher portfolio, which we're going to be working on throughout the rest of this course, right? So ensure that you have it right there in your language teacher portfolio. This is what I believe. And that way, if a parent reaches out to you, you could say, hey, this is in my portfolio. This is what I do. I'm willing to negotiate to a certain extent, but I believe this is the best way to teach. I've been informed by these theorists, by these findings, by these experiences. This is it. And it's up to you, teachers, to really decide how much you want to like bend, if you want to bend at all. Just started and you just want to get experience, you might be more receptive to saying, hey, let's go a little like deeper into grammar, right? These parents think that grammar could be the way to go, or these parents think that a textbook could be the way to go. Let me just try it. I'm a new teacher. I have nothing to lose. This is all discretional, and it really depends on how far they're trying to get you to bend your beliefs and kind of compromise your style. Second example, disagreement over student needs. At the end of a one-on-one lesson, a parent expresses disagreement with your assessment of their child's language learning needs, insisting on different areas of focus and support. How would you deal with it? Take a moment, just pause this right here. First of all, listen to the parents' concerns, find the source of disagreement. Like, do they disagree with the feedback tool, meaning the assignment that you've given your student or the quiz? Or do they disagree with how you've assessed the student on that? And that's a very big difference right there. Sometimes a parent frames it that they don't like your methods and approach, but that's only because their child didn't do well on the assessments. Provide evidence-based explanations for your assessment. Like literally, if there are any government regulated educational documents that kind of support your approach, go for it. We've spoken about the CEFR and the CLB. That would be my go-to. If a parent or an administrator like approached me and said, I don't know if this is the best assessment for this student, I would say, well, I'm influenced by task-based language teaching, just as they have these tasks in the CLB, and I would show them. And that would at least show that you know what you're talking about. Whether or not this is a battle worth fighting, again, is really up to you, and it depends on your situation. Just some food for thought. Keep a record of specific observations. If you could get into the habit of having these good practices, these just taking attendance, jotting down stars beside your students' names, like even for adults, they're never going to see it. I know it sounds juvenile, but putting stars next to their names whenever they participate, just so that you could see that the parent is A, attending, and B, participating. Next, write down like a few points. Make sure with the feedback, you're giving your students a lot of feedback, because that is probably, depending on the type of gig you have, but for a lot of you, that is your job and your responsibility. So you could shoot yourself in the foot if you're not doing your due diligence here. But if you are taking lots of notes, then if a stakeholder confronts you, you'll probably have a whole kind of list of, you know, um, list of ways that they could visualize their like the student doing better, right? And that it's not just on you to make that happen, but it takes two to tango. Invite the parent to share additional information. Maybe maybe their previous teachers have given them assessments and they've really jived with their previous teachers. They had a great rapport. And this could be difficult too. Sometimes it's really difficult for students to just get used to a different teaching style and for other stakeholders to do that. Basically, present your identity, make sure it's clear from the very get-go who you are and what you believe in. And keep records, build knowledge, and just communicate clearly. Here we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to lesson 33. This will apply to all of you, regardless of whether you're a multilingual or not. Here are a few benefits of teaching as a multilingual. Employment prospects, of course. There is a growing market of multilingual institutions, not just English institutions. If you have proficiency in more languages, leverage that. Number two, teacher-student rapport. If your student sees that you yourself are a multilingual, especially if English is not your first language, that could really work to your benefit. That can make them trust you more. They know that you know the struggle, and that you could try to empathize, and that you are trying to empathize based on experience. Learning and acquisition experience. That's the thing. A lot of us have acquired language, but not learned it the same way that additional language learners have learned it, right? It could be argued though, like where do we draw the line with a new language, and where do we bring in registers? Because a lot of English speakers, they have acquired one register of English, but they have had to learn other dialects, accents, or registers of English, such as academic English or workplace English, right? So it's not that it's just a given for all of us, but it's a whole new ball game if you're learning a new language, especially if you've learned English and taken like the IELTS or TOEFL or TOEIC, then you have like test prep experience too. Larger network. So you could network with many more individuals. If you're from Latin America and you want to teach English, you have proficiency in English, so you could network with English monolinguals, Spanish monolinguals, and English-Spanish multilinguals, right? Communities you could join, ideas you could exchange, and then, of course, information you could get about employment. Cultural sensitivity and awareness, and more access to information. That's it. If there are a lot of blog posts written in Portuguese, in French, in Japanese, in Mandarin, and you're able to understand those languages, you're able to get that information. But here are the challenges, as you would expect, industry prejudice. And this comes from not only the people who hire you, not only the employers, this comes from parents and other stakeholders. This could come from students. Draw the line between multilinguals and non-native speakers, right? Because that's usually where the prejudice lies. It's not the fact that you know multiple languages. If somebody's from Canada, which is native English speaking and native French speaking, it could be argued that they could go pretty much anywhere in the world to teach English or French, and they would be welcome with open arms. Whereas if somebody from Colombia is an English-French multilingual, they wouldn't be able to. So part of this is interwoven with the whole ideas of native speakerism, of course, right? And then there's the question of how high your proficiency level is as well, right? And if you do have an accent, a non-standard variety of English in your pronunciation, then how much is quote unquote tolerated, right? So these are important things to be aware of as well, right? Like it depends on where you're from. Unfortunately, a lot of employers and students and their parents and family members don't have any much wiggle room for accepting multilinguals. But guess what? Um, a lot of them don't have the choice as time goes on. And as time goes on, a lot of the language teaching industry is multilingual. And a lot of the talent, just the innovators, envelope pushers in this language teaching world are multilinguals. A lot of them are not quote unquote native speakers. They're not first language speakers in the languages they focus on, but guess what? They are the trailblazers. So balancing language proficiency could be a little bit tricky, especially if you're from like Russia and you're a C2 level in French and English. But now you're teaching beginners in French and English. So it's like, hold on a minute. Now I have to maintain my own level of French and English while teaching these things. Like it could be really, really tricky, especially if an advanced level student, but also a teacher, is now teaching lower level students. Their linguistic abilities may be influenced by that, right? Lack of teacher training, and that's exactly why we have courses like this. Establishing classroom rules, like what are the rules in the classroom? What are the policies? Addressing institutional constraints. So sometimes you would like to code switch or translanguage in the class, but your boss and manager and other stakeholders don't want you to, right? Especially in language immersion environments. And the development of biases, like your biases we're talking about right here, since you've had the experience learning at least one language, but since you've had that experience, are you biased in any way? Do you have any biases that potentially a monolingual who arguably is a blank slate in terms of like language learning and multilingualism, are there any biases that you have, and are you carrying any of those into the class? And don't get me wrong, monolinguals could have theirs as well. So let's be a little bit optimistic here. The world is slowly changing. Here are some trends in multilingual teacher support for those of you who are multilinguals. Specialized professional development programs. You educators at Teach Ahead, we actually are working on creating multilingual dual language teacher training programs. So instead of just having like a English teacher training program, we also have English French or English Spanish, because a lot of people, when they choose to teach English, because there's such a big market share and so many opportunities, they either neglect their first language, which may be a very highly sought after language. Sometimes they only they think that what applies to teaching English always applies to teaching Spanish or teaching French or teaching Russian or teaching Hindi. And that's not necessarily the case. We know that culture to an extent is interwoven with language, right? Or embedded in language. We know that context for teaching languages and job prospects are so different. We know that the niche you might be looking for as an English teacher might be different than if you're teaching Korean or teaching Vietnamese. Multilingual mentorship programs, culturally responsive pedagogy, multilingual teaching communities, multilingual policy advocacy, multilingual research, published, like more articles about language learning are being published in both English and Spanish, for example. And flexible policies and practices. So a lot of bosses are being more flexible in what kind of language practices could be implemented at the classroom level. And finally, you don't need to be a multilingual to celebrate multilingualism. Even if you're a monolingual, you could celebrate it as well. You multilingual, create a multilingual teacher philosophy. Take your teacher philosophy you have right now and completely translate it into all the other languages you know. Welcome to lesson number 34. In this module, we're going to talk about what benefits and challenges could come with you teaching multilingual students. So let's dive in. Opportunities of teaching multilingual. So as a monolingual, you could present yourself as having a neutral perspective, as in your students might be used to multilingual teachers. And they may feel like some multilingual teachers could give preferential treatment to speakers of certain languages, right? And that could really hinder classroom dynamics. So you being a monolingual, they could say, hey, well, this guy only knows English, or this person only knows English, so they don't have a bias towards any group. You could let the student play the role of you could learn from the students, right? You could learn about their languages. Of course, you could do this as a multilingual as well, right? But I guess as a monolingual, you could do this with potentially all the students, right? You could ask them questions. Do they have this many tenses in your language? And that could help them develop their metalinguistic awareness. Exposure to cultural diversity, of course, because culture is embedded in language. For a lot of multilinguals, they've experienced different languages, so they have probably to an extent experienced different cultures. Some monolinguals have had very little exposure to other cultures, right? In addition to languages. Personal development, professional development. So multilingual classroom practices such as translanguaging, code switching, establish cross-linguistic connections. So you could say, oh, that's interesting. You do that in Urdu because we also do that in Gujarati. Multilingual explanation. So you could explain things in different languages and code switch as you do it. And you could promote a language identity, like a multilingual identity. You could model for your multilingual student what it's like to celebrate a multilingual identity, right? By you yourself as a teacher celebrating your identity. But there are challenges. As a monolingual, there could be perceived ignorance when upholding institutional policies. So especially if you're saying no French in the class or something like that, and depending on your body language, and of course, as we said before, on how much you've gone out of your way to establish your knowledge and your acceptance of multilingualism, but like kind of adhering to the rules of the institution, right? Because it might be out of your hands what you're allowed to do. But if you haven't communicated this to the student, that it's the institution's rule, not necessarily your rule, but their rules override your rules. If you haven't explained this, they may think that you don't like their first language, or that you don't like them using their first language, or that that you don't think multilingualism is a good thing. And that could lead to the ideas that English is good, Portuguese is bad, English is good, Russian is bad, right? So those are just some things to keep in mind. Depending on the cultural context, it may be so embedded in the educational culture, this thought that immersion, the direct method, is the way to go. There should be no multilingualism in the language classroom. So in some contexts, that has been established, so your bases have been covered. But in some other places, students might be a little bit more critical, and they may take it the wrong way. So you can't talk in circles over explaining why you're doing everything as a teacher, but if you could quickly at the beginning of a semester just explain to your students, I believe in X, Y, and Z. The college believes in X, Y, and Z, so we're going to do X, Y, and Z in the class, and these are the expectations. That could help. Limited preparation in teacher training programs. There's limited preparation for you to teach multilinguals, especially as a monolingual. A lot of the preparation multilinguals get come from their experiences in society with how to interact with multilinguals. Communication challenges, identifying appropriate uses of code switching. So my students keep talking in different languages, but sometimes it seems like they're talking about me. Sometimes it's making me feel uncomfortable because they're like laughing and looking at me and stuff. So at what point is it okay for them to be like code switching and talking in like a language I don't understand? And at what point are they like using a secret code to potentially disrupt and distract students, right? So this is a tricky thing, especially as a monolingual. As a multilingual, you might be tempted to revert to common language with the students, um, and while doing so, opposing institutional policies. Um, that's the tightrope, right? Like, I mean, you're getting paid by the institution or by the stakeholders, right? So, I mean, like, how much do you uphold your own values? Perceived preferential treatment of certain groups over others. Let's imagine you're from Brazil, you speak Portuguese, you're teaching English. Now you're teaching in Canada, and you have 5 Colombian students and a few African students and a few students from the Middle East. And then you have 5 Brazilian students. Well, it's like you're speaking Portuguese to the Brazilian students, you're allowing them to code switch. But if other students who are speaking languages you don't understand start to code switch, you're a little bit colder, you're a little bit stricter, right? Got to be careful because we want to be consistent, right? Overgeneralization of societal language practices to the classroom practices. So, if you're from India, there's a good chance you've grown up in a rich, multilingual environment, right? That's rich with culture, right? You may have heard Bengali and Hindi and Punjabi. The practices that could be used in society could overlap with the ones that we use in the classroom, or they could differ. We could have different rules of when and where we code switch in the classroom versus in society, right? So sometimes there's an overgeneralization, and that could actually lead to issues as well. The key to this is probably communicating with stakeholders, communicating with students, that includes stakeholders, and reflect, so that you are aware of what you're doing and you're putting you're putting thought into what you're doing. And even if what you do doesn't make everybody happy, and even if it's not the most conducive to learning, at least you're thinking about it and you could continue to improve as time goes on. Activity. Establish a set of language-related classroom policies based on your beliefs about ALA and ALL. So, do you think that multiple languages could or should be spoken in the IELTS classroom? Do you think it should just be the direct method? Do you think the environment matters at all? Or is it just the teacher's instruction? How do you motivate students to want to only speak the target language? Welcome, everybody, to lesson number 35, institutional constraints. Some institutional constraints for language teachers could include curriculum requirements, time constraints, class size, availability of resources, institutional policies, assessment requirements, administrative demands, professional development obligations, limited tech access, pedagogical guidelines, classroom management expectations, diversity and inclusion mandates, language proficiency standards, budget limitations, teaching methodology preferences. Some of these things just go with the kind of job that you're going into. Some of them will be expected, some of them will be a surprise. Some of these constraints could actually benefit certain members of the institution in one way or another, and some of them are bad for the institution as a whole, right? The field of language education is massive. It's a massive sector. And there are, successful institutions and not so successful institutions. When we talk about institutional constraints, we're not just talking about those of you who will be employed by a school, by an online school, an international school. We're also talking about platforms. Some of these constraints right here could be present and prevalent on platform. Which constraints have you experienced? Think about your work experience in general. This does not have to be. Think about any institutions, any institutional constraints or challenges you have had to deal with in either teaching or non-teaching positions. You have a list of the potential institutional constraints right here. Again, certain things like diversity and inclusion mandates aren't bad things. The reason why this could be a constraint is because in certain situations you are not qualified or trained or prepared to teach those kinds of things, right? Same with availability of resources. Sometimes you have good resources, but you are not trained to actually teach with those resources. You need maybe more like beginner level resources for new teachers, which makes like perfect sense before you go into like very, I don't know, advanced tech resources. So these things aren't necessarily bad things on their own, but sometimes it has to do with your preparation as a teacher. So what we're going to do is look at a few scenarios, and we're going to think about the different constraints that could be present for the scenarios. The first one, I'll walk through it with you. The other ones you will read on your own. So number one, challenges arise if students or the institution lack access to necessary tech, or if there are limitations in the functionality of online teaching platforms. This can hinder the delivery of effective online language instruction. Look through this list of options right here and choose the one or the ones, the constraints that could be at play right here. Availability of resources, that could be one issue right here. Lack of access to necessary technology. This could be linked to budget limitations, but sometimes it's not a budget limitation, it's just choosing not to invest in these things. Sometimes it's choosing not to invest in these things because they want to spend their money elsewhere. Sometimes it's choosing not to invest in these things because there's no one to train you or oversee you using these tools, right? So, in other words, if you're working at a small institution and the headmaster or director doesn't know how to use some of these tools, they might feel ill-equipped to actually have the staff using them, right? This time you're going to take a moment, read through the scenario, write down which of these options you. Wonderful. If you need more time, pause the video, please. Nobody's rushing you. You have all the time in the world. All right, let's go. These are some of the potential institutional constraints which may be at play. So this just underscores the fact that it's not like there's just one constraint, like there could be multiple. This is the third scenario, so go ahead, read the scenario, think about it, write down which of these constraints you think may be up. This could be curriculum requirements right here, time constraints, administrative demands. We've spoken about a lot of these constraints throughout this course when we've spoken about finding employment, when we've spoken about lesson planning, curriculum development, corrective feedback. We've spoken about a lot of this already, right? But this is just kind of giving you a full picture. These are a lot of the general categories of types of constraints you could expect to deal with. But they're not all of them. So take a moment on your own and think about which institutional constraints do you think you may experience as a language teacher. Circle back to our job search on Indeed.com earlier in this module or in this course. Think about some of the different kinds of institutions you may or may not teach for. That could include secondary schools, post-secondary institutions, international students, online schools, language centers and institutes. Think about like where you think you're going to work, the size, like ideally what the size of the institution will be. Think about the possible pros and possible cons. Think about the possible benefits, possible challenges. For example, in your country, if colleges are way better funded than secondary schools are, then maybe you could experience more budgetary constraints at secondary schools or vice versa. You see what I mean? So that's for you to kind of apply your knowledge, write down a few sentences, let us know in the post module reflection. Welcome to lesson number 36. There are so many things to look forward to in the world of language teaching, but talking about challenges, it could be good for the sake of venting. It could instill a little bit of fear, but it could also instill a little bit of motivation and reassurance that you're not the only one going through this. We're all going to make mistakes, right? but hopefully you could have the foresight, and hopefully we've been your guinea pig so you could avoid or mitigate the consequences of these different challenges. We're also excited because we're going to shed some light on certain challenges that almost every other TESOL, TEFL, or TESOL does not focus on. So we're really trying here to, give you some food for thought into a number of different categories. These are 100 common challenges that you might face as a language teacher. This is all about just getting the ball rolling and getting the conversation started. If you're really not sure how you would react in that situation, just choose the 1 out of 10 that you feel the most confident with and just write down what you think you would do. Number 1, I'm going to read through these ones, all right? And then after this, we're basically going to go slide by slide, sets of 10, and for each one, we're just going to do silent time, 1 or 2 minutes. Just look through them, write down a few notes about what you would do, and then we'll go to the next one, all right? So in total, you should be writing down a few notes for how you would react to 10 scenarios, 1 from each slide, all right? So here's the first set of scenarios. Gaining access and navigating teaching communities. Remember, we've spoken about teacher associations, teacher memberships, finding relevant PD opportunities, especially if you're in a real niche kind of area. Dealing with evolving beliefs, appropriately updating one's teaching philosophy and portfolio. Finding employment, keeping employment, balancing multiple jobs, teaching in different languages that should be throughout the day. Taking care of loved ones while teaching, that could include if you are pregnant, or if you're taking care of a spouse who is pregnant, if you're taking care of your parents, your grandparents, etc., and avoiding burnout. Choose one of these, write down a few notes about what you would do. We're going to be asking for some of your input after this module. Happy days. If you need more time, just take a few more seconds. Let's move on. This is the second set right here. We're focusing a lot on different digital tools, okay? We will have lots of tutorials where you could find information on how to use digital tools, because there are so many. But these are a few that we really suggest you using at Teach Ahead. All of us have tried these tools and really like them. We recognize limitations, but we also like them for other reasons. So go through this and choose one of these different scenarios, write a few points on how you would react in this situation. Wonderful, and let's move on. The third slide, again, choose one of these right here. We're focusing a little bit more on accessibility, still focusing on tech, focusing a little bit on student conduct and rules as well. All right, so go ahead and choose one of these and write down a few notes. Fantastic. Let's move on to the fourth one. Focusing a little bit on lesson planning, on your teaching methodology. Happy days. This is the fifth slide right here. We're trying to really shed light on some of the areas of language teaching that a lot of TESOLs, TEFLs, and TESOLs don't focus on. Helping students with learning difficulties, getting resources to teach students with language learning challenges, and knowing the difference between a language learning challenge and just a learning challenge. Understanding services for learning challenges and diagnoses, right? So like actually being able to point your student in the right direction, or stakeholders in the right direction if the student may need to get diagnosed, right? What are your institutional policies on that? Is that even any of your business as a language teacher, right? Conducting assessments for students with accommodations, right? Creating a classroom environment which is welcoming to neurodivergent students, dealing with dyslexia, autism, attention deficit disorder. These are all when they consistently show symptoms which seem to resemble these things, right? So again, unless if you have background in this, you're probably not qualified to actually diagnose somebody. I know I'm not qualified to actually diagnose somebody, but you could at least, if you are asked by a student or asked by a fellow teacher or by other stakeholders like parents about what you suggest, you could at least give them a general kind of area where they could get more resources to help out this student, and maybe you could gain more resources as the teacher. Maintaining motivation for outstanding students, right? So what about students who are absolutely exceeding expectations? And giving opportunities for students to exceed expectations. Choose one of these, write down a few points. We're halfway through. If you need to take a break, you can take a break whenever you want to. This should be a pause and play kind of thing, right? So now we're on the 6th slide. We're dealing with things like if your students show signs of like anxiety, of depression, and also like what about you if you have struggles understanding, if you don't know different concepts and your students ask you like, Ryan, what is like a dangling modifier or something, and you don't know how to respond to that, what would you do? So again, choose one of these concepts or one of these situations, please. Okay, slide number 7, here we go. We're focusing again on things like Google Meet, on Zoom, some of these tricky things. Also establishing boundaries, this first one right here. What happens if a student is sharing too much with you, crossing professional boundaries? What if they're like asking you for relationship advice or something like that? Where do you draw the line right there? So go ahead, think about those. Pause the video if you need. Happy days, and we're nearing the end right here. So these ones again, check these out. How do you stay motivated outside of class? How do you avoid procrastination? How do you stay marking assignments, responding to emails outside of the class? Go ahead, look through these, choose one of them, and write a few notes. One of these dilemmas. So what we're focusing on here are certain scenarios such as teaching endangered languages or heritage languages. These could be very emotionally and culturally charged experiences, for lack of a better term. Um, there's a lot of research that's happening, especially in places where, endangered languages, where those communities have traumatic histories, and where there has been a real power kind of repression of those communities. Um, so for a lot of people who are teaching endangered or heritage languages, they have a lot of pressure and stress on them. They are not just teaching a language that is widely accepted like English and has lots of resources, um, and has a history of being recognized by a lot of people as being ideal, and highly sought after. They are teaching a language which has been beaten down, or at least the people who speak it have been beaten down to one extent or another. And there are lots of, historical and social factors that have gone into this, some that are still remaining to this day. So for those teachers, or for people who think they may want to join these communities, who would like to teach these languages as well, recognize that it is possible, and thankfully the internet makes so many of these things possible as well, but it also comes with its challenges. So if that pertains to you, you could choose one of those kind of options right there. If it doesn't, there are a few other kind of culture-based questions or dilemmas that you could think about. Final one right here, the final list of potential dilemmas or challenges you may have as an online language teacher. Go ahead, write them down, or choose one, write down a few points. Welcome everybody to lesson number 37, finding innovative ways for you to make passive income or less active income than you're already making. Could be very exciting, it could be very daunting, and we're just going to give you a few potential ideas right here. Number one, well, here we are. Create and sell online courses in Udemy. This course started on Udemy. It's a meeting place with so many experienced, unique motivated individuals from all around the world, just like a lot of you, right? So going on to Udemy, going on to Skillshare, going on to Teachable or Learn Worlds, course selling platforms could be a great way to dip your toe in the water. Number two, Amazon Kindle. Sell an ebook on Amazon Kindle. I have been selling on Amazon Kindle for the past 3 years. When I was in my master's degree, I began working on developing syllabi based on the research we were doing, research we were reading about in applied linguistics. Um, and yeah, there are different options in terms of monetization, right? There are different pros and cons of selling things on Kindle. But again, if you want to talk about exposure to a lot of people, Amazon Kindle is definitely one of the places to go to. Number three, Fiverr, offer curriculum development services. So what I would do is I would offer services to look over people's italki profiles and people's Preply profiles. So now we do that, like at Teach Ahead, we offer that service. I used to do that individually on Fiverr, and I would have lots of individuals asking me for some feedback. I also did some curriculum development on Fiverr. I had a few schools from Germany and from Hungary. Different administrators would reach out to me and basically ask, could you plan like a 10 lesson course for us with materials and all? And I would do it. There's one administrator who asked me to make a English for baking students course. So I actually planned a 25 lesson course for baking students, and then she wanted another one for a different level. So those are just some of the opportunities you could be exposed to. Start a language blog on Blogger. If you're into blogging, you could definitely jump onto Blogger or onto Reddit or something like that. Just engage in the community, find out different ways that you can monetize your content. If this is not your main source of income, which for some of you it is, and depending on where you live and what your expenses are, this definitely could be your main source of income. But if it's not, this could be a source of quote unquote passive or not as like main stream of income, right? Go on italki, go on Preply, right? Pick up a few classes here and there, right? And that's something that we at Teach Ahead really, suggest doing to get your foot in the door. And definitely as you get more experience and more confidence to reach out to other platforms or schools, institutions that have more job security and potentially better pay. Create flashcards. Somewhere like Etsy could be great for creating flashcards. You could create your flashcards with Anki, like different Anki decks. We have different tutorials on how to use these digital resources. You could sell them on Teachers Pay Teachers. Create flashcards. Sell pronunciation guides. You could go on somewhere like Gumroad, for example, or other platforms where you could sell like guides, explanations about not just for students but for teachers as well, how to teach pronunciation. Great. Start a YouTube channel. A lot of us at Teach Ahead, we started there. In fact, for some of us, Teach Ahead is the first YouTube channel we have like made videos for, right? So YouTube, it speaks for itself, right? If you're into vlogging, go for it. It's completely normal to be very intimidated and scared while getting started and putting your face out there. So for some of you, blogging might be a better way or a place to start, but at the same time, you will find your footing very quickly, right? So if you have a voice, share it. YouTube is a great place to. And LinkedIn. LinkedIn, we would just say share your talents in general. And that's because LinkedIn is a hub for so many different kinds of services. I mean, anywhere from trying to find jobs, trying to hire other people, just networking with people, interacting and engaging with useful teaching content. Staying up to date with recent research. Also, with offering non-teaching services such as curriculum development, lesson planning, coaching services, it has it all. It has so much potential for you to grow. So I would say getting onto LinkedIn and definitely making that at least one of your streams. One personal anecdote I'll tell you about LinkedIn is that just a year and a half ago, I had a nursing education company reach out to me and ask me to like book a meeting to talk to me about curriculum development. Anyway, this company, they were a startup. They were fantastic, very professional. We worked together on developing a B1, B2 level courses for nurses coming to America who needed to improve their English level, and to pass a nursing related English exam. Um, they just reached out to me. They just saw LinkedIn. They saw all my stuff, my links to the different kind of like services and like courses that I've created. So LinkedIn could be a great hub for you to put all your stuff together. Teach live stream classes via OutSchool. This could be a great little side gig as well. Instead of having face-to-face classes, you could actually just like live stream your classes and have people interact with you in the comment section, just like we have while live streaming on YouTube. And finally, 10 more streams of passive income. Monetize social media, such as Instagram. Sell an audiobook on Audible. Create a podcast on Spotify. Become a language test examiner, like an IELTS examiner. Offer translation services on Upwork. Create language themed merchandise on Printful. Sell teaching materials on Teachers Pay Teachers. We at Teach Ahead have been using Teachers Pay Teachers for a long time, mostly to actually to distribute free resources for teachers, because we are very passionate about accessibility as well. And finally, if you want to come over to Teach Ahead, you could become a language teacher coach or mentor, commission free. You could also be a language teacher on Learn Ahead, commission free. We are accepting applications. Welcome to lesson number 38. We want to dedicate 2 modules to thinking about the future. The first one, we want to focus on language standardization. Let's go. You do not have to support these trends. You're an individual, you are a teacher, you're a human being, you're a person with your own beliefs. So while we're talking about these trends, we don't want to indoctrinate you with these beliefs. We want you to take them for food for thought and continue to develop your own beliefs. And these will go into your philosophy and your portfolio, which you are continuing to develop throughout this course. You could actually oppose, contest, or challenge these trends as well. There are a lot of teachers who like traditional or more traditional way or what are seen to be traditional ways of thinking about language teaching and teaching in general. You could also choose your battles. So you could you don't have to be like on one side or the other. You could find different areas where you want to oppose these trends and find different areas where you could embrace and celebrate these trends. So what are these trends? Well, when it comes to language standardization, looking forward and just looking at the past 20, 30 years of language teaching, we've seen more recognition and acceptance of diverse English varieties outside of the Anglosphere, meaning outside of Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, Britain, arguably South Africa, right? So this kind of inner circle of accepted Englishes is growing. It's beginning to more so encompass varieties such as like South Africa, such as Singaporean English, Hong Kong English, English spoken in Nigeria, English spoken in India. For some people, and especially for a lot of the teachers and students from these places, the world's not changing quickly enough, and that argument is very valid, right? But nonetheless, we're seeing it in policies, we're seeing it in the kind of perspectives and the mindsets and the opinions of people. There are changes. The impact of social media, messaging apps, and other forms of digital communications is leading to new conventions, vocabulary, and linguistic norms, such as like acronyms, idioms, verbs, like new vocabulary that's specifically related to tweeting or to posting on Instagram, these different hashtags like the For You page and things like that. This is becoming part of how we speak, how we write in just everyday English. There's a shift in mentality towards language varieties has been reflected in corrective feedback practices. So instead of just saying your English is bad, their English is good, it might be this English is not as appropriate for this context as this register or this dialect or this form of English is for these reasons, right? So we do still have standards. We do still have norms and conventions when it comes to English. We do still have grammatical rules, but we might be slightly changing the way that we are viewing non-standard English in different contexts. There's been a bottom-up influence in language standardization. So as we spoke about earlier when we were talking about language standardization, instead of just saying this is how English should be spoken, we're also saying this is how English tends to be spoken at the societal level by real people. So if your student makes if they use an incorrect collocation, instead of the idiom I'm going to call it a day, if they say I'm going to say it a day or something like that, you might say, call it a day is more commonly said, right? Like it's a more commonly said. So you're describing the use of English instead of just saying to them, no, say it a day is wrong. You should say call it a day, right? So just this kind of, this mentality, this approach towards language use, instead of suffocating language use and trying to keep it in a box and trying to control it, we are trying to describe it. We're trying to give our students a better way of viewing from a descriptive angle. The increasing recognition of English as a lingua franca is used for communication among speakers of different linguistic backgrounds. And this affects the objectives that these English speakers have. So instead of just trying to know English like Ryan knows English for everyday use, it's like some people who are working at international companies want English for software developing purposes, English as a lingua franca. They want to use English in their workplace, and that is it. They want to know how to use English in a call center, and that is it. They don't need to go like way further in depth and learn general English. They have very specific goals and objectives with English, right? And how does this affect our perspectives of what good English or adequate English or appropriate English is versus what bad English and inadequate English is, right? If somebody only wants to know English for business purposes because that's what their work is and that's all they need to know English for, are they still a good English speaker or writer or user? Or are they not because they don't use it in other places? And is it our place to judge? Are we the owners of English? So all of those questions come to the fore. The recognition of the role of culture and identity in language and language education has influenced the practice of teachers and administrators. So going back to things like the socio-interactionist approach, sociocultural theories, and really looking at identity and how that plays a role. What are the effects? Well, it has its effects on teachers, it has its effects on the methods, beliefs, and approaches that you have. It has the effects on students because your students will expect from you what they believe ideal English is in their context, what they've heard from friends, what they've heard from parents, what they've heard from family members, what they've seen in movies. So as these trends continue to develop and they are being inundated with all this information of this new view of standardization, this new view of good or correct English, that's going to be reflected in what they expect of you, and then that's going to be reflected in their feedback for you. Keep in mind, there are a lot of people who still oppose all of these trends. There are people who don't agree with these ideas, and they may actually oppose you for keeping up with the Joneses, right? So these are things to think about as well. Finally, institutions, like the policies institutions have. For example, we've spoken about multilingualism, code switching, plurilingualism, translanguaging in the class, right? And training, how you are trained. And look at this TESOL right here. Look at us talking about it right here. That goes to show a kind of shift in the atmosphere. Welcome to the 39th module dedicated to staying up with the current trends in terms of educational technology and, of course, AI in language learning. So we want to dedicate a module to focusing on the future of language teaching, focusing on AI. Trends in AI and language pedagogy. First of all, teachers are expressing their opposition to and acceptance of uses of AI. We're still at the point where in a lot of institutions, you could still choose how much you use AI, but as the clock ticks, it seems like we're heading into the direction where us as teachers, if we don't acknowledge the elephant in the room, we're really falling further and further behind our students' uses of AI and society's uses of AI. So you can make that choice for yourself, and we're going to have a lot more developments, and we'll keep you up to date with them. But yeah, this is a very polarizing topic. Educational institutions are focusing on providing professional development for teachers with regards to understanding AI and its uses. And we actually have regular PD workshops on Teach Ahead, where you could come and ask questions about AI and learn more about AI and using AI with your language students. Educational institutions are creating official policies related to the use of AI among teachers and students. Language teachers are updating their beliefs and practices regarding the use of AI, and we encourage you to do the same in your language teacher portfolio and philosophy. And finally, the use of AI is being seen on a spectrum, and I would like to show you this picture. It was adapted by Jennifer McCormick, but understanding that it's not like you are using AI or not using AI, or you're completely generating something with AI or not. These are some of the more nuanced understandings. So you could be not be using AI at all. Okay, that's fair enough. You could be using AI-assisted idea generation and structuring. So there's no AI content in the final submission, but it could be used for brainstorming, creating structures, and generating ideas. Interesting. You could have AI-assisted editing, so no new content could be created by AI, but it could be used to make improvements. We see this with different things like Grammarly, for example, right? Students' original work with no AI content must be provided in an appendix. So this has come the classroom as well, where you will get your students to just track their changes. And if they want to use aspects of AI, they could, but they need to show the drafts and the changes they make. Level 3, AI for specific task completion. AI is used to complete certain elements of the task. So for example, it could be used to generate maybe supporting details for a body paragraph, but not the examples or topic or concluding sentences, you see? Or full AI use with human oversight. So that's where AI is generating something and maybe you are kind of tweaking it a little bit. So where do your beliefs lie? And it would be very interesting to see if you could incorporate this into your language teacher philosophy, which will be submitted at the end of this section, at the end of this course, and to include where you would use different types of AI, what different levels of AI use, in which context, if you would use them in any context. We'll keep you updated. You have a lifelong access to this course. This course will be updated year after year after year, 2025, 2026, 2030, okay? So as we go through, we're going to update the materials, we're going to update the information, we're going to update the links. you've made it to the final module. Dozens of hours of listening to me talk, reading, reflecting, writing, revising, planning. You're ready. You're ready to jump into the language classroom. We're going to finish up this course with a module which focuses on what we focused on at the beginning of this course, and that is you. So we're going to focus on professional development in your career and lifelong learning. So first of all, there is a TESOL practicum option. This is an additional certificate that you could add to your resume, and we offer that at Teach Ahead, okay, at weteachahead.com. This practicum is basically a placement. We will ask you for what kind of language teaching you would like to do. We will put you as a teacher in either a one-on-one class or a group-based class or a mix of both. We will ask you which level, which age group you would like to teach as well. In preparation, you will have access to a 5-module course, all right? And you will attend a live Q&A where you could ask me or other teacher coaches about how you could prepare for this TESOL practicum. After that, you will have an observation. You will plan and teach 3 English lessons. You will also sit in or watch recordings of other language teachers teaching lessons. You will receive feedback from a mentor. Okay, so one of these Teach Ahead instructors, coaches will give you extensive feedback on what you've done well and how you could improve. And finally, we're going to wrap up with a debrief. This is a brief reflection. You're going to add points to your philosophy, to your portfolio. You're going to document as much of this experience as possible so you could show this to future employers. And we at Teach Ahead will be an official reference for you, a professional reference, so that if your future employers need a reference, we will issue a letter specifically commenting on your abilities as a language teacher. We will also help to point you in the right direction for future employment opportunities. As a thank you, we have coupons for each one of these courses. You could think about it, no pressure, no rush. You're already part of the community. Getting started. We started off by looking at language teaching, online teaching, and then bridging that gap. Focusing on TESOL, developing reflective, affective strategies, establishing your teacher identity, style, and beliefs, and building a language teacher philosophy, which hopefully you have refined many times and continue to do so. Building knowledge. In section number 2, you were presented with 4 different key approaches to ALA, 20 different theories which have influenced and been influenced by those 4 approaches. 7 language teaching methods, which you may or may not have incorporated into your practice. Over 100 terms useful for language teachers in the classroom. And an introduction to language lesson planning, 3 different types of structure, and more than 20 sample lessons. In section 3, we took the knowledge we built and we started applying it. We applied it to pedagogical assessment, standardization, different assessment tools like the CEFR and the CLB, teaching materials, and then we started looking at contexts, such as one-to-one lessons, group-based lessons, general English, ESP, and English for test preparation. We moved on to section number 4, where we focused on finding employment. And this was a rough guide, just scraping the surface, but hopefully it's gotten you on the right track. Looking at the application process for platforms and how to get started on them. Looking at the application process for actual education employers and how to get started with these institutions. And finally, the reality of online teaching, online language teaching, classroom management, dealing with stakeholders, teaching as a multilingual, teaching multilingual students. Educational constraints, more than 100 common challenges. Finding side hustles, more than 20 ideas. And then we focused on the future of language teaching by looking at language standardization and AI, two key areas. The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. Thank you, everybody, for coming along on this ride with us, and happy teaching.